James Bay will be leading us in the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'épaule le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est tout épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député de Louis Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday I had the pleasure of participating in the traditional SOPAR committee dinner at Rochebelle High School. The SOPAR committee is made up of dozens of young people who, year after year, thanks to their dedication over the last 13 years, raise funds to build wells in southern India, and they have managed over the last 13 years to build more than 100 wells. I'd like to congratulate all the young people, past and present, who have contributed to this achievement. Your commitment is a credit to you. Well done. I'd also like to highlight the inspired and inspiring work of the staff, whose countless hours to make this involvement made it possible. Denis Perron, Nicolas Gasset, Manon Lapolice, Nicolas Blanchet, and Marina Gonzalez. Finally, a word to Director Daniel Lemelin, who is approaching a well-deserved retirement. Daniel has always had Rochebelle tattooed on his heart and has always been able to unite and motivate students, teachers, and parents alike. Daniel reminded me last Thursday that when I was a candidate for the school's speakership, my slogan was Rochebelle peut faire mieux. Rochebelle can do better. And I have to admit that years later I would have had a hard time coming up with a slogan because under his benevolent leadership, Rochebelle excels. Thank you for everything, Danielle, and all the best for your retirement.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, May is MS Awareness Month, and I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the different communities and individuals who have participated in events like the MS Walk. This past weekend in the town of East End, over $11,000 was raised for MS awareness and research. This great event was organized by Donovan Henryan, who has MS himself. Since my wife was diagnosed a couple years ago, we have both seen firsthand how important this campaign to create awareness really is. Through continued research and development, we'll not only continue to help people live with MS, but find a way to repair and cure it. For now, the advancements and treatments have enabled my wife to not just live with MS, but continue to work full-time and be the amazing mother, wife, and rock for her family that she's always been. She refuses to let this disease define her. My message to anyone who has been diagnosed recently is, you are not alone, and your diagnosis is not the end of your life as you know it. You will soon learn that there's a great community who's alongside you, willing to help every step of the way.
Good job. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. World No Tobacco Day is a good opportunity to remember that despite decades of effort, smoking remains the leading preventable cause of illness and premature death in Canada. Sadly, tobacco still kills about 48,000 Canadians every year. Recognizing that more needs to be done to protect the health of Canadians and inform them of the health risks of smoking, our government today updated the health-related messages and images printed on packages of cigarettes and other tobacco products. They will help prevent the avoidable by better communicating the health risks of smoking to millions of people across the country every day. These updated health messages will help more Canadians live better, be happier, and avoid smoking. Together, let us continue to promote healthy living. Thank you. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. On May 5th, the 11th edition of the Edis Gala of the Young Chambre de Commerce de la Mauricie was held at the Complexe La Villette in Trois-Rivières. The gala rewards young entrepreneurs in the region who have distinguished themselves over the past year. The Muralux, based in Trois-Rivières, won the Grand Prize for Business of the Year, as well as an award for its innovative business practices. Marlene Desaulniers, Media Solutions Consultant for Ici Média Mauricie, received the Community Involvement Award in the Business Personality category, as well as the Volunteer of the Year Award. I would like to personally thank the General Manager, Catherine Lessard, and Speaker Célia de Montigny for their warm welcome and exceptional work. Finally, I would like to congratulate all the nominated companies and underline my support for the next generation of entrepreneurs in Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mi'kmaq elders whose wisdom, knowledge, and persistence will be rightfully recognized during Indigenous History Month. Albert Marshall Sr. of Eskasoni is this year's recipient of the Inspires Lifetime Achievement Award for his life's work to preserve and foster Mi'kmaq teachings and language. Elder Albert Marshall is the innovator of the emerging Indigenous knowledge system known as Eduaptamug, or two-eyed seeing, a perspective that speaks to the need of both Indigenous knowledge and Western ways of knowing in all that we do. Albert teaches that every action that we take should be in balance and harmony with our earth. We call this Nedugalimk. In closing, I couldn't mention Albert's achievement without also honoring the contributions of his late wife, Merdina. Together, they created a wealth of knowledge that continues to inspire future generations. Walaliak Albert, congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to pay tribute to the loss of a pillar of Kelowna Lake Country, Al Horning. It wasn't too long ago that I did the same for his powerhouse wife, Donna Horning. Al was known for getting things done and was a fierce advocate of our community, in particular Rutland. Well, he served on all three levels of government, served several terms on Kelowna City Council as an MLA and as a Progressive Conservative MP from 1988 to 1993. Al was a mentor and friend. And I met him one time at one of his coffee spots, the McDonald's on Highway 33, where he said, "Why don't you come to Rutland?" And I said, "Al, what are you talking about? I've been to Rutland many times this week alone," and let him know the activities and that there were pictures on my social media. And he said, "I don't look at that," in Al's matter-of-fact, to-the-point way. He contributed in so many ways locally within agriculture, the Black Mountain Irrigation District, and sports and recreation organizations. He was inducted into the Central Okanagan Sports Hall of Fame, and the City of Kelowna recently presented Al with the naming of a future roadway, Al Horning Way. My heart goes out to the Horning family. Al will always be remembered for setting the bar for community service.
I want to remind the honourable members that SO31s are taking place, and we all want to hear what individual members are telling us about in their riding and what's important to them. So I'm going to ask everyone to just keep their talking low or whisper to each other rather than talk loudly. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Tibetan community in Canada as we mark the end of Asian Heritage Month. In the 1970s and 80s, Canada opened its doors to Tibetan refugees, offering them a chance to rebuild their lives. They were trailblazers. Many were the first non-European refugees to be permanently resettled in Canada as part of a government-sponsored refugee program. Since that time, Tibetan organizations have been established across the country, with 5 in Toronto. I think of the Canada-Tibet Committee, the Tibetan Women's Association, and of course the Tibetan Canadian Cultural Centre, which is located in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore. Their vibrancy, deep-rooted values of peace, community, and caring for others, and of course the rich cuisine, culture greatly enrich our lives. Tibetan humility, modesty are legendary, and in Canada, we gained with their arrival, and we are much stronger because of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that the Conservative leader is using fear and morality to attack a major pillar of our government's approach to ending the crisis of toxic drugs and overdoses. This is a comprehensive approach that sees this as a crisis as a public health problem. They are acting to the detriment of Canadians who deserve more than this disdain. Decisions need to be based on facts. This from a party that doesn't believe in science. Our government stated that harm reduction should be part of a toxic drug and overdose program. But the Conservatives just wanted to go hard against drugs other ways. Safe injection sites and consumption sites prevented more than 46,000 overdoses. Mr. Speaker, we need to have the courage of putting aside repressive policies. We must have the courage to implement an approach based on human rights and dignity, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, I just want to remind everyone that we're trying to hear what the individual members have to say. So if you're going to talk to each other, please whisper to each other. Don't talk out loud. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, inflationary Liberal deficits have caused a world of hurt. After their latest carbon tax increases and their $43 billion deficit-busting budget, the inflationary pain Canadians are feeling continues to rise. Rent and mortgages have doubled. Food inflation stands at 8.3%. Our ability to spend is not infinite. What Canadians want is for inflation to come down now. While millions visit food banks, the Liberals chose to pour fuel on the inflationary fire. And yet this Prime Minister wants Canadians to believe that they've never had it so good. But a new day is dawning. A new Conservative Prime Minister will turn that hurt into hope by ending inflationary deficits, by scrapping the carbon tax on heat, gas, and groceries, by cutting taxes and making paychecks powerful again, and by building homes that workers can afford. It's the common sense of the common people. For your home, my home, our home, let's bring it home!
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and welcome the Ontario Dump Truck Association to Parliament Hill. The members of this organization play a vital role in coming together to help build essential infrastructure that keeps our communities connected. In my riding of Brampton East, it's always a pleasure to connect with their members to hear about the amazing work that this association and their members do. In conversations with my constituent, Mr. Jarnell Singh Mund, I got to hear firsthand about the important advocacy this association does on behalf of the industry and hardworking drivers who are always giving back. Save a Food Bank, the Salvation Army, GTA Women's Shelters are just some of the charities their members generously support. I'd like to thank Bob, Sarabjit, Mandy, and hundreds of members of this association for your commitment to the betterment of the industry. I ask everyone in this House to please join me in thanking our hardworking truck drivers for their tremendous contributions to our economy and building our beautiful country. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I remind the government that Atlantic Canada exists east of the Laurentians, and Atlantic Canadians are between a rock and a hard place. Last year, Newfoundland and Labrador's Liberal Premier, Andrew Furey, stated, "Further cost increase at this point will only provide diminishing returns in terms of decarbonization while placing undue economic burden on the people of this province." All Atlantic premiers agreed, but the Prime Minister didn't listen. So here we are in 2023, and the Atlantic premiers are demanding that Carbon Tax 2.0 not be placed on fuel. They know it will have a devastating effect on fuel prices, which in turn will increase the cost of goods imported into the region. Carbon tax versions 1 and 2 will cost households in my province, when fully implemented, an extra $2,166 a year. Carbon tax 2 will even be placed on fuel that fishermen use to land their catch. It's time for the Prime Minister and his Minister of the Environment to listen to the Atlantic premiers and scrap the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canadians aren't picking up what this government is laying down.
The honourable member for Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Beijing interfered in the last 2 federal elections. The Liberal response used their Trudeau Foundation friends to cover it up. The NDP's appearance of standing up to foreign interference is like a bad group work partner. They arrive late, do nothing, copy others, and then boast that the best ideas were their own. Mr. Speaker, I guess the NDP are just an empty bawoke suit. Just yesterday, after the bark and bluster of an NDP motion calling for the resignation of the special rapporteur, the NDP leader walked out of the House, right into a media scrum, and dismissed calls to end this Canadian coalition nightmare. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP were serious about wanting to restore confidence in our electoral system, they would do what Canadians are asking, get out of the way, and let Conservatives fix what the Liberals have broken.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Bellon. Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of June, Italians celebrate La Festa della Repubblica. This festival marks the victory of democracy and the will of the people over autocracy and oppression. With peace in Europe undermined by the invasion of Ukraine, commemorations of such victories should be cherished and remembered. For the Italian diaspora and friends of Italy, this day will also be an opportunity to celebrate the richness of Italian history and culture. Italians have chosen Canada as their home, bringing with them a spirit of resilience, hard work, and commitment to family values, and have contributed to Canada's growth and prosperity. I invite you all tomorrow to La Festa della Repubblica in the Speaker's dining room from 12 noon to 1:30 p.m. for a little taste of Italy.
Viva Italia! Viva Canada! Grazie a tutti!
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability recently released a report on gender-based violence and murder in Canada. The Call It Femicide Report 2018-2022 shows gender-based violence and murder is on the rise, and the numbers are chilling.
The report shows a 27% increase in the number of women and girls killed by a male accused compared to 2019. Young women aged between 25 and 34 are more likely to be victims. The report also shows that 1 in 5 female victims killed by a male accused was an Indigenous woman or girl.
The Call It Femicide report shows exactly why this Parliament needs to take the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence seriously. There's also a dire need to ensure the funding for the Indigenous Shelter and Transitional Housing Initiative is allocated, which would go a long way to protect Indigenous women from dangerous situations. Mr. Speaker, let's immediately do all that we can to end gender-based violence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, it is for me an honour to mark the 25th anniversary of La Maison des Familles de Mercier-Est. The family unit is the very foundation of Quebec society and Quebec's future. The Maison des Familles de Mercier-Est is an essential organisation that has been rooted in La Pointe de l'Île since 1998. It is essential. I would like to thank its director, Véronique Coulombe, as well as the entire team and participating families. They are the reference point for family matters and the only family organisation in this area. Through workshops, one-off interventions, support and referrals, the workers work tirelessly to break down isolation. They create living environments and support networks that help enrich the parenting experience. I would ask the Honourable Member to start again, and I would like to ask everyone to whisper or to pipe down a bit.
Not much lower, because we're trying to hear what honourable members have to say, and we're really having a hard time. Alors, je vais demander de...
From the top, the Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is for me an honour to mark the 25th anniversary of La Maison des Familles de Mercier-Est. The family unit is the very foundation of Quebec society and Quebec's future. The Maison des Familles de Mercier-Est is an essential organisation that has been rooted in La Pointe de l'Île since 1998. I would like to thank its director, Véronique Coulombe, as well as the entire team and participating families. They are a reference point for family matters and the only family organisation in this area. Through workshops, one-off interventions, support and referrals, the workers work tirelessly, tooth and nail, to break down isolation. They create living environments and support networks that help enrich the parenting experience. They have helped hundreds of families to develop their potential in their own environment. They contribute to equal opportunities for the children of Mercier-Est. Thank you to the entire Maison des Familles team, and thank you again, and a happy 25th anniversary.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this May, Canadians celebrated Asian Heritage Month. 1 in 5 Canadians, including my family and many members of this House, trace their roots back to Asia. Asian Canadians have made significant contributions going back to Confederation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Confederation would not have happened if it were not for the back-breaking labor of Chinese railway workers that built the railway, that laid the constitutional foundations of this federation. Today, the Asian community is a cherished part of our Canadian family. From business to politics to the academy to arts and charity, Asian Canadians play leading roles in Canadian society. Let's remember the sacrifices Asian Canadians have made. Let's stand in solidarity with Asian Canadians against racism and discrimination, and let's celebrate with Asian Canadians for the contributions that they have made and that they continue to make to our home and native land.
Good to hear.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, it is with gratitude that I stand before you today and everyone here today to pay tribute to a good, kind and gentleman from Gatineau in Quebec who devoted 38 years of his life to the service of his country. 10 of those years were spent in the RCAF, and the last 28 were spent protecting us, members of Parliament, and indeed all who enter these halls. I refer, Mr. Speaker, to the man sitting in the Sergeant-at-Arms chair today, the Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Michel Deneau. We all recognize this man, but many do not know that on that terrible day in October 2014, he rushed into danger, unarmed and ready to sacrifice his life to support his colleague and protectors. He refused a direct order to stay back because that's simply who he is. He put our welfare above his own. But not just on that day. He does it every time he enters the parliamentary precinct. Michel Deneau's dedication and selflessness are rarely mentioned, but today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the extent of the work he has accomplished during his career in the House of Commons. Above all, I would like to thank him sincerely. Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms Michel Deneau, on behalf of all members of Parliament, many, many thanks. We wish you all the best in your retirement and know that you will be sorely missed. Thank you, Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
How many police stations that are controlled by Beijing, how many are operating in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you know, it is completely unacceptable for a foreign government, especially a government like China's or others, it is unacceptable for them to be interfering with matters of Canadian involvement like our democracy, our academic institutions, government institutions. We will continue to make protecting Canadians a priority, and the RCMP is following up on all of these police stations. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. How many? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As the Leader of the Opposition knows very well, the RCMP is currently taking action against these illegal actions in Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister has admitted that there are police stations We were earlier told that all of those stations were closed. Later, we learned that that's not true. At least 2 are still operating. And his government used taxpayer money for those stations. So for a third time, will the Prime Minister tell us how many of these Beijing-operated police stations here in Canada, how many? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the RCMP is responsible for carrying out all necessary investigations and pressing charges, if necessary, against all those who are interfering with our democracy. But if the Leader of the Opposition is so curious about the details of foreign interference, well, then all he has to do is accept the briefing that was offered by the intelligence services so that he can put an end to his ignorance of the details and learn the details on these serious matters like foreign interference. I would encourage the Leader of the Opposition to inform himself properly.
First of all, the number of police stations controlled by a foreign dictatorship in Canada is not a detail. It would not be a detail if any government had foreign police stations operating on our soil. Second of all Canadians deserve to know the answer. The government claimed that it shut down all these police stations. Now we know there are 2 in operation and that the Prime Minister's government has given taxpayers money to help fund them. Simple question. How many of Beijing's police stations are operating on Canadian soil today? How many?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well know, and as Canadians well know, this government takes extremely seriously the issue of foreign interference and has since 2015, when we brought in significant measures to counter foreign interference and continue to. The RCMP is quite rightly charged with the responsibility of investigating and following up on these reports of Beijing-funded police stations. But indeed, if the Leader of the Opposition is so curious...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I just want to remind everyone the way it works is you ask a question and then you listen to the answer, whether you like it or not. You can't keep asking the question over and over again while the person's speaking. So I just want to point that out. I'll let the, maybe 30 seconds, we'll bump it up. We won't take the full amount, but the Right Honourable Prime Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition continues to have questions like many Canadians do on foreign interference, I would suggest that he actually takes up our security agencies on the offer they have made to him of getting briefed up on all the intelligence related to foreign interference, so he doesn't have to hide behind, and I quote the report on this, a veil of ignorance, and can actually work from the facts.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister can brief all Canadians right now. These are police stations that exist to harass and intimidate Canadian citizens on Canadian soil. No real country would allow a foreign dictatorship to run police stations on its soil. The Americans are arresting Beijing's agents in their country. So one last time, I'll give the Prime Minister the chance to answer the question. How many police stations, how many, and how many is Beijing operating on Canadian soil?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition were to take this issue of foreign interference seriously as an issue facing diaspora communities, as an issue facing Chinese Canadians, he would be interested in actually understanding the facts around foreign interference. But instead, he chooses to play partisan games. He chooses to make personal attacks against the former Governor General instead of actually accepting to take this issue seriously. He knows full well the RCMP's responsibility is to do these investigations and make arrests, and they are actually following up on that.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Canada no longer has a democratic government worthy of the name. It has a Prime Minister who is refusing to clear up doubts about his willingness to cover up secrets that we are not yet even aware of. And yet we should ask people in Xinjiang or in Hong Kong how things are being dealt with by China, or ask the Tibetans what the Chinese Communist Party is doing. Ask members in this House who have been intimidated how Mr. Xi Jinping does things. Does this Prime Minister not want to set things right before going into the history books as someone who is following the wishes of a hostile foreign power? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, like the leader of the Conservative Party, the leader of the Bloc Québécois is making the choice to not apprise himself of the facts. He is making the choice to not consult the information that is being placed at his disposal. While we may not agree on certain things, we should not be able to disagree on facts. My colleague has a right to his opinions, but not a right to his own facts. And that is why we offered him the opportunity to get briefed on the confidential information, but he refused, because he prefers to make attacks from a position of ignorance rather than learn about the real facts and take this seriously. The Honourable Member. This Prime Minister, just like China, is cultivating a culture of secrecy. Everything we've seen with David Johnston is ultimately contributing to this culture of secrecy, just like China might do. And everything that is being done is to try to turn our eyes away from the closeness between this regime in Canada and in China, perhaps even investor connections and keeping documents secret. It is not up to David Johnston to determine what I can or cannot see. It's not up to him. What we need is an independent public inquiry. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we just heard directly from the leader of the Bloc Québécois that he is choosing not to familiarize himself with the facts. He's complaining about a culture of secrecy. He says he's frustrated about the fact that there is secret information from our intelligence agencies.
For Lacombe, what is it, Mountain View Lacombe, I believe, is just, I'm going to ask him just to keep it down, and many others as well. I'll let the Honourable Prime Minister start over again, please.
Monsieur le Président, le chef du Bloc québécois se...
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois is complaining in a very partisan fashion of a culture of secrecy, but the reality is that he knows very well that our intelligence agencies need to operate in such a way as to protect Canadians, especially when it's a matter of a foreign power like China. But he's choosing to remain mired in ignorance. He's refusing to look at the confidential information that we are ready to share, which would enable him to participate in this debate in a reasonable manner. Let me just interrupt. There seems to be a discussion happening in the back between both sides of the House. If you want to have a chat, could you please go into the hall? Or just go to one side or the other of the House. Don't shout at each other from one side to the other. That's not parliamentary. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Maybe 10 minutes back, please. Mr. Speaker, like the leader of the Conservative Party, the leader of the Bloc Québécois is preferring to remain mired in ignorance rather than take real action to learn about the situation. This is all about playing partisan games. We take the matter of foreign interference seriously, and we would hope that the opposition would do the same.
Burnaby South.
Dan Stanton, a former CSIS counterintelligence officer, testified in committee. He said that a public inquiry into foreign interference is necessary. He, like many Canadians, is wondering what's going on. He said very clearly that there are safeguards that we can put in place to protect sensitive information. I agree with Mr. Stanton. Now, will the Prime Minister do the right thing and listen to Canadians, listen to this House, and listen to a former CSIS counterintelligence officer and vote in favor of our motion calling for a public inquiry?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do one better than a former CSIS agent. The current leadership across our intelligence agencies and across the public service continue to say that the best way to move forward on this is not with a public inquiry that would have to happen behind closed doors. There was many testifying at committees expressing that perspective. But to remove it from the political realm, we asked an unimpeachable man of integrity, former Governor General selected by Stephen Harper, to look into these matters deeply and make a determination whether a public inquiry was the right mechanism or not. And he said,
the honourable member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister is not restoring confidence with the decisions he's taking. We need confidence restored. Ça va prendre quoi pour le gouvernement?
What will it take for this government to understand common sense? Last week, we learned that part of the special rapporteur's team is an ardent donor to the Liberal Party. Is that really an example of political independence? Could this Prime Minister finally put the interests of the country before his personal interests? Will he vote for our motion to create a public inquiry? Will he do that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The matter of foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, is a matter that is critical and very serious for our democracy and our institutions. That is why we have implemented a number of measures, such as committees of parliamentarians, expert committees like INSARA, a process during the election campaign, an independent expert who is evaluating everything we're doing and making recommendations. And that expert indeed found that the elections of 2019 and 2021 ultimately did not have their outcome changed, and they will continue their work. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. A real Prime Minister would never allow a foreign dictatorship to operate police stations on our territory. But this Prime Minister allowed Beijing to run these stations for at least 6 months. So my question, how many agents of Beijing have been arrested here in Canada because those police stations were being run here in Canada at a time when many of them were arrested in the US? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party knows that it's not up to police officers, or to politicians rather, to direct the police in their operations. However, we are ensuring that the RCMP is following up and investigating on these matters of foreign interference and these Chinese police stations. Meanwhile, the leader of the official opposition is choosing to remain blind to the facts. He's refusing to attend briefings on the facts about Chinese interference. That's his choice, because he wants to continue engaging in unfounded political attacks. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, what's really not serious is that we don't have the laws we need to ensure that the RCMP arrests Beijing operatives who created these police stations. Why not? And why is it that the Americans were able to arrest Beijing operatives who were running these police stations in the U.S.? There in the U.S., they have laws that the Conservative Party has been asking for years, especially a registry of foreign agents. Why is it that the Prime Minister is protecting these Beijing police stations instead of creating legislation so that these operatives can be arrested? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are in the middle of creating such a registry of foreign agents. That's the responsible thing to do. But the reality is that the opposition leader's decision to refuse to attend the briefings so that he can learn about the intelligence and what's really going on, that is mind-boggling and shows that he is not interested in fixing the problem. He is not interested in defending the interests of Chinese communities that have been exploited and attacked by Beijing. Instead, he's only interested in partisan mudslinging.
It's all an act with this guy. He would have you believe that if he committed me to secrecy and forced me to take an oath of silence, that would somehow close the Beijing police stations here in Canada? Of course not. What we need is a strong law that will allow our police to arrest them. The question is very simple. Why is it that the Americans have been able to shut down the Beijing police stations in their country and arrest the agents involved with them, while in this country, this Prime Minister has been able to do neither?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, any serious politician in this place should understand how the Security of Information Act actually works, particularly someone who has sat in cabinet and who was Canada's Minister of Elections. But the reality is, if the member opposite doesn't understand how the Security of Information Act works, we would be happy to provide a briefing to him from officials to explain how the Security of Information Act, so he could understand that it would be okay for him to take a briefing on the facts of foreign interference so he could be better informed in his questions and his challenges to government. The reality...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister...
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They don't have to brief me on the laws. I've actually read them, Mr. Speaker. Section 12.1 of the National Security and Intelligence Committee Act says that I would not only be silenced from speaking about matters broadly, but I would be prevented from debating them on the floor of the House of Commons, which is exactly what the Prime Minister wants. But he's not going to get it. I won't be gagged. I won't be silenced. I will continue to seek the truth. And here's the truth that I want him to finally speak. We've known that there are foreign police stations operating on Canadian soil. We know the Prime Minister's government has given them tax dollars. How much did he give them?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, hiding behind, quote, a veil of ignorance is very characteristic for a leader who has no interest.
I'm going to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I got some complaints because there were some people shouting from this side when the opposition leader was asking. I'm going to ask the same courtesy from both sides of each other. I don't think it's that hard. It's not that complicated. When somebody is speaking, we don't speak. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, hiding behind, quote, a veil of ignorance is very characteristic for a leader who has no interest in actual facts. There's nothing stopping him right now from getting cleared, briefed, and disagreeing with the former Governor General's conclusions if he so chooses. Regardless of his opinions, he is entitled to those. He is not entitled to his own facts. Please, Mr. Speaker, I really encourage the Leader of the Opposition to get briefed.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All Canadians are entitled to the facts, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we want a public inquiry. We know that Beijing gave $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation. We know that when the scandal broke, he named Mr. Rosenberg to look into it. Rosenberg is with the Trudeau Foundation. When the scandal exploded further, he named Mr. Johnston, also a member of the Trudeau Foundation. And what did he do? He named another judge from the Trudeau Foundation to look into the conflict of interest. Is the Prime Minister afraid of a public inquiry because he's run out of members of the Trudeau Foundation that could run it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues on his personal and his partisan attacks, we're going to continue to deal with...
I'm sorry. What part, I have a question for all of you to reflect on. I don't want anybody to shout the answer out. This is not a question I want an answer. What part of, while somebody is speaking, we sit quietly and listen, do we not understand? Write me an email if you want, once we're done, and you can explain to me, because I don't understand that. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the level to which the Leader of the Opposition on this very serious issue has nothing to offer other than partisan attacks and personal attacks, rather than actually dealing with the substance of this serious issue. To deal with the substance of this serious issue, we have offered him, I directed intelligence agencies to offer him secure briefings so that he can actually understand the facts underlying both the former Governor General's report and the issue of foreign interference, and he has simply refused because he doesn't want anything, like facts particularly, to get in the way of a good partisan argument.
Or the opposition.
Canadiens ont le droit d'avoir.
Canadians have a right to the facts, Mr. Speaker. Beijing sent $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation. It caused a scandal. And the Prime Minister appointed Mr. Rosenberg to look into it, but he's a member of the Trudeau Foundation. Then the scandal came out even more, so he appointed Mr. Johnston, also a member of the Trudeau Foundation. And to be absolutely sure that there wasn't a conflict of interest, Mr. Johnston appointed someone else who was a member of the Trudeau Foundation. Is there a reason that the Prime Minister doesn't want a public inquiry? Is it that he can't find anyone else who's a member of the Trudeau Foundation to run it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has on several occasions made remarks like, Canadians have a right to all the facts, but he should understand that there are people who work for our armed forces, our intelligence services, who are working under very difficult, complex, and vulnerable circumstances in foreign nations in order to protect Canadians and in order to uncover the secrets of countries who wish to harm us. The fact that he doesn't seem to understand how much we owe here in this place and for all Canadians, how much we owe these people protection and care, well, that shows that the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'd like to give another example, Mr. Speaker. The National Assembly of Quebec is unanimously asking for information about Ottawa's interference in the 95 referendum, and yet the Prime Minister prefers secrecy. This Parliament is asking that an independent commissioner be responsible for the information, the briefings, but once again, the Prime Minister prefers secrecy. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is either weak or useful to a foreign power. Who is this Prime Minister working for? His country or the financial interests of the Friends of the Liberal regime? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, he starts with the 1995 referendum and he ends up talking about, money and the ethnic vote. Look what he just said. This Bloc Québécois is just trying to go back to old arguments. And they're harping on these old arguments.
J'ai regardé dans l'histoire du Parlement, puis il y a un cas.
I've looked through the history of Parliament, and there was one case where the Speaker decided that he had had enough of question period, and he left. In fact, the entire sitting was adjourned for around 30 minutes, and I'm really in the mood for that today, so I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to start over from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois is turning back the clock from 2023 to 1995, the referendum. And even at the end of his question, he said something that was very similar to money and the ethnic vote. So it's quite humorous to see that the Bloc Québécois doesn't care about foreign interference. They just want to pick a fight with Ottawa. We, on the other hand, take these issues seriously. We will continue to work with all of the necessary seriousness on these issues that are important to Canadians while we continue to deliver a strong, growing economy and while we continue fighting climate change. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I have a hypothesis for you, Mr. Speaker. Why you're seeing this behavior in the House? Have we ever seen a Prime Minister who has so little worthiness of the functions that he occupies? Illegal election funding, industrial espionage, Trudeau Foundation, contempt for intelligence services, and many, many other problems. We know so much about the reasons for which we should be asking for a real public inquiry, not for this buddy-buddy act with his friend. When will this Prime Minister put an end to these policies that are harmful for Quebec and very, very, very helpful to China? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois just said, we know plenty about it. Well, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't actually know plenty about it because he has refused to be briefed on the confidential information from our security agencies. He has turned down the opportunity to hear the facts about the real issues here. Instead, he prefers to engage in this kind of partisan mudslinging. And he likes to keep picking fights with us, whereas Canadians, all Canadians, including Quebecers, deserve to have the representatives take the matter of foreign interference seriously, and that's what we're doing.
Le chef de l'opposition.
The BC Centre for Disease Control revealed today that it now costs over $1,200 a month for a basket of nutritious food for the average family in that province. This is an explosion of costs that have taken place under this Prime Minister. Those numbers come from a year ago, and the same report says the prices are higher still now. Now the Prime Minister's solution for that is a 61 cent a litre carbon tax. It'll push gas prices well over $2 a litre and increase the cost to farmers and truckers who bring us our food. How much will that increase the cost of food for Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen the extents to which, not just for the past 7.5 years, but for the decade before that, Conservatives refused to take the fight against climate change seriously, refused to accept that the cost to Canadians from coast to coast to coast would get increasingly large as the years went on. Well, over the past 7 years, Mr. Speaker, we have stepped up in the fight against climate change, including with a price on pollution that puts more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians. We're going to continue to step up with a grocery rebate to help with Canadians with the high costs of food. We're going to continue creating good jobs. We're going to continue being...
Leader of the Opposition.
Their carbon tax is not an environmental plan. It is a tax plan. It has done nothing to meet any targets, and it has done nothing to reduce the cost of climate change. What it has done is increase the cost of food, because when you tax the farmers who make the food and the truckers who ship the food, then you tax the food itself. Now, the Prime Minister's plan is not to triple the carbon tax, but to quadruple the carbon tax, while he adds more and more, 61 cent a litre. So my question is, how much will his 61 cent a litre carbon tax add to the monthly basket of food for Canadians? How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see that the Leader of the Official Opposition is not willing to let the facts get in the way of a great political argument. And even then, it's not that an argument, Mr. Speaker. It's just a bumper sticker that he can stick on to scare Canadians with. The reality is we are delivering with dental benefits, with a grocery rebate, and with a carbon price that is putting more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians. Mr. Speaker, while he continues to cross his arms and vote against things like the dental benefit, we've delivered on 1,100 kids in his riding dental benefits that have made a real difference.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if the facts that I have just quoted from the BC Centre for Disease Control are false, then maybe he can tell me what the real numbers are. I've asked him, and given that he wants to bring in a 61 cent a litre carbon tax, increase gas and diesel prices by 61 cent a litre on the farmers that produce the food and the truckers that bring it to the grocery store. How much will that tax increase add to the monthly cost of groceries for the average Canadian family? How much?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What Canadians know clearly is the inaction by a decade of a Conservative government and the continued resistance of Conservatives to take action on fighting climate change is costing them incredible amounts. How many homes have been lost in Nova Scotia? How many people affected and evacuated across Alberta? How many people in the Northwest Territories affected now? In New Brunswick, people in Central Canada worried about forest fires coming there in the coming weeks and months. The reality is extreme weather events are getting more and more expensive for Canadians, which is why we need to continue to lead on climate change while supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all of those things have happened with his carbon tax in place. His carbon tax has done nothing to reduce emissions, let alone to stop storms and other weather events. So that is nothing more than another act from this Prime Minister. Let's get back to the question. My question was very specific. We know now that a British Columbia family has to spend $1,200 a month on groceries just to feed their kids. He wants to raise the tax up to 61 cents a litre on the farmers and truckers who bring us our food. How much will that add to the grocery bill of an average family? How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Here's the problem with the Leader of the Opposition. He is in love with the sound of his own voice and his own attacks, but he doesn't actually check the facts.
Step out. And the thing.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, here is the issue with the Leader of the Opposition, who's so in love with the sound of his own voice that he doesn't actually check the facts. Mr. Speaker, he's talking about our price on pollution when the reality is BC has its own price on pollution. The federal backstop doesn't even apply in BC. He is mixing everything for political arguments, for partisan attacks to try and scare Canadians, and to cover for the fact that he has no plan to fight climate change and therefore has no plan for the future of the Canadian economy.
Member for Burnaby South.
The Wabaton Dakota First Nations hasn't had a proper school in a long time. I've been to the school. Students are forced to learn in portables. They don't have proper running water, don't have heating and cooling in the winter and the summer. And the school itself has a roof that's caving in. There's black mold everywhere. This is often the reality for First Nations and Indigenous kids. Will?
I have to ask. I'm going to ask everyone one last time to calm down and be quiet while we listen to whoever's asking and answering the question. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South from the top, please.
Wabaton Dakota First Nations hasn't had a properly functioning school in a long time. I visited the First Nations and I saw the school. They have to operate in portables. The portables don't have proper heating and cooling. These portables don't have running water in the winter. I went to the school itself and the building, main structure, the roof is caving in and there's black mold. This is often the reality for Indigenous children in our country. So when will this Prime Minister take this matter seriously and ensure that this First Nation has a proper school so Indigenous kids can learn in a safe and secure surrounding?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable colleague. We need to do more. We have built hundreds of new schools across this country in Indigenous communities over the past 7.5 years, but there is much more to do. We will continue to work hand in hand with Indigenous peoples on record investments, on partnerships to build schools, health centres, senior centres, to solve outstanding land claim issues, to install to install wastewater and water treatment plants to ensure drinking water across this country. These are things that we're doing and we're continuing to do, and I appreciate the member opposite's hard work on bringing them forward as well.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, a priest accused and arrested of abuse and the forcible confinement of an 8-year-old girl. More victims are coming forward. Families are in shock. A First Nation is in shock. This isn't history. This is happening now in Little Grand Rapids First Nation in 2023. My question is, what is the government doing at this time to support the community? And what will the government do to work with the community to support its clear calls for accountability?
The Prime Minister.
Speaker, this is a horrific situation that never should have happened any time. We know it happened decades ago and never should have, and this one happened just recently, and it never should have. We have obviously reached out to the community, are working closely with them on what is needed for healing and for moving forward, but we are also serious about accountability and ensuring that these kinds of abuses never happen again.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, we know all too well there are tragic consequences and costs to the climate crisis. Just this week, we are seeing unprecedented wildfires back home in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and my heart goes to the people facing these incredibly difficult circumstances. We know that the cost of inaction is far too high. We must work towards rapidly decarbonizing our society and ensuring Atlantic Canada protects our precious ecosystems and builds a resilient economy. Can the Prime Minister please tell us what this government is doing to address the climate crisis while positioning Atlantic Canada as a hub for renewable energy and clean tech for the future?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Fredericton for her leadership on climate change and her hard work on the file. Canadians are thinking about our friends on the East Coast and across the country who are impacted by wildfires right now. It's a reminder that climate change is real and its devastating impacts cannot be ignored. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party still doesn't have a climate plan, which means they don't have a plan for the future of the Canadian economy. On this side, we're investing in and leveraging technologies that are cutting emissions and creating good jobs in Come By Chance in Newfoundland and Labrador, for example. And we're making sure that it's no longer free to pollute while giving Canadians money back.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So, the high school drama teacher over here accuses others of liking the sounds of their own voices. This from a guy who, if he were made of chocolate, he would eat himself. But we don't want him to do that until after he answers my question, which I keep asking. It's about the cost of groceries in BC and everywhere else. Now, he's right. The NDP has already put in a carbon tax there. But he wants to force them to increase it by almost 40 cents to 61 cents a litre, a federally imposed tax by the costly coalition of the Liberals and NDP. How much will it add to the cost of groceries for the average family? How much?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was a high school teacher before getting into politics, and I'm having a little trouble remembering what exactly the job that the Leader of the Opposition had before getting into politics. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to fight climate change. We have a plan to continue to move forward on supporting Canadians with a grocery rebate, with a growing economy, with great middle-class jobs. We're delivering health care supports for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, delivering dental care that has helped 300,000 kids access dental care over the past number of months, including 1,100 in his own riding. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, and he left right in the middle of the semester, and I'm having trouble remembering why. Now, Mr. Speaker. He certainly wasn't a math teacher. He certainly was not a math teacher. His own finance minister says the deficits pour fuel on the inflationary fire, right before she introduced $60 billion more deficit spending measures. How much will that add to the inflation rate Canadians have to pay? How much?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to talk down the Canadian economy, we have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the best debt-to-GDP ratio of the G7. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians can expect that there be arguments back and forth about fiscal responsibility. But if they check the international bond rating agencies, the people who are designed and whose jobs it is to evaluate the fiscal responsibility of a given government, they continue to give us a AAA rating for fiscal responsibility. Canadians know we are on the right track.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just me that acknowledges that deficits pour fuel on the inflationary fire. It's his own finance minister. In fact, she said that 2 weeks before she introduced her budget. And guess what followed her budget? A spike in the inflation rate that the Prime Minister promised would only ever go down. What do you know? Dumping $60 billion of fuel on the inflationary fire actually makes prices go up. So did the Finance Department calculate how much this extra $60 billion of inflationary spending would add to the Consumer Price Index? How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition likes to talk about being in disagreement with the investments we've made into the Canadian economy, but perhaps he would be open with Canadians and share how he would not have funded childcare at $10 a day right across the country for Canadians, that he wouldn't be delivering dental care benefits, including to 1,100 kids in his riding. He wouldn't be stepping up with targeted supports, with GST rebate doubling for 11 million Canadians. Canadians. He is not saying where he would be cutting, what programs he would be slashing, and how he would be hurting Canadians.
Leader of the Opposition.
No, I've been very clear. I would get rid of the $35 billion incompetent infrastructure bank, Mr. Speaker. Get rid of the $54 million ArriveCan app that didn't work and wasn't necessary. I wouldn't blow billions of dollars buying back hunting rifles from lawful and licensed Canadians instead of going after serious criminals. The list of waste and corruption goes on and on and on. My question, though, is how much is all of this spending adding to inflation? John Manley, former Liberal finance minister, said, just like the current finance minister has said, that when you add deficits, you add inflation. So the question again, how much extra inflation will the $60 billion in budget deficits cause?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for trying to clear things up, but the fact is, no Canadians doubted that he was going to pull back our measures to fight gun crime. We're moving forward on increasing gun control. We banned assault-style weapons. We put a freeze on the market for handguns. And the Conservative Party, in the pockets of the gun lobby, has continued to insist that no, they will roll back those measures. They will not continue to protect Canadians and communities across the country. That is their approach. Our approach is to continue to invest in Canadians, to lift millions of people out of poverty and create millions of great jobs.
L'honorable député de Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Canada is dragging Quebec into a crisis that is going to destroy democracy by covering it in secrecy. We're going to go to the very end of this story. How can he explain to Quebecers and Canada that he is going to disdain the vote of an elected majority in this House? Everyone is an elected official of Parliament, just as he is. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work with everyone in this House to fight foreign interference, and we take it seriously. The leader of the Bloc Québécois only has to demonstrate that he's open to understanding the effect of the issue, to see the intelligence reports that have been collected on what happened, but he refused. He'd rather hide the truth from himself in order to continue these partisan attacks. That's not a responsible approach worthy of our democracy. I encourage him to participate in the required briefings. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. The facts. He just needs to reveal the facts. The Prime Minister is protecting someone or something. Who? What? What skeletons are dancing in the Trudeau Foundation's closet? How far will he go to protect his secrets? And what's China doing? And who's it doing it to? By successfully intimidating the entire Liberal government. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois wants to know who I'm protecting. First of all, Canadians. By fighting foreign interference. Protecting Canadians of Chinese origin who are often targeted by foreign interference. I'm protecting our institutions and our democracy by creating mechanisms to fight Chinese interference. And I will continue to protect the men and women who put their lives on the line to reveal secrets and to find China's secrets and those of other countries that will us harm, and thereby ensure our national safety.
Position.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance admitted that deficits pour gas on the inflationary fire. 2 weeks later, she announced $60 billion more of gas for that fire. For the Prime Minister, how much is that inflationary deficit that she added in this budget alone increase the rate of inflation on the backs of Canadians? How much? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader continues to insist on austerity. We will continue to be there to invest in Canadians, and while he proposes cuts cutting programs, cutting services to Canadians. We will continue to help Canadians rise out of poverty, 2.7 million people over the last few years. We're going to continue to help seniors by lowering retirement age back to 65 after they had raised it to 67. We'll continue to be there for youth and families with daycare. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le 1 sur 5 Canadiens.
1 out of 5 Canadians are skipping meals because they can't pay for the groceries. They're already living in austerity. 1.5 million people have to get supplies at food banks. They're already living in austerity. The 9 out of 10 young people who believe they will never be able to buy a home are living in austerity. The only person who isn't is the Prime Minister, because he's causing austerity for everyone else. How much is that additional $60 billion in his budget going to add to inflation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. If I understand correctly, the Conservative Party's austerity plan is to say, look, Canadians are already facing difficulties, so that's fine. We'll just add on with fewer expenditures, fewer investments, and less assistance for families who need it. Maybe that's why they voted against the dental care program that we're offering to children. 300,000 children from coast to coast can access dental care, which they couldn't get before. 1,500 in his riding of Carleton, but he voted against it because for him, austerity is the principle to maintain above all. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister, for 8 years. The $500 billion of inflationary deficits he has enacted are causing the inflation that Canadians are paying. They are not the solution to the inflation. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, 1 in 5 Canadians skip meals because they can't eat. 1.5 million go to food banks, some of them asking for help with medical assistance in dying, not because they're sick, but because they are hungry. He's driven people out of their homes and into tent cities, as 9 in 10 young people believe they will never be able to own a home. How much is he going to make them pay before the suffering ends?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we hear the Leader of the Opposition continue to spread his message that Canada is broken right across the country, so we should just throw up our hands and give up and stop spending to invest in Canadians, stop supporting low-income Canadians, stop creating great jobs, stop drawing in great factories like Volkswagen, stop working to secure Stellantis investments. This is what the Conservatives' plan is, to throw up their hands and say, everything's broken, so let's just burn it down. Well, Canadians don't feel that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians roll up our sleeves and we solve the challenges that we're facing. That's what Canadians are doing every day across the country. That's what they're going to continue to do.
L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
Monsieur le Président, après des semaines.
Mr. Speaker, after weeks of study, but mostly obstruction by the Conservative Party, we've finally finished clause-by-clause review of the budget bill. That's one more step, enabling us to deliver the support that people in my constituency and across Canada need. Can the Prime Minister tell us more about the importance of passing the budget bill as quickly as possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Laval-les-Îles for his important question and his hard work. Just like him, I'm disappointed that the Conservatives tried to block essential support measures in the budget, namely a tax to fight against home flipping, a deduction for people to buy tools when they work in the trades, and support for workers. Their partisan games at committee are blocking the passage of our budget. But I hope that everyone here, including the Conservatives, will unite to deliver for Canadians and get them what they need.
So the Prime Minister tells Canadians, stop complaining, you've never had it so good. Well, the 9 and 10 young people who can't afford a home because housing costs have doubled under this Prime Minister. Rent has doubled. The average mortgage payment has doubled. The needed down payment for an average house has doubled. The inflation rate has hit the highest level in 40 years and now is back on the rise. They might beg to differ. So will the Prime Minister stop trying to silence Canadians' voices and start reversing the policies that have caused the damage in the first place?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we're going to continue to grow the economy. We're going to continue to create great, well-paying jobs for Canadians right across the country, because that's what Canadians continue to need. That's what we've been doing over these past years. The fact that the Leader of the Opposition suggests we should be growing less, we should be seeing less wage growth across the country, maybe reveals a little more about his economic thinking than anyone else's. But at the same time as we do that, we're going to continue to invest in programs and supports for first-time home buyers, for low-income renters, for construction of new rental homes by working in partnership with municipalities. We're going to continue to deliver.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he only delivers for himself. And we're not growing. We have the slowest per capita GDP growth of any government since the Great Depression under this Prime Minister. Under this Prime Minister, 8 years of this Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled. 1 in 5 eating at food banks. 1.5 million eating at food banks. 1 in 5 skipping meals because they cannot afford food. Now interest rates, which his government said would stay low for long, are skyrocketing because of his deficits. How much have interest rates had to go up to accommodate his $60 billion in new deficits? How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Here's a thought experiment for Canadians. Imagine how much worse off we'd be if the Conservatives' plan on not encouraging vaccinations had led during the pandemic, if their reliance on ideology and conspiracy theories instead of science and experts had governed our pandemic response. The Canadian economy...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask the Honourable Prime Minister to stop for a second. We had started getting better. Now all of a sudden everybody's getting excited again. Maybe it's because the end of question period is coming, and maybe I'll just skip to the last question and then work my way back, and that might work out better. But I'm going to let the Prime Minister continue, and we'll see if I have to resort to that. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are a government grounded in facts and evidence, and that is part of why we got through the pandemic better than most other countries around the world that we're comparable to. The fact is the Conservatives' reliance on conspiracy theories, unwillingness to promote vaccination would have harmed Canadians significantly over these past years of the recovery. We've seen significant job growth and economic growth post-pandemic, and we will continue to be there to support Canadians who need it by investing in food banks, investing in countering homelessness, investing in supporting families from coast to coast to coast.
That was good. Congratulations. You all came down a notch. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He says he's investing in food banks. He's definitely increased the business at food banks, Mr. Speaker, with about 1.5 million people eating there. But instead of reversing the policies that cause that hunger, he divides. He divides to distract. He reaches back and uses the pandemic as a point of division to tear this country apart, just like he did then, and he only did it because under 8 years of him, life costs more, work doesn't pay, housing costs have doubled, drugs, disorder, crime, and chaos have reigned in the street, and the country is more divided than ever. Why doesn't he reverse those damaging actions rather than trying to divide Canadians some more?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We've all heard the Leader of the Opposition, and according to him...
The Prime Minister's getting a standing ovation. He hasn't even started yet. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard the Leader of the Opposition again and again. He believes that everything is broken in Canada, that we should all just throw up our hands. Well, he's wrong about that, Mr. Speaker. And when he talks about the economic record of the past few years and seems to ignore the pandemic because it was inconvenient for him, his own behavior during the pandemic, his own mistrust of science and evidence, his own encouragement of disorder and
Okay. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, maybe about 20 seconds worth, please.
Mr. Speaker, it is inconvenient for the Leader of the Opposition for us to talk about what happened during the pandemic, even though it had a deep and serious impact on Canadians, on families, on our economy, and we were there to support them. We were there grounded in science, ensuring that everyone was kept safe with vaccination programs, with science and evidence and supports. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for Canadians. We will continue to not believe Canada is broken, but to know we're building together.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, parents across my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and the City of Vaughan are again telling me how their children now have better access to dental care, clean teeth, and bright smiles. Would the Prime Minister provide an update on Canada's debt?
Up the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I can hardly hear his question. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, parents across my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and the City of Vaughan are again telling me how their children now have better access to dental care, clean teeth, and bright smiles. Would the Prime Minister provide an update on Canada's dental care plan and how it's impacting Canadian families from coast to coast to coast? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his question and his dedication to his constituents. We introduced the Canada Dental Benefit because we believe that no parent should have to choose between the health of their children and putting food on the table. And today I can announce that the Canada Dental Benefit has now helped 300,000 kids across the country go to the dentist, including 1,100 kids in the riding of Carleton. It's all part of our plan to make life more affordable for families, and it's a real shame that the Conservatives continue to stand against dental benefit for low-income Canadians.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, a year ago, most of the Liberal caucus and all Conservatives teamed up to defeat Bill C-216 for a health-based approach to substance use. If it had passed today, we would have a multifaceted plan to fight the toxic drug crisis based on the recommendations of the government's own expert task force. Instead, thousands more families have lost loved ones from poison drugs purchased on the street. So when will this government deliver a comprehensive plan to keep people who use drugs alive and provide no-fee, on-demand treatment for those who need help now? When?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how devastating the opioid epidemic is for families right across the country, and that is why we've continued to step up grounded in science and evidence and working in partnership with others. I salute the intention of the member opposite to contribute to this debate, but as we've worked concretely on the ground with partners, including with the government of BC, for example, to move forward on decriminalization in a way that is showing positive impacts across BC. We will continue to be grounded in evidence as we take action to save lives and keep Canadians safe.
Hear, hear. Honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons appris dans...
Mr. Speaker, in an article by journalist Daniel Leblanc, we discovered that the RCMP is preparing to offer additional protection services to a dozen senior executives and possibly some ministers. We're all aware that the number of threats and aggressive speeches, whether in person or online, is increasing. The risks are real. We shouldn't wait for an unfortunate event to happen before we all say, oh, we should have done something. It's therefore time for the government and this parliament to show political courage and provide all ministers and political party leaders with a bodyguard, as is already the case in Quebec at the National Assembly. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he intends to introduce a measure like this in Ottawa? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question and his concern, which is one that we share. Over the last several years, we've seen an increase in polarization and the toxicity and the level of hate among discourse in Canada, especially hate directed towards parliamentarians. We have to do everything necessary to keep those who serve democracy safe. This goes to the very basis of defending our democracy itself. We are looking into real measures to increase safety of ministers, and we're working with the Sergeant-at-Arms to ensure security for all parliamentarians.
It being 3:25 p.m., pursuant to order made on June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Kwan relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that given that, 1, the House called on the government to launch a public inquiry into allegations of foreign interference in Canada's democratic system. May I dispense? On March 23rd and May 8th, 2023. 2, the government did not heed this call and instead appointed an independent special rapporteur who has recommended against holding a public inquiry, despite noting significant gaps and leaving many questions either unasked or unanswered.
3, serious questions have been raised about the special rapporteur process. The council he retained, in support of this work, his findings and his conclusions. 4, only a full public inquiry can fully restore the confidence of Canadians in the integrity of our democratic institutions. The House, A, call on the Right Honourable David Johnston to step aside from his role as Special Rapporteur and call on the government to urgently establish a public commission of inquiry, which would be 1, led by an individual selected with unanimous support from all recognized parties in the House.
2, granted the power to review all aspects of foreign interference from all states, including but not limited to the interactions of the Chinese, Indian, Iranian, and Russian governments. 3, asked to present its report and any recommendations in advance of the next dissolution of Parliament, or at least at the fixed election date as set by the Canada Elections Act. And B, instruct the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to provide a report to the House as soon as possible with a recommendation on who should lead such a commission of inquiry and what its terms of reference should include. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votants.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Singh. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Gazan. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Zarillo. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Idlout. Ms. Idlout. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Barron. Ms. Barron. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey. Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Debruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrara.
Madame Martinez Ferrara.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madame Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform that the House, the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Baines. Try one more time here. Mr. Baines.
Nay. Nay, contre.
Anybody else? Bon, le bureau va maintenant compiler des...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 150, 150.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-281 under private members' business. The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motion numbers 2 and 3. Monsieur Lawrence, appuyé par
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moved that Bill C-281, in Clause 2, be amended by replacing, in the French version, line 19 on page 2 with the following, droit de la personne.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the motion.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
5e rangée.
5th row.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
4e rangée.
4th row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
3rd row.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
2e rangée.
2nd row.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
All those in the 1st row.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Reyes.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batterway.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame
In the first row.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Miss Chager.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. Fourth. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
In the first row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. In the third row. The second row. And the first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House the electronic period has ended.
If members were unable to vote due to technical reasons, they can use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare motion number 1 carried. I therefore declare motions number 2 and 3 carried.
Let it go.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moves that Bill C-281, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Broadcasting Act, and the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act is amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I'd like to request a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote. And we will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Lawrence.
We'll now proceed to members voting or participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
In the 5th row.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Back to Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
4th row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
All those in 3rd row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Albus. Pardon me, Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
2nd row.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
In the 1st row.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
All those in the fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Ferrara.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
No, Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
All those in the first row.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. And first row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. All those in the sixth row, the fifth row, the fourth row, the third row, the second row, and the first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may not use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Looks like everybody worked. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 323, 323. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion is carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House.
Here, here.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-244 at report stage. La question est...
The question is the following one.
Mr. Meow, seconded by Mrs. May, Cambridge, move that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act Diagnosis, Maintenance and Repair, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item. We'll now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutier.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Bang.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Tassi.
Miss Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Trudel.
Mr. Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Albus.
Lob.
Mr. Lob. Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si des députés n'ont pas
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Viss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It came to my attention that my second vote on Bill C-281 did not go through accordingly. I therefore seek the permission of the House to apply my vote as a yay for the previous vote with your permission. Thank you.
Going to finish this round of votes, and then if you don't mind coming back after with a point of order, and we'll see if the chamber will allow you to do that. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed? Agreed. I'm now ready to rule on a question of privilege. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Viss, you have a point of order. Can I get a glass of water?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just previously mentioned, my second vote on Bill C-281 did not go through accordingly on the app. I did not inform you at the appropriate time, but I'm seeking your permission to apply my vote as a yay. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm sorry. No? I'm going to ask again. I wasn't very... All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Okay? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Mr. Viss, how would you like to vote?
Yay.
Yay? Very good. It's registered. I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised yesterday by the member for Durham. I would like to thank the member for having raised this matter. In his intervention, the member alleged having been a victim of an ongoing campaign of foreign interference orchestrated by officials and agents of the People's Republic of China and dating as far back as the previous parliament. He added that this campaign was not related to the one single event, which made his question of privilege distinct from the one raised by the member for Wellington Halton Hills. He also indicated that interference on of this scale had violated not only his privilege, but also those of many more members of the House. Le député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
From the outside or inside, I'm going to ask the Sergeant-at-Arms maybe to just take a walk around the hall in the area around. I'm sure there's nothing intentional there, but we just want to make people aware that if they're speaking on the outside, it echoes into the chamber. Le député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, supporting the member for Durham's assertions, suggested that the matter either be found prima facie or be integrated into the current study of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The House has the right to the services of its members, free from intimidation, obstruction, and interference. The chair takes any allegation of foreign interference into the work of members, as well as its impacts on their families, very seriously.
This is why I ruled on May 8th, 2023, that a similar matter raised by the member for Wellington Halton Hills constituted a prima facie question of privilege. At the time, the chair agreed that the matter of a foreign entity trying to interfere or intervene in the conduct of our proceedings, targeting members and their relatives, touches upon the privileges and immunities that underpin our collective ability to carry out our parliamentary duties unimpeded. Le député de Wellington Halton Hills ensuite.
The member for Wellington Halton Hills subsequently moved a motion to refer the matter of the intimidation campaign orchestrated by Wei Jiao against him and other members to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The motion was adopted by the House on May 10, 2023. Though the motion related to the actions of one specific individual, the chair's ruling referred more broadly to a foreign entity.
Raised by the member for Durham, the points raised by the member are extremely serious. While I agree they must properly be addressed in considering a question of privilege, the chair must determine whether it should take precedence over the business of the House. Given that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has already been instructed to investigate the matter of foreign interference, the chair believes that it is the appropriate forum for further discussion of this issue. As such, I invite the member and any other member impacted to make representation to the committee over the course of its study. I thank the members for their attention. Merci. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
I have the honor to table a report to the Standing Committee on Health regarding Bill C-293, an act respecting pandemic prevention and preparedness.
Studied the bill and pursuant to Standing Order 97.1 sub 1, humbly requests a 30-day extension to consider it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Orders 97.13a, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022. The recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 7, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Presenting reports, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I'd like to thank our legislative clerk, Philippe Mela, the Finance Committee clerks, Alexandre Roger and Alexandre Sasha Vasilev, Committee Assistant Linda Goudreau, the whole team of 16 additional clerks that came in to help during the long hours into the nights, the whole team of interpreters, technologists, and staff of the committee, and of course the hard-working members of the committee, our witnesses and department officials for all their hard work in getting this report completed. Thank you all.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in relation to Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, to make consequential amendments to other acts, to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. The 9th report, entitled Main Estimates 2023-24, Vote 1 under Canadian Dairy Commission. Vote 1 under Canadian Grain Commission. And votes 1, 5, and 10 under Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. Nope, I think you're still on mute there. Give it a try.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Thanks. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled
Principal des dépenses.
Main Estimates 2023-24. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport de comité, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur de présenter dans les deux langues officielles.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Main Estimates 2023-24.
I wish to thank the Auditor General of Canada for appearing along with her team, as well as all committee members, the clerk, our analyst, and other support we had to get this done. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Main Estimates 2023-2024.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Hey. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I have the honor to present in both official languages the report from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. We were excited to send you the 42nd report entitled Report on the Report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for the Province of British Columbia 2022.
And I believe there's a dissenting report from the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Conservative members of Procedure and House Affairs Committee to table a dissenting report to the main report of the committee with respect to redistribution for the province of British Columbia. Conservative members on the committee respect the work of the Electoral Boundaries Commission, which consulted broadly, and therefore we oppose many of the objections. However, we do ask the Commission to respectfully consider, in a favorable light, the objection of the member for South Surrey White Rock to move Lanceville into Nanaimo, Ladysmith, as well as to favorably consider the name changes proposed by the member for Kelowna Lake Country and the member for Langley Aldergrove.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Waterloo, I believe you have a couple more reports from committee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has been very busy, so I also have the honour to present in both official languages 3 other reports from the state.
I believe a point of order from the Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, je pense que vous avez constaté.
I think you saw yourself, Mr. Speaker, that the member is wearing a T-shirt with very clear connotations. It's inappropriate in the House to promote any cause. It's not a scarf. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get your opinion on this.
All right. What I will say on this one is that we're not supposed to be wearing T-shirt, not necessarily the T-shirts, but it's things that say something on it. It's the writing on them. And I know the honourable member is wearing something from Easter Seals, so I will let her complete her statement, her report. But I will remind all members, to be more judicious in what we're wearing in the chamber. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that it would be a Conservative member who'd be concerned with people living with disabilities or telling a woman what to wear.
Order. The point of order from the Honourable Deputy de Mégantic-Lérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Mr. Speaker, it is not the writing on the member's T-shirt that is the problem. It's the T-shirt. It's the fact that it's not appropriate in this House to wear a T-shirt when you rise to speak. Just like a man cannot rise and speak without wearing a tie. There's a certain respect that we need to have for this House. And I do not at all appreciate what my colleague just said regarding a simple rule here in the House having to do with the style of dress and the rules we all follow to respect decorum.
On this one, quelques interventions sur ça. So je vais aller avec les leaders en chambre. L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in the Bloc Québécois, I think that indeed the Speaker should ask for the clear rules to be respected. We need to respect the rules.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that you made the right call when you indicated some discretion. Much like earlier today, the Speaker, in calling for a vote where a private member had stood up not wearing a tie, and the member was still allowed to ensure that that vote would still be counted. So I support what it is that you've implied, and that is that the member should be able to finish what it is that she said, and you've made a very clear statement on the issue.
I believe the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think your ruling was clear. There is discretion in this House. All members abide by it. I don't see how anyone could object to accessibility and inclusion in the House of Commons.
And I believe the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think your ruling was judicious, but unfortunately, this member couldn't leave well enough alone and decided to take a shot on this side. That is the problem. And because of that, I actually think you should now enforce the law, enforce the rules of this place, which is you do not make statements in this House when you're not appropriately addressed. There would be problems from this side if I came in and wore a Alberta, I love Alberta oil, I support agriculture, so I think this member should not be permitted to finish because she did not respect your ruling, which was to continue. She had to take a gratuitous shot at the opposition for trying to work with the system and uphold the rules of this place, which we should all be trying to do.
I believe the member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I was wondering whether you would have raised a question about a T-shirt, but you didn't, and the opposition didn't, so that was understood that this was going to happen. Then I'm not sure whether we're dealing with our colleagues on the Conservative side being special snowflakes and feeling hurt and now wanting to shut down a voice. My question, Speaker, is the color red. I was actually very concerned. I thought that might be a kind of a liberal color, and since some of the Conservatives are wearing red too, should we rule on color today, or was it the fact that it's a positive message of inclusion, or are we concerned that the Conservatives are feeling hurt once again?
Again, the rule is more about slogans. It's about props. It's sort of they all fit sort of in the same group of rules, and if everyone would like to indulge me, I'd be more than happy to read some of the rule, and then we'll go back to the order as we go. So just give us a second here. Turn the mic off. All right.
One more thing.
Okay, one more thing. Mic off for a sec. So I'll read it. Rules of Order and Decorum 611, page, Chapter 13. While the standing orders do not prescribe a dress code for members participating in debate, speakers have ruled that all members desiring to be recognized to speak at any point during the proceedings of the House must be wearing contemporary business attire. Current practice requires that male members wear jacket shirts and ties. Clerical collars have been allowed, although ascots, turtlenecks have been ruled inappropriate for male members participating in debate. The chair stated that wearing a kilt is permissible on certain occasions, for example, Robbie Burns Day. Members of the House who are armed forces have been permitted to wear uniforms in the House, although there is no notation on the effect in the journals or in the debates. A new elected member introduced in the House in 2005 wore a traditional Métis dress on that occasion without objection from the chair. So in circumstances, usually for medical reasons, the chair allows a relaxation of dress standards permitted, for example, a member whose arm was in a cast to wear a sweater or in the House instead of a jacket. The other point that I want to make on this one, when I said about slogans and or props, speakers have consistently ruled that visual displays or demonstrations of any kind used by members to illustrate their remarks or emphasize their position are out of order. Similarly, props of any kind have always been found to be unacceptable in the chamber. Members may hold notes in their hands, and they've been interrupted or reprimanded by speaker if they use papers, documents, or other objects to illustrate their remarks. So the point that I'm trying to make here is simply we need to be judicious in what we are wearing. I am going to continue to allow it, but I would caution the member on sort of the retort back. I think that's what caused this afternoon already. So I will recognize the honourable member for Waterloo, and let's get the reports from committees done up, and let's just be judicious. Let's be judicious in the future on the wearing of T-shirts with slogans in the House. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I also have the honour to present in both official languages the following reports from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The 43rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to its study of the main estimates for the fiscal year 2023-2024. The 44th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, May 25th, 2023 regarding the study on foreign election interference. The 45th report requesting a further 8-sitting day extension to consider the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for Ontario 2022. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrent in the 45th report later this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Collins, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, the Judges Act, and the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, orders prohibiting publication of identifying information. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to table my private member's bill on publication bans this afternoon. This bill is an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Judges Act, and the Director of Public Prosecutions Act to better support survivors of sexualized violence. Tabling this bill was made possible by the phenomenal work of My Voice, My Choice, a group of women who have courageously advocated to make sure other survivors have a choice when it comes to publication bans. Currently, there's no obligation to get consent from victim complainants when a ban has been placed on their name. And if they choose to speak out about their own experiences, they can face criminal charges. This is appalling. And I strongly believe as MPs, we have a responsibility to reform these systems. And I know that Bill S-12 was recently introduced in the Senate, which I was very happy to see, but there are gaps in this government bill. And so I look forward to working with MPs from all parties when it comes to the House to make it better. I hope that my bill can act as an example of how S-12 can and must be strengthened to ensure all survivors are given a choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Collins, appuyez par...
Ms. Collins, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moved that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Patriote Les Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would seem that I didn't use the right term for the point of order. I just need some clarification about the decision you just made on wearing a T-shirt. I know that you quoted the standing orders. I just wanted to be clear because my understanding of the decision you made is that anyone who comes to the House with something that has a slogan on their shirt is, whether anyone intervenes or you intervene, it means that the member can finish what they have to say, and then afterwards, the member should dress according to our dress code. If tomorrow morning I show up with a T-shirt that says Vive le Québec libre in this House, it means that I could finish my speech and then I would have to be wearing something that conforms with the dress code afterwards. I just want to clarify if that's how it works. Because on this side, for the Bloc Québécois, I want things to be clear when we apply these standing orders. Even if we don't like the Constitution, we want the Canadian government to respect it.
Je crois que j'étais vraiment clair.
I think I was very clear that I will accept it this time to try and get through the page of routine proceedings. I can't promise that this won't happen in the future. Number two.
If we want to talk about what we're wearing in the chamber, I would invite the caucuses to maybe put a motion on the floor so that Proc can look at it. Because it's not something that we can be deciding on the floor. But in the future, I would suggest that we do not wear T-shirts with slogans on them in the House. All stop. C'est fini. All right. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 45th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs
The honourable member for La Prairie. The first time you accept that she finished what she had to say, even though she was in violation of the standing orders, it was clear based on what you read. But now she's getting up with the same T-shirt, and you've just told my colleague that in the future you would no longer accept it. So now we're in the future, and she's getting up again with the same T-shirt. I'm sorry, but there's limits. Could you please apply the standing orders? It was extremely clear based on what you read, and it's clear that she's not respecting it. That was earlier. It's not earlier anymore. We are now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, because I know there are certain members that are listening this time around, so just to repeat what I had indicated earlier, we saw the Speaker make a ruling inadvertently by allowing a member to be able to stand for introduction of a vote on a bill not wearing a tie. And then in your ruling, Mr. Speaker, you used discretion in this situation, and my understanding was it's just so that we can get through the rubric. It wasn't, it's a one-time issue where we saw something earlier in a vote and it's not something that's going to be accepted going forward because you're giving a detailed explanation. That was my understanding. So I would suggest that we just continue to get through the rubric, and members on all sides of the House have taken note of what it is that you have said, and I'm sure respective whips will make sure it's reinforced in caucuses.
I'll make it easy this time. Let's just move on to petitions. Let's move on to petitions. Les pétitions. The honourable member for Willowdale. Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly a great honour for me to table a petition today on behalf of the Canadian Hazara Advocacy Group. This is a group with members from across the country, from coast to coast, and they are particularly concerned about the persecution that the Taliban are subjecting members of the Hazara community in Afghanistan. It is well recorded that there are many atrocities going on, and members of the Hazara community in Canada have come together, put their shoulders to the wheel to make sure that we're all fully aware of this, and we do everything that we can possibly do. And it's important to say that other parliaments and municipalities have taken note of this and recognize full well that we should stand up and stand with all members of the Hazara community. In this particular case, Their petition is rightfully asking for us to support an investigation by the Human Rights Council of the UN into serial atrocities that are going on against the Hazara. In addition, they have requested that we substantially increase visas for Hazaras seeking asylum in Canada through special immigration programs. So it's a great honor to table this, and I would remind all members how incredibly important it is that we continue to pay attention and continue to stand up for members of the Hazara community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Newport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the fifth time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River are demanding that the Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that have fueled the surge in crime throughout their rural community. The crime severity index in the rural town of 4,000 has increased by over 50% from just 5 years ago. What was once a safe community is now turned into a place where people fear for their lives because the government's catch-and-release policies have allowed violent, repeat offenders to be out on bail instead in jail. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I fully support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition. Voila. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1387 to 1391, 1394, and 1398. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question number 1386, 1392, 1393, and 1395 to 1397 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? It's agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would also ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
It's so agreed. Notices of motion, production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
C'est une intervention, appel au règlement, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Point of order. Mr. Speaker, I just don't want to remind my colleagues that for translators' health, we heard that there were cell phones close to the microphones, and so there's a risk of interference with the microphones. So please, out of consideration for those who are interpreting, please keep your phones away from the mics. That is an excellent recommendation. That's something I do fairly often, so I will remind everyone to keep their cell phones away from the microphones on the desks.
All right, we're almost ready to move on. Point of order from the honourable member for, again, Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so the Procedure and House Affairs Committee did table a series of reports today, and the House we had requested for an extension until June 9th. We are getting through that work, and so I am just requesting unanimous consent to request that the 45th report that was provided earlier this day be concurred in.
Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I have a nay over there. So I guess that finishes that. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders. Second reading, resuming debate of Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts.
Debate. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to talk about Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act to create a beneficial ownership registry to combat money laundering. And I have the honor today of sharing my time with my friend and colleague, the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap. Canada has a big problem with money laundering, and nowhere is that more evident than in Metro Vancouver, where my community of Langley Aldergrove is located. Now, this is well known around the world. People have given Canada's very accessible money laundering streams a special name. They call it snow washing. Generally speaking, Canada is known to have a stable government and economy and to be a safe place to invest. So honest people make assumptions that money coming from or going to Canadian registered corporations must be legitimate. But sadly, that is not always the case. So we need to work hard to maintain that favorable impression that the world has of us. It's easy to ruin one's reputation. And that is sadly what is happening. According to a 2017 analysis by Transparency International, Canada is tied with South Korea for the weakest corporate transparency rules among G20 nations. And that is why I welcome this legislation, Bill C-42, which is going to create a beneficial shareholder register so that crooks can't hide behind a veil of secrecy and complexity and confusion. We want things to be transparent. We want to know who owns what. Now, BC has been taking the lead in building a transparency rules to combat money laundering. In March 2019, in a report entitled Combating Money Laundering in BC Real Estate, an expert panel appointed by the BC government had this to say about the problem of money laundering. Focuses on British Columbia, but of course it applies right across the country. And this is what they said. Money laundering is significantly damages our society and causes ongoing harm, not limited to real estate sector or other economic sectors. Money laundering is contagious and a corrupting influence on society. It facilitates other criminal activities, contributing in particular to drug trafficking and the violent crime and opioid deaths that result, as is so sadly evident in British Columbia. Now, the report goes on to say that given the secret nature of money laundering, it's very difficult to estimate how much damage it is doing to our economy. But they do estimate that somewhere around $50 billion in dirty money is pumped into our national economy every year. And this activity has resulted in, it's estimated, a 5% uptick in real estate prices in British Columbia, feeding into the housing unaffordability crisis. Now, this committee recommended several anti-money laundering tools, starting with implementing a land ownership transparency register, which is in effect at the moment in British Columbia. Now, they're of the opinion that transparency in real estate would be the single most effective tool in the anti-money laundering arsenal, but they also acknowledge that money laundering touches on more than just real estate transactions. And I think it's informative to understand what money laundering is. It is effectively the process of making illegally gained proceeds appear to be legitimate. These proceeds can come from monstrous activities like fentanyl trafficking, for example, but sometimes it's much less nefarious than that. For example, it could be legally earned and obtained money that is brought illegally into Canada by evading the originating country's arbitrary capital controls. All of this activity is illegal. And actors become very creative in hiding their trails by creating layers of complexity. But it all follows the same basic process. It's usually done in 3 phases. First of all, placement. Secondly, layering. And thirdly, integration. So placement is the introduction of cash into the legitimate payment system. Layering is conducting multiple levels of complexity for no purpose other than to hide the paper trail. And integration is working the money back into the legal system. Money properly laundered, I use the term loosely, can be very, very difficult to trace. And now one of the layering tools that professionals like to use is secret trusts. Somebody owns something, the front person, or they're the registered owner of it, but they're not the real owner. They're holding it in trust for somebody who is working in the shadows. The real owner is invisible to law enforcement agencies. Now, today we're talking about amendments to the Canada Business Corporations Act to create a share ownership transparency register to eliminate this layering tool that professionals like to use. So how can this be beneficial? Well, let's take a look at what some provinces have done. British Columbia is really taking the lead, and I think it bears to note this, that every province in Canada has their own corporate registry, as does the federal registry. And so it's very important that the provinces and the federal government work together. There needs to be a pan-Canadian approach. Otherwise, we will be encouraging forum shopping amongst professional crooks. They're going to go to the province with the most relaxed and most permissive laws. And I'm happy to say that Bill C-42 at least attempts to tackle that. British Columbia has implemented a requirement that all British Columbia registered companies keep a beneficial owners register at their corporate records office. Now, this is an early version of a beneficial shareholder register, and it's a good start, but it's not enough, and that is recognized. It's not a very useful tool for law enforcement because it doesn't allow law enforcement to work undercover. The register is not free, it's not publicly accessible, it's not centralized, and it's too bureaucratic, and it's too difficult for law enforcement to use it. And therefore, it needs to be amended, and I'm happy to say that that is in the works. By 2025, there should be a centralized register in British Columbia that is readily searchable by law enforcement agents without the law enforcement agency, the police, coming to the registered office and saying, we want to see your corporate records book, which gives too much notice to the crooks. Quebec and Ontario are following similar trajectory as British Columbia, and the United Kingdom is really taking the lead with their people with significant control register for all registered companies in that country. It's free, it's publicly accessible, but so far it's presenting only mixed results in being an effective tool for law enforcement. So, Mr. Speaker, this Bill C-42 needs to go to pass second reading. It needs to go to committee where it needs to be studied in detail. And I hope that we will have witnesses coming from the United Kingdom to tell us what's good about their system and what's lacking, so that we can learn from their successes and from their mistakes. So back to Bill C-42, the federal government's attempt to tackle money laundering, tax evasion, and other illegal activity. And to quote the minister in his speech when he introduced this legislation, he said, simply put, increasing beneficial ownership transparency will enhance Canada's good international reputation as a safe, fair, and competitive place to do business, and to provide even greater legitimacy to law-abiding Canadian businesses. All very laudable objectives, which I support. This bill should go to committee where it can be studied in detail. I will be looking there for efficiencies and effectiveness, and also how adaptable it will be so that provinces can adopt it as well. Because as I said, the solution needs to be pan-Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on democratic institutions. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan and Shuswap on carbon pricing. And the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York on democratic institutions. Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I concur with the member in terms of that there's a number of issues related, let's say, to the issue of money laundering and the impact that has on Canadian society in many different ways. One could ultimately talk about that very strong criminal element and how that goes down into our communities. So it is an issue that does need to be dealt with, and I'm glad to hear that the member is anxious to see it go to committee. And I'm wondering if he could give an indication, does the member already have a sense of some amendments that they would be proposing, or does the Conservative Party have a sense of amendments that they would be proposing at this time, or are they going to be waiting until the committee stage?
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
I think ultimately I would like to thank the member from Winnipeg for the question. We'll be waiting to see what comes up at committee and what the study will be. But, you know, a couple of things come to mind. One is that this system has to be efficient. It can't be overly bureaucratic. Before I was elected to Parliament, I was practicing corporate law. And I was talking to my law partners the other day, and they were saying, you know, the rules are just too complicated. And it's time-consuming, and it's expensive, you know, costs that they pass on to their clients. And so I'll be looking for efficiency. And also my understanding is that the threshold will be for having to register someone as a beneficial loan has to be 25%. I suspect that's probably too high. Probably has to be a lower number, like 10%.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-Patriote Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-42 is an important step forward to have better transparency when it comes to who owns what company here in Canada. But there are certain limits to this. Perhaps my colleague could tell us more about the following. If there is a business that is registered in Barbados or in a tax haven or in any other country where there isn't the same level of transparency based on who owns the business at the end of the day, the transparency will stop at the border. So if the company is abroad, in a country with no transparency, then it will be impossible to get all the information. Does my colleague have an idea of how we could do to rectify this problem in the future?
For Langley Aldergrove.
Yeah, that's a great question, so thank you for that. You know, that question just underlines how complicated money laundering can be, you know, to tackle the problem. But if I understand the question correctly, you know, it relates to money coming into Canada from a foreign corporation, let's say Barbados registered, which maybe doesn't have the same transparency rules that we have. But we do have FinTrack rules, and money coming in would have to go into a bank, and if it's over a certain amount of money, the bank would require reporting according to the FinTrack rules. So it's not as if we have nothing. It's probably not enough, but we do have something, and this bill is another step in the right direction.
And comments, questions, commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague. The issue with money laundering is severe in Canada. I mean, there's an international expression. It's called snow washing, because Canada is known as a jurisdiction to dump dirty money. Cartels, drug cartels, terror gangs, all kinds of illicit activity, and it can move through casinos to be cleaned. It's also being used in terms of real estate, and this issue I think is concerning. We know that 2018 there was $47 billion of illicit money snow washed in Canada. It could have been as high as $100 billion, but the impacts on affordability for people who can't buy in the real estate market, say in Vancouver, Toronto, or Montreal, because these are being used as safe zones to hold money. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he thinks this is something we should look at, given the fact that people can't even afford to live in the cities that they love. The impacts of snow washing and using Canadian real estate as a zone to clean money that should actually be exposed as dirty money.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, that's a good question, and it goes right to the very heart of what the problem is and what this bill is trying to tackle and to remedy. I agree with his analysis that snow washing, pumping money into the Canadian economy, is forcing up real estate prices for people who want to get into a home. We already have a housing affordability crisis. This is just making it so much worse, and it needs to be tackled. It's a complex problem, and the solution will be multifaceted. Bill C-42 is a step in the right direction. We need to deliver this for Canadians.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today as the member of North Okanagan Shuswap, one of the most beautiful areas in the world at any time of the year, and especially as we turn from spring to summer. I rise today to speak to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and make consequential and related amendments to other acts, and would like to thank the member from Langley-Aldergrove for splitting his time and for his thoughtful intervention. Mr. Speaker, the government has stated their objective of C-42 is to protect Canadians against money laundering and terrorist financing, deter tax evasion, tax avoidance, and make sure Canada is an attractive place to conduct business. One has to ask why this Liberal NDP coalition has taken so long to act when it has been evident for years that change is needed. While I believe there is support for the concept of a national public registry of beneficial owners of companies, I also believe that we may need to look to extend transparency of beneficial ownership of other assets. For example, at the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, or FOPO as it's known around Parliament Hill, we've been hearing testimony from witnesses who are extremely concerned about the purchase and control of fishing licenses and quotas by foreign entities and even unknown entities. That's right, Mr. Speaker, unknown entities. Let me take us back in time a little bit to explain what I'm referring to. In 2019, the FOPO committee tabled a report titled West Coast Fisheries, Sharing Risks and Benefits. This report was a result of a study initiated partly out of concern at that time, over 4 years ago, over the situation of local fish harvesters unable to compete with unknown entities bidding higher prices for access to Canada's fisheries resources, a common property resource for the benefit of Canadians. Now, over 4 years later, guess what is being studied at FOPO, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans? Well, foreign ownership and corporate concentration of fishing licenses and quotas. I'll go back to my earlier question of why this Liberal NDP coalition has taken so long to act. Here we are 4 years after that initial report, and even longer into this government's mandate since the concerns were first raised by stakeholders. They were raised, and here we are restudying almost the same issue, hearing that the same issues and concerns still exist, and this government has failed to take steps to ascertain that Canadians are the primary beneficiaries to access to Canadians' common property resources, Canada's fisheries. It is somewhat shocking to hear testimony over 4 years ago and now, hearing similar testimony over recent weeks, that there's no real method of tracking beneficial ownership of fishing licenses and quota, and possibly even vessels on Canada's west coast. Although some have tried to track that beneficial ownership, in some cases the web becomes so tangled that no one can clearly identify who owns what. Mr. Speaker, that 2019 report I referred to contained a number of recommendations to the government, 20 in fact, but there were a few key recommendations related to foreign ownership that the government should have acted on, but has been dragging its feet with slow and almost no response. I'll refer to some of the recommendations quickly, and what should have been done and what hasn't been done. Recommendation 2 out of that report stated that based on the principle that fish in Canadian waters are a resource for Canadians, i.e. common property, no future sales of fishing quota and/or licenses to non-Canadian beneficial owners based on the consideration of issues of legal authority and international agreement and trade impact. What has been done? Little to nothing. And nothing that the committee has been made aware of. Recommendation 4 somewhat similar, that to increase the transparency of quota license ownership and transactions, Fisheries and Oceans Canada determine and publish an easily accessible and in readable format a public online database that includes the following. Has that been achieved? Certainly not. Recommendation 5, that Fisheries Oceans Canada prioritize the collection of socio-economic data for past and future regulatory changes and make this information publicly available. Again, no action that the committee is aware of. Recommendation 14, that Fisheries and Oceans Canada develop a new policy framework through a process of authentic and transparent engagement with all key stakeholders. For example, active fish harvesters, or where they exist, organizations that represent them in all fisheries fleets, including owner-operators, non-owner-operators, and crew. First Nations, commercial fish harvesters, or where they exist, organizations that represent them. Organizations representing license and quota holders that are not active fish harvesters, including fish processing companies. That last one was a key one, and again, very little action from this government that the committee that is restudying the same issue has been made aware of. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to cut my time a little shorter today to make sure we have opportunity for other members to speak, but I will repeat again to what I said earlier. We've heard from some of those that are most impacted by the potential of foreign investment, foreign ownership of our common property resources here in Canada, and that yet there's been little or no action to who the actual beneficial buyers and owners are. So I'll close by saying that there is merit for a registry of individuals with significant control of corporations in Canada. If this is done, it must be done in ways to protect personal privacy, but also protect the common resources for the benefit of Canadians. I look forward to following the debate of C42 as it goes through the process to see if it accomplishes the stated objectives without unintended consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the member's concluding remarks, he talks about unintended consequences. And at the beginning, he talked about it's taken a number of years in order to get it to this stage. One of the reasons it's taken the time it has is so that we could do the proper consultation that's necessary and allow the civil servants to do what they do best in terms of ensuring that we have something of substance that's in a good form so that it can go to a standing committee so that we can, if there's ways in which we can even improve upon it there. Issues such as privacy, individual privacy, is of great concern. There's no doubt about that. And I'm wondering if, as I posed to his colleague, does the member himself have any specifics in terms of having looked at the legislation where he would like to see some personal changes?
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg South, is it? Winnipeg North, pardon me, for his question. As this bill works its way through the process, we may see amendments come through if it gets to committee stage. I look forward to being possibly able to participate in that. But the issue I raised, it has taken over 4 years. This government's 8 years into its mandate, and the issues that I raised within the fisheries sector have been very clear. But there's been little to no action until those stakeholders really started pressing this government, and we're finally starting to see some very slow initial steps taken, steps that should have been taken years ago. Thank you.
Question et commentaire,
the honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my Conservative colleague, because I sit with him at the Fisheries Committee and we work very well together. It's a great pleasure to work with him. He is rigorous, he is skillful, he's competent and always very diligent. So I'd like to thank him for his work. Now, time is money, Mr. Speaker. We all know this. My colleague spoke about the time it has taken to have a reaction from the government. We're currently studying foreign investments in fisheries, and we realize that there are some people who are asking us to appear in camera, which is very worrying. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the effectiveness with which we have to act rapidly if we don't want to fundamentally lose our fishing resources here in Canada.
Well, member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that the kind mention of my work at FOPO. We have heard from witnesses. Some have asked to appear in camera with their names not divulged because they were afraid of repercussions. We've heard of other harvesters that simply are concerned, but out of fear of repercussion, they simply will not testify. That's very concerning to us as members, to me as a parliamentarian, to hear that there are those kind of threats and concerns being brought sometimes through back doors is the only way that people feel safe, that their families feel safe. I think this is a bigger issue that we as parliamentarians owe a duty to Canadians to fully investigate and fully make sure that we retain beneficial ownership of Canada's resources for Canadians. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Ms. Charleswood, Mr. Speaker. Which comes first? That's okay. One of the things that I want to ask my colleague about, and I want to thank him for his excellent speech. The bill puts the threshold for significant control at 25% or more of the company shares. For it to be truly effective, I think a lot of my Conservative colleagues would agree with me, the threshold needs to be lower. For example, what's used by the Ontario Securities Commission, which is 10%. I wonder if you could comment on that.
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap, with 26 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I won't to try attempt and butcher the member's name because it is quite long, but I thank him for that question. And certainly the threshold of 25% seems to be quite high, especially when tracking of that foreign ownership may not be all that clear in other countries. So that 25% threshold, I believe, should be lowered, and we may see that amendment at the committee stage. Thank you.
With all apologies to my friend from Hamilton Centre, we need to move on. The reprise du débat, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also engage in this debate. And the reason I find this so important is I'm from the beautiful province of British Columbia and from the city of Abbotsford, which is nestled between majestic Mount Baker, 10,500 feet high, and on the other side, the mighty Fraser River. So we live in a wonderful community, a wonderful region of the country. But one of the challenges we've had over the years is that Canada, and more specifically British Columbia, has become the locus, the very heart of money laundering in our country. And just so Canadians understand what money laundering in it is, it's not a benign activity engaged in by Canadians who want to avoid taxes or something like that. Money laundering is taking the proceeds of crime, channeling them into what appears to be a legitimate business or a legitimate asset, and try to make those proceeds seem legitimate. It's a great way for criminals to hide the proceeds of crime. Now, the last thing I believe that Canadians want to do is aid and abet criminals to commit their crimes in our country. And yet that's what's been happening for so many years. Now, this legislation is not the be-all, end-all. Bill C-42 is simply a part of the solution. And what it does, it establishes a beneficial registry, an ownership registry that will allow Canadians to see who actually owns the companies into which money might be directed from the proceeds of crime. Now, this is not going to solve the whole problem of money laundering. Our police have their hands full trying to track these criminals down, trying to identify the proceeds of crime, trying to get convictions. But here's another problem, Mr. Speaker, and that is this. Money laundering has contributed significantly to the inflationary impacts on prices of land, of real estate, of homes that Canadians have wanted to buy. Because these criminals know if they can get that money channeled into a house, it's going to be less likely that the police are going to be able to identify that asset as being a proceed of crime. They also channel these proceeds of crime into things like legitimate businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises. They will channel this money into hard assets. It may be boats, maybe expensive cars, but at the end of the day, this costs Canadians big time. Now, there's another reason why this is important to British Columbians. It was in British Columbia that the Cullen Commission was established to investigate this very problem and challenge to our criminal justice laws and to the broader issue of how much money laundering costs the average Canadian. And so the Cullen Commission made a long list of recommendations, most of which implicated the provincial government and called upon the provincial government to act. But there was one recommendation that stood out, and that was that the federal government establish a pan-Canadian beneficial ownership registry for corporations. Now, I believe Justice Cullen really intended for this to cover all companies in Canada. The problem is, the criminal justice law is a federal law. So we as a parliament, we have jurisdiction over that. But here's a problem. The large majority of Canadian companies are incorporated not at the federal level, but at the provincial level. So implicating every one of our 10 provinces and our territories. And how do you cobble together a pan-Canadian foreign ownership registry program with all these different players at the table? So what this bill does, at least in the immediate term, is it establishes a corporate beneficial ownership registry for federally incorporated companies. And it's a good start. And I believe the Cullen Commission's intent was for this Liberal government to actually engage the provinces and territories to expand this and to include the provincial regimes in this federal legislation so that we can go after the money launderers in every corner of our country. Now, there's a reason why this has come to our attention as lawmakers. Back in 2016, the Panama Papers really exposed how vulnerable Canada was to money laundering. And those papers made it clear that Canada was a laggard on the international stage when it came to addressing money laundering and basically interdicting the criminals that were taking proceeds of crime, filtering that money through legitimate enterprises and assets, and then getting away with their crimes. Mr. Speaker, then in 2017, it was this Liberal government's finance minister, Bill Morneau, who actually said, we need a beneficial registry to help combat money laundering in our market. to determine the true source of funds and ownership in the acquisition of firms. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? He was right at that time. So that was 2017. So what happened in the intervening years? Nothing. Let's see, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23. 8 years of inaction on the part of this Liberal government. It's pretty shocking when this government, through its finance minister, at the very least, had become aware that this was a very important issue for Canadians. Yet nothing was done. Now, I will say this. I'm pleased, at least, Mr. Speaker, that this has now come before us as Bill C-42, and it looks like we will see a beneficial ownership registry passed and implemented in our country. But as this goes through the committee review and comes back to this House, we're going to be asking a lot of questions. For example, how will this registry protect Canadians' privacy rights? Because we want to interdict criminals as they try to undertake their criminal enterprises. However, Mr. Speaker, we also want to make sure that the privacy of Canadians is protected. And I don't have great confidence that this government will actually protect our privacy, and here's why. We recently debated Bill C-27 in this House, which is all about privacy rights, and we've been asking for the government to actually include privacy as a fundamental right in Canada, a fundamental right that Canadians can depend on. Sadly, Bill C-27 did not include that. So we have a right to be concerned. We also want to ask, who will have access to the information that will be in the beneficial registry? Is it police? Is it the ordinary citizen? Is it business people? None of that is clarified in this legislation. We need to know that. Will the bill give law enforcement the necessary tools to combat money laundering and terrorist financing? So, Madam Speaker, I've come to the end of my time here in my comments, so what I would like to do is just suggest, Madam Speaker, I believe there is an all-party agreement, and so I'm asking for unanimous consent to request a recorded vote on Bill C-42.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to have a recorded vote on this bill? Yes? Okay, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It's carried. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Thursday, June 1st, 2023, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-284, National Strategy for Eye Care Act, standing in the name of Ms. Scrow.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay, James Mnavikiyu. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-284. As we know, it seeks to create a national strategy for the preventment and treatment of eye-related illnesses in order to improve Canadians' health. It would also designate February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Month, Awareness Month. We can read in the preamble that vision loss can be attributed to various causes, including macular degeneration, cataracts, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy, that millions of Quebecers and Canadians suffer from eye-related illnesses, which without treatment could lead to vision loss or blindness, and that according to estimates, this could lead to losses of billions of dollars for Quebecers and Canadians. Financial losses and loss of well-being, and that we should do more to offer treatments to prevent and treat eye diseases and prevent inequity for people who have suffered vision loss. And finally, that Parliament states that we should be proactive to fight vision loss and create a national strategy on eye health. Madam Speaker, in the same vein, there have been other bills over the recent parliaments, like for autism, cancer, or diabetes. Similarly, this bill seeks to create a strategy in the form of a report on eye health. Unsurprisingly, this bill has been supported by the Canadian Society of Ophthalmologists and Optometrists. When the bill was tabled, and during the same period when World Sight Day was held on October 13th, a poll was published which shows that few Canadians are aware of the importance of this aspect of our health. Therefore, there are 4 parts of the strategy in C-284 to determine the needs of health professionals and others in regard to training and guidelines on the prevention and treatment of eye disease, including clinical practice guidelines. Secondly, to promote research and improve data collection on preventing and treating eye disease. Thirdly, to promote the communication of research and data between federal and provincial governments on the prevention and treatment of eye disease. And fourthly, to ensure that Health Canada can quickly study new requests having to do with treatments and devices having to do with macular degeneration, cataracts, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. The Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of the principle of this bill because eye health is very important for people's quality of life. The bill does not do anything in itself. It would only force the government to produce a report which would constitute the Canadian eye health strategy, and designating February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Awareness Month is a symbolic measure. Now, health services, including eye health, are under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction, but with this bill, the federal government would be playing a role in funding research, approving devices, and approving medication. Overall, this bill respects Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. That's why the Bloc Québécois is in favor of it. Nonetheless, the Bloc Québécois will take the time it needs to study the bill to ensure that the federal strategy will be exhaustive and complementary to the Quebec government's actions. In Quebec, people under 18 or over 65 have access to optometrist services, and emergency services are covered for everyone. There is also an assistance program for people who are under the provincial healthcare system and who have a permanent visual impairment, which assists them in obtaining visual aids, optical systems, calculators, braille machines, and other devices. It also offers resources for students and resources for seeing eye dogs. And I would also like to mention a Quebec organization which does remarkable and extremely important work, MIRA. Its founder, Éric Saint-Pierre, has cared deeply about raising dogs from his childhood. He would train dogs on the family farm, helped by his father. His natural talent for communicating with animals led him to start professional training, and later he became a trainer for guard dogs and other dogs engaged in professional pursuits. He created a kennel in Sainte-Madeleine in 1975, and one day a friend of his who was a mobility instructor working at the Nazareth and Louis Braille Institute, asked Mr. Saint-Pierre about the behavior of a guide dog from the U.S. At that time, there was no guide dog francophone school in Canada. Éric Saint-Pierre quickly realized that these dogs are not trained in favorable conditions for the Quebec climate. He also realized that there was a language barrier, which meant that many people could not access these dog services. So he promised the Institute that he would train the dog for them. And that's when he started the organization Mira. That was the first francophone center for guide dogs in Canada. Mira was founded in 1981. It's a non-profit that offers guide dogs and support dogs to people with visual impairments, as well as mobility impairments and young people with autism. All of the services and activities of Mira are based on the principle of equality. What is accessible to others should be accessible for people living with a disability. With that in mind, the mission meets various goals, increasing empowerment and social integration for people with a disability, thanks to the assistance of these dogs, to offer all their services for free to all, no matter what their income level, improve mobility capacities for people with a disability so they can move about freely, create a personal plan for each person accessing the services as a function of their social and professional context and their needs. And finally, to promote the benefits of these dogs in public places, in the school environment, and on transit. Mira offers many innovative programs through training dogs and as well with its funding activities. Since it was created, more than 3,700 dogs have been offered for people living with one or more disabilities for free. The success of the organization would not be what it is today without the support of the public. Madam Speaker, I'd like to now talk about two people that I was very close to who lost their sight due to macular degeneration and diabetes. When I was in secondary school, one of my friends learned that a few years later she would lose her sight due to genetic macular degeneration. Her name was Diane Lamarche. She had a promising future. She was brilliant and got excellent grades. She loved walking, basketball, and tennis, reading. We got to know each other in Lebel-sur-Quévillon, and when we were around 16, she told us that her sight was failing and that she was learning Braille. We were shocked to learn the news, given her tender years and knowing what she was expecting to be able to do as an adult. Because sight and vision are indispensable to learn about the environment. They enable us to coordinate our movements, especially our hand-eye coordination. Vision plays multiple roles, perceptual, sensory, and cognitive. Then someone else even closer to me, my uncle, Germain, lost his sight at the age of 70 because of his diabetes. I remember how much he enjoyed Christmas cake. He would save it up from one year to the next. He has now passed away, but I remember what a kind person he was. I would just like to reach out to my cousin Sylvain Mélanie in his memory. Regardless, prevention is very important to avoid losing one's eyesight, unless, of course, it's a macular degeneration or genetic issue. Adopting this bill would improve eye health and vision for Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour to stand in this House today and speak in support of Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care. I am proud to say that the New Democrats will be supporting this bill. And in fact, as I will comment on in my remarks, point out that this is something that we have been championing since the 1960s. Now, this legislation in general provides for the development of a national strategy to support the prevention and treatment of eye disease to ensure better health outcomes for Canadians. The national strategy must describe various forms of eye disease and include measures to do the following: identify the training, education, and guidance needs of healthcare practitioners and other professionals related to the prevention and treatment of eye disease, including clinical practice guidelines. It would promote research and improve data collection on eye disease prevention and treatment. It would promote information and knowledge sharing between the federal and provincial and territorial governments in relation to eye disease prevention and treatment. And finally, it would ensure that Health Canada is able to rapidly consider new applications for treatments and devices used for macular degeneration, cataracts, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. This legislation also designates the month of February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Month. I want to pause and just thank my honourable colleague from Humber River Black Creek, who has been an energetic, spirited, and passionate sponsor of this bill, and it wouldn't be right to proceed any further without noting her energy and great work in promoting this overdue policy. Now, eye health has been underfunded and deprioritized in Canada for too long. As a result, millions of Canadians are being put at unnecessary risk of vision loss because they lack access to eye care. A national strategy on eye care will ensure better access, better outcomes, and quality of life for Canadians. It will also support Canadian leadership in vision research that can be exportable to the world. Canada's New Democrats believe that our public health care system should cover us from head to toe, and that includes comprehensive eye care. Now, currently, access to eye care varies widely from province to province, resulting in variable health outcomes and exacerbating inequalities in our healthcare system. Over 8 million Canadians are living with an eye condition that puts them at significant risk of blindness. An estimated 1.2 million Canadians are currently living with vision loss, with many facing a lack of investment in services and supports that impact them to live life to its fullest potential. Now, that number is expected to grow to 2 million people by 2050. I think it underscores the need and the appropriateness of acting now so that we can arrest that alarming development. Now, the leading causes of vision loss in Canada are the following. Cataracts affects some 3.5 million people. Age-related macular degeneration, 1.5 million people. Glaucoma, about 300,000 people. And diabetic retinopathy, almost 1 million people, some 800,000. Now, routine eye exams play a crucial role in the prevention of vision loss. If certain eye diseases are diagnosed early enough, they can be effectively managed through different invasive measures and before expensive and more invasive procedures are required. According to a recent report by Deloitte, the cost of vision loss to our economy, both directly and indirectly, was some $33 billion in 2019, and that's projected to grow to some $56 billion by 2050. Now, if diagnosed early, and if people have access to regular screening and treatment, most vision loss can be prevented, in fact, in some 75% of cases. 70% of existing vision impairment in Canada is estimated to be correctable with prescription glasses. The sizable proportion of correctable vision impairment is related to the barriers to access to vision care in Canada. Now, most guidelines recommend having an eye exam once a year for people aged 6 to 18 or 65 years and older, as well as for those with diabetes or with an existing eye disease. For healthy people aged 19 to 64, one visit per 2 years is considered sufficient. However, this very basic diagnostic health need is not being met. Now, I'll give a few examples. Starting September 1, free annual eye exams paid for through the Ontario Health Insurance Plan will no longer be available to seniors. Manitoba and Nova Scotia currently only insure eye exams every 24 months for every senior, twice as long as is recommended. So millions of Canadians without extended health benefits do not have their eyes checked or cared for due to cost. Now, as I said, the NDP has been advocating for universal public optical treatment since its founding convention in 1961. I'm going to quote from that convention. Believing that a country's most precious possession is the health of its citizens, the new party will introduce a national health plan providing benefits to those who need them without regard to their ability to pay. The plan will cover a full range of services: medical, surgical, dental, and optical treatment, as well as prescribed drugs and appliances. Now that's a little over 60 years since that statement was made. And here we are in a G7 country, and we are not making sure that every citizen can get their eyes checked every year, never mind have the relatively inexpensive correction done that will prevent them, in many cases, from getting vision loss and even blindness. That is a national shame, and it's time it was rectified. Now, more recently, the NDP's 2019 election platform committed to achieving, again, head-to-toe public health care for all Canadians, and we specifically included eye care. In the 2021 platform, we committed to a long-term path to providing public coverage for eye care, along with other health services. In May 2021, a New Democrat member of Parliament for Algoma, Manitoula, and Kapuskasing, who I note is in the chair today, introduced motion M86. That motion called on the federal government to work towards the creation of a national strategy for action on eye health and vision care. So you can see, Madam Speaker, that not only is our support for this bill there because of the need and because of the overdue nature of this, but that New Democrats have been playing a key role in placing this issue on the national agenda for decades. Now, I have to point out where the Government of Canada has simply failed to meet its commitments in this regard. In 2003, the Government of Canada made a commitment to the World Health Organization to develop a vision health plan for Canada by 2007 and to implement that plan by 2009. To date, no plan has been developed. As recently as July 2021, the Government of Canada voted in the UN General Assembly for the first agreement to be adopted at the United Nations designed to tackle a preventable sight loss and ensure eye health as part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In this resolution, the establishment of a national vision health plan was endorsed again by Canada. Madam Speaker, as much as I credit the honourable member for taking this overdue measure, one has to wonder why this had to take the form of a private member's bill and why this government isn't meeting its own obligations, why it's not actually introducing government legislation using the full force of its control of the order paper to meet its own commitments that it's made not only to Canadians, but it's made on the world stage.
Hear, hear.
Now, I think that it's important to know as well that this legislation has the support of stakeholders across this country. Several organizations, including Fighting Blindness Canada, the Canadian Council of the Blind, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, Vision Loss Rehabilitation Canada, Diabetes Canada, Canadian Association of Optometrists, the Canadian Ophthalmological Society, and the Canadian Association of Retired Persons have all advocated for a national eye care strategy for many years. Now, I want to just pause for a moment and talk about the particular impacts that this has on marginalized groups, including its gender impacts. When gender differences limit access to proper eye care services, women are at greater risk of developing eye diseases that are otherwise treatable and preventable. Recent studies published in The Lancet Global Health in 2020 revealed that women carry the greater burden of visual impairment. Globally, more women than men have impaired vision due to cataracts, age-related macular degeneration, and dry eye disease. 1 in 4 women is at risk of vision impairment, compared with just 1 in 8 men. So, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is up. I just want to conclude by thanking the honourable member again for introducing this bill and let her know that the NDP will enthusiastically support it at all stages.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care presented by my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek. I know that is something the member has been working on quite some time, and I would like to recognize her extensive work on this issue. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation will not only ensure better health outcomes for Canadians, but it will also recognize the month of February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Month, bringing awareness to the leading cause of vision loss in people 50 years or older. Madam Speaker, more than 8 million Canadians are presently living with one of the 4 common eye diseases. And more than 1 in 10 older adults have some degree of vision loss, which places them at serious risk of losing their vision. Vision loss can be harmful to many elements of daily life, impacted the way a person works, participates in activities, and interacts with the world around them. That is why it is our duty to take proactive measures to prevent and treat these diseases effectively. Routine vision care can help to reduce the risk of blindness and vision loss later in life and improve the outcomes associated with eye diseases like cataracts and glaucoma. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic worsened the issue of vision loss in Canada as eye surgeries were cancelled or delayed. Wait times to see vision care providers also increased over the course of the pandemic. That is why a national strategy for...
Point d'ordre, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Yes, point of order. I'd like to remind the member that she's dragging her paper on the microphones and that is harmful to the interpreters. I'm taking note.
Could maybe ensure that when she's moving her pages that she keeps it away from the microphone because it's creating a problem for the interpreters. I was also noticing that that was happening as well. So the honourable member can continue. Brampton South.
Sure, Madam Speaker. I will be careful for that. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic worsened the issue of vision loss in Canada as eye surgeries were cancelled or delayed. Wait times to see vision care providers are also increased over the course in the pandemic. That is why a national strategy for eye care is essential. It would provide a comprehensive roadmap, laying out a common direction and shared leadership. It would build collaboration among researchers, medical professionals, and community organizations to develop innovative approaches to combat eye diseases and preserve sight. Madam Speaker, in 2021, CNIB opened a new center in Brampton South, providing access to innovative technology and training from Bramptonians with sight loss. They are doing incredible work, and I am confident that Bill C-284 will bring us one step closer to empowering Canadians impacted by blindness with an integrated approach. As members in this House know, Bill C-237, the National Framework for Diabetes Act, passed unanimously in 2021. And I want to touch on how blindness can be a serious complication of diabetes because of diabetes retinopathy, and also want to recognize Diabetes Canada's work on this issue as well. Madam Speaker, earlier this year, I met an advocate named Ryan and his dog named Joe. Ryan lives with a diabetic retinopathy. He told me about the challenges Canadians with vision impairment face using their insulin pumps. Him and many other Canadians are experiencing these hardships. So we need to work together to remove those barriers. Living with blindness, especially as a result of chronic diseases, is an experience that is difficult for people without visual impairment. To truly understand that, this further underscores the need to have a coordinated strategy so that we can work together with provinces and territories, Indigenous people, and other partners to improve health outcomes. Through this approach, we can proactively identify and intervene in cases of diabetic retinopathy, mitigating the risk of vision loss. Madam Speaker, we know that with early intervention and coordinated care, vision care be preserved. 75% of vision loss cases can be prevented if patients are diagnosed early and have access to treatment. So we know that providing hope and better health outcomes for individuals affected by eye diseases is transformational. Already, the Government of Canada is leading and supporting a range of activities related to eye disease prevention and treatment. I would like to talk about the investment announced in Budget 2023 to strengthen our public healthcare system. Budget 2023 commits $196 billion in funding to support our health workforce, reduce backlogs, expand access to family health services and mental health and substance use, and modernize our health system. This is to ensure provinces and territories can provide the high quality and timely healthcare Canadians expect and deserve. We see the surgical backlogs and the impacts on our system, and we are addressing that need. Surgical backlogs, including vision-related surgeries, are a key part of this plan and is a health system priority of this government. Budget 2023 includes $2 billion one-time top-up to provinces and territories to address urgent pressures in emergency rooms, operating rooms, and pediatric hospitals. In addition, Indigenous Services Canada's non-insured health benefits program also provides vision care to eligible First Nations and Inuit beneficiaries where they are not otherwise covered by other plans or programs. The government has also made significant investment in vision loss prevention and research. Over the last 5 years, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research have invested approximately $61 million in vision-related research. This research spans the spectrum of prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and management of various vision-related conditions. These investments contribute to the evidence base needed to improve health system and health outcomes for Canadians experiencing vision loss. Finally, I wish to highlight that medically necessary vision care services are covered by provincial and territory health insurance plans. Any vision care service that must be performed in a hospital is covered and supported under Canada's public healthcare system. The federal government is committed to continue working with provinces and territories on our shared health priorities, including those related to vision care. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, Bill C-284 will allow the Minister of Health to develop a national strategy to support the prevention and treatment of eye disease. It will facilitate engagement with the provinces and territories and key stakeholders and partners to ensure that we are all pursuing common objectives in the vision care space, along with sharing best practices. This bill will complement existing work and research efforts supported by provincial and territorial government and the Canadian Institute for Health Research. Once again, I wish to thank the Honourable Member of Humber River Black Creek for putting forward this important bill. I know that my residents in Brampton South and indeed all Canadians are counting on us to act quickly to prevent and treat eye diseases. So I encourage members to vote in favour as we continue to strengthen our efforts on vision care in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the young member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today and speak to Bill C-284, put forward by my colleague from Humber River Black Creek. The question before us today is fundamentally about ensuring that Canadians receive a coordinated response regarding their healthcare needs, today particularly eye care. The proposed National Eye Care Framework intends to promote information and knowledge sharing between the federal and provincial governments in relation to eye care, disease prevention and treatment, all the while ensuring that both levels of government respect their roles within our national health care system. To quote the bill directly, a key component intends to, and I quote, promote research and improve data collection on eye disease and prevention and treatment. end quote. Doing so will enable eye care health providers a centralized resource to access the status of their own patient base and make sure that they share their expertise across the country, all the while ensuring that only the best and newest technologies are used going forward. According to the Canadian Council of the Blind, due to an increase in surgery wait times caused by the lockdowns during the pandemic, there's been a $1.3 billion increase in the cost of vision care over the past 2 years, all of which is compounded by the fact that 75% of vision loss cases in Canada can be prevented if patients are diagnosed early and have access to treatment. Further, 70% of existing vision impairment in Canada is estimated to be correctable with prescription glasses. This proposal from my colleague is not only very commendable, but it's being put forward at a very timely moment. Madam Speaker, a national framework will allow all provinces and the federal government, as well as healthcare practitioners and researchers, to sit down at one table and jointly develop and implement the measures necessary to make sure that all Canadians from coast to coast have access to eye care and the best practices available on a timely basis. Developing an effective framework is now more critical for the future of our children due to the prevalence of electronic devices, which release blue light, which can reach the retina, the inner lining of our eyes. Studies have shown that this light can damage cells in the retina, leading in some cases to early age-related macular degeneration, a unique concern of this modern age that is far more likely to impact our children. Children may not even know that their phones could be permanently damaging their eyes due to the lack of educational awareness. Some might resist getting an eye care exam due to the belief that, by some, the glasses aren't cool. And I will admit, Madam Speaker, that it was also hard for me some 10+ years ago to admit that I needed these things. This is a pressing challenge, as a long list of diseases and healthcare problems can only be discovered through a regular eye examination, as many eye diseases do not have any preceding symptoms and cannot be treated without professional assessment. The concern of vision loss in Canada requires a coordinated response, both in education and organization, between the provinces and the federal government, especially since there is a high percentage of seniors and school-aged children who have undiagnosed eye care issues. Very few children had their eyes tested during the pandemic, and as previously mentioned, many spend a great deal of time in front of a computer screen. Referring to Canada as a whole, and for a better understanding of the gravity of the situation, here are some of the numbers. Over 8 million Canadians, or 1 in 5, have some form of eye disease. 1.2 million Canadians live with vision loss or blindness. It's estimated by the Canadian Council of the Blind that vision loss and blindness was likely associated with 1,292 deaths in Canada in 2019. These deaths would have occurred due to factors such as an increased risk of falls for the elderly and isolation experienced by those with vision loss. Vision loss has a profound impact on our society and economy, costing an estimated $32.9 billion a year, 4.2 billion of which is attributed to reduced productivity in the workplace, and over half the cost, 17.4 billion, is attributed to reduced quality of life, which is primarily due to the loss of independence, especially among our seniors. Many of us have a personal connection to someone experiencing vision loss. For myself, my own mother struggles with age-related macular degeneration, or AMD, which is one of the top 5 causes of blindness. The other 4 are cataracts, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and uncorrected refractive errors. Of these, all but 2, AMD and glaucoma, can be prevented through proper care if caught at an early stage, or treated with modern tools such as laser eye surgery and/or prescriptive glasses. While glaucoma has no present cure, there are treatment options that, if begun early enough, can prevent an individual's loss of vision. Even in the case of AMD, a healthy lifestyle and regular eye exams can help the delay of the loss of vision as one grows older. And this is exciting, Madam Speaker, new recent accredited medical devices provide the hope to even reverse AMD, at least temporarily. In the case of cataracts, we've been able to treat this condition, as I'm told, as far back as the time of ancient Egypt. There should be no excuse in the modern world to fail to provide Canadians with the knowledge about what treatments they can access in our provincial healthcare systems. Losing one's vision increases mental, financial, and social hardship to an individual. It can lead to a loss of mobility and inability to live independently, to drive, to read, or to participate in physical activity. It can result in a loss of social interaction or even lead to social isolation, which can often lead to depression and other mental illnesses. Through being proactive and taking preventative measures now, we can not only save individuals and families from a great deal of grief, but also help maintain the solvency of our healthcare system by helping provinces avoid spending even greater resources down the road, both in treatment time and costs. Through proper education and awareness campaigns, Canadians can potentially save themselves from great heartache and financial costs by understanding that reducing smoking, a healthy diet, getting regular eye exams, and being informed of family genetics. It must be stressed, however, that healthcare strategy and delivery remain a provincial jurisdiction. The intent behind this national framework is for the federal government to serve as a centralized communication hub between the eye healthcare providers in different provinces and the federal regulators, allowing them to share their expertise and knowledge with each other. The requirement of regular reporting should also spur faster responses from Health Canada in reviewing and approving new technologies for the benefit of all. This program must be a team effort led by professionals in conjunction with the provinces and with the federal government, keeping its involvement in proper scope, namely participating in this national framework. As long as these concerns are respected and the decisions of strategies and spending priorities remain within provincial jurisdiction as stipulated in the Canada Health Act, I can support this bill and look forward to doing so. Madam Speaker, by passing C-284, we can not only help millions of Canadians struggling with vision loss, we can also be proactive and reduce the number of our children who could face vision loss in the future. Eye care is but one of our comprehensive health care strategies in Canada. In my remaining time, I wish to state that personally, and I'm speaking more personally now, at some point, I believe that we will need a larger discussion on how health care is funded and how accountability in that funding is measured. Both levels of government provide dollars to health care. And it is clear, though, that while partially federally funded, health care is delivered provincially. The topic of health care funding and delivery comes up often when I hold roundtables and town halls in Chatham-Kent-Leamington, where constituents often blame one or the other or both levels of government for inadequacies in the system that they experience. I'm reminded of Saturday mornings 2 decades ago in my own household. During the week, we had $4, but on Saturday mornings, when it came time to take out the garbage, we had 5. Alyssa, Karina, Brenna, Kiana, and Nami. And it was always not me's turn to take out the garbage. Healthcare accountability often reminds me of those Saturday morning discussions when people point at 2 levels of government and both levels of government point at each other. A former provincial treasurer, Darcy McHugh, who's in his 90s and still lives in my riding, mused in a biography that the level of government that does the spending should do the taxing so as to be held accountable. Won't that be an interesting discussion one day? But not for today, Madam Speaker. For today, I encourage all members of this House to support this legislation by my honourable colleague before us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today to SIL 284. As my colleague for Abitibi, Baie James Nunavik EU mentioned with brio, the Bloc Québécois will vote in favour of the bill. I don't see how we could be against a national strategy to support the prevention and treatment of eye diseases. I don't see why we'd be against age-related macular degeneration awareness month. As I said, the Bloc Québécois will vote in favour of the bill because, for me, it's a bit of a motherhood and apple pie bill, without trying to be mean, because who could be against the creation of such a strategy? healthcare, as presented in this bill, and perhaps we'll see this at committee, is more of a federal jurisdiction. Research, approving medication and medical equipment, that is a federal jurisdiction, so I don't see any issues with interference in provincial jurisdictions. But we still want to closely examine what will be in this bill. What concerns me a bit more is if we want a better strategy to support fighting eye illnesses, we have to understand how. Having a strategy is all well and good, but this strategy must have concrete measures therein. And I would like to talk a bit more about this. The essential debate is that we still have a lot of work to do, and this work to improve eye care and the eyesight of Canadians will come through better services. And the best solution to have more service is to have a RAMQ coverage that is strengthened by increased health transfers. If we want better services, then we need more resources. There are new treatments, like Luxturna gene therapy, that allows us to treat Leber's congenital amaurosis. This is a very costly illness. One single treatment costs $1 million. These are rather high amounts. The federal government announced on the 23rd of March $1.3 billion over 3 years to help provinces absorb the cost of these treatments. But we know that gene therapies herald a revolution in drug therapy, that's for sure, but these are very expensive. And if the past can tell us what is going to happen in the future, we know that in healthcare funding, the federal government is not doing its share. And I know, Madam Speaker, you're smart. You know what I'm going to say. The best way to have better healthcare and the best way to fight against eye illness is to fight against one of the evils that are a gangrene in our federation. That's fiscal imbalance. Last week, the MP for Mirabel, smart man that he is, had a colloquium on fiscal imbalance to study this. This was a non-partisan colloquium where we had the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and I don't think the Parliamentary Budget Officer is particularly partisan. There was also Monsieur Benoit Pelletier, former Liberal Minister from Quebec. Monsieur Benoit Pelletier, who doesn't have a Bloquiste allegiance, but who came to talk to us about fiscal imbalance. Why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this to remind everyone about demands from Quebec and the provinces when it comes to health transfers. Quebec and provinces have estimated their immediate shortfall in health transfers at $28 billion a year. The objective was to increase Ottawa's share of health spending from 22% to 35%. What was the federal government's offer? You will remember what it was. It was far away from $28 billion a year. What the federal government offered was $4.6 billion. The cleft between the two, between $28 billion asked by the provinces and the $4.6 billion, it isn't just a dollar amount. The cleft is a cleft that means eye care that won't be offered because of lack of resources. Healthcare resources, just as an example, in Quebec, more or less, year on year, represents about 42% for health. Quebec's budget is 42%. Quebec's budget is 42% for health, which means that we have 58% for everything else. Education, fighting poverty, childcare. Quebec was a precursor in childcare. This is very much a Quebec notion. There's infrastructure, public transport, bridges, 58% to fund municipalities to support Quebec businesses. If we were to wait for the federal government to help Quebec businesses, we would be waiting for a very long time, and we saw that with the announcement for HoC, who that ended up in Ontario. So 42% of Quebec's budget goes directly into health, which significantly reduces its wiggle room. That's what we call fiscal imbalance. But I could give a better definition, a more simple definition, that of the Séguin report. Yves Séguin, the former Liberal minister, Yves Séguin states that the structure of provincial spending means that it is growing faster than the economy, whilst federal spending is growing at about the same rate. Moreover, when it wants to review its spending, the federal government can simply act unilaterally by cutting transfers to the provinces without any other political consequences for itself. That is the very definition of fiscal imbalance. The federal government can make promises, as was the case in March, saying $1.3 billion over 3 years to help provinces when it comes to new gene therapy treatments. But in the future, the government could simply just cut this funding, strangling provinces once again. And once again, the provinces will have to offer services without necessarily having financial support. This is information that isn't ideological. These are objective opinions. The Conference Board of Canada published a report saying that in the long term, the Canadian Federation was not viable. Provinces, the provincial economies were not viable in the Canadian Federation because of fiscal imbalance. Same thing in the reports of the Parliamentary Budget Officer that document this phenomenon. This phenomenon that has had a huge effect on health. I mentioned this, Madam Speaker, because if we want to have a real strategy to have a strong healthcare system that can offer good treatment against eye diseases, we need better healthcare funding. Madam Speaker, I would like to talk about a situation that happened this year. On Tuesday, Liberal and NDP members once again united in order to remove a $2 billion health supplement from the Federal Budget Implementation Act, C-47. The Liberal NDP alliance once again united to make sure that there were $2 billion fewer dollars in healthcare. The Liberal NDP alliance had an opportunity to partially correct the federal government's lack of investment in healthcare and to take concrete action. That's what we want to see, to take concrete action to relieve our overburdened and exhausted healthcare network, and had the opportunity to provide eye disease treatment that meets the expectations of Quebecers, but they decided otherwise. The only thing they've managed to do is disappoint everyone. Liberals and NDP MPs voted in favour of an amendment withdrawing an additional $2 billion in healthcare provisions for healthcare for Quebec and other provinces. This was during the committee study of Bill C-47. The amendment was proposed by the Liberal Party and cuts off additional support for healthcare in Quebec. So, in my opinion, we have to forget all the fine words from the Liberal NDP MPs who claim to be concerned about the state of our healthcare systems, because when time comes to invest more, they're nowhere to be found. Even worse, they're now cutting billions upon billions from healthcare, even when the investments are done unintentionally. So, Madam Speaker, the best way to have better eye care is to have a strong healthcare system with a good investment meeting the expectations of Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Humber River Crowfoot has Black Creek. Sorry, Humber River Black Creek has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to sincerely thank all of my colleagues in the House. All of your comments were so sincerely delivered and so accurate on all of the issues that matter to us in this particular issue that we're trying to move forward. My colleagues mentioned that the colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing introduced Motion 86 some years back. trying to move this issue of trying to get vision onto the radar screen here at the federal level. And countless times, whether it was 2007 and 9, we've talked about it, but nothing's been done about it. And I can say, I think the closest we've gotten to it is where we are tonight. And we've gotten here tonight because of all of you who are here. From last June, when I introduced the bill, the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP were right there standing. We were all together with our Liberal colleagues supporting something that we knew was important. But one of the things that I think we heard tonight was the amount of organizations and the amount of people who are anxiously waiting for this to happen. Some of them have gone back to 2003 saying, we've been waiting since 2003 for the federal government to take some sort of leadership on this issue. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to be able to get it this far. There are so many organizations that are watching this discussion tonight: the Canadian Council for the Blind, the Canadian Associations of Retired Persons, the Canadian Association of Optometrists and Ophthalmologists, Waterloo University, which is doing outstanding work in the area of eye care. So there's a lot of emphasis on what we're doing, and there's a lot of hope. The millions of people who are suffering from various categories of vision loss that are counting on us tonight to send this bill off to committee so that the Health Committee can have a look at it, and that it's not going to end up as just a whole lot of talk on elected officials like they did before, but not delivering. And so I think it's imperative that we move the bill over into the House, into the committee, so that we can truly get some serious work done on something that is way overdue. And we all know someone who's suffering from macular degeneration or blindness or various other diseases. And I, for one, I don't want to see them disappointed, and I know none of you want to see them disappointed either. The earlier we can get the bill onto committee and move it along there and listen to all of the excellent comments that were made tonight and the speeches from the different members. They all spoke so well. There's no need for me to reiterate anything because you've said it all. The question is now, what do we do with it? Okay, do we waste another 2 weeks or so? I don't think we need to do that. Time is too valuable in the House. We only have 3 weeks left. If we could get the bill moved off to committee this evening, get started doing that work, I think it'd be a very sign of hope and sincerity from all of the members in this House. So I hope that you will appreciate the urgency of the need to move this along. We don't have 6 months ahead of us, we've got 3 weeks, and it would really be a great bonus to all of those in the vision loss community if we could simply move it over with a voice vote and not have to waste another 2 weeks of House time, which is very valuable, especially in this particular time. So thank you again to all of my colleagues that spoke so very well. I appreciate your support, but more importantly, the vision community appreciates your support immensely. So I look forward to us finishing off this discussion this evening. And again, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for being the one who introduced this initially, and thank you for all of your assistance moving it along with my other colleagues. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Ms. Sgro, seconded by Mr. Mayo, moved that Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Si un député d'un parti...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to adopt the motion or for it to be adopted on a division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to every member having the opportunity to support this bill and would request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 7, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent at this time to call at 6:30 so we can begin the report stage on 35, or government order.
Do we have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It's now 6:30. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-35, Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act.
There is one motion and amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-35. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion numéro 1 à la Chambre.
I will now submit motion number 1 to the House. Madam Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Winster, moves that Bill C-35 be amended by removing the short title. Debate.
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start with a quote from Melissa, who wrote to me. I'm a healthcare worker who works long hours. Currently, I've been trying to find childcare since I found out I was pregnant with no such luck. My son is 12 months, July 1st, and I'm set to return to work July 4th, but no luck with childcare, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to return. This is the reality of thousands of emails and messages I have read about Canadians struggling to access childcare. Tonight, we are here to discuss Bill C-35, or the Universal Childcare Plan, as the Liberals love to call it. And in particular, we are speaking to the report put forth by the HuMA committee that studied this legislation. Conservatives are here in particular to ensure the voices of parents are heard. This Liberal NDP government loves to tell Canadians they are feminists. In fact, the preamble of this bill specifically says gender equality and the rights of women and their economic participation and prosperity. But how is that message from Melissa, the healthcare worker, improving her rights and economic participation and prosperity when the choice to go to work is taken from her? Erin Cullen, who speaks on behalf of ECEs and ABCs in Newfoundland and Labrador, said there is no choice for families when it comes to childcare because there is none available. Erin compared the $10 a day childcare slogan to the government telling people that they get free groceries, but when they go to the grocery store, there's none on the shelves. The numbers tell the story, Madam Speaker. A report from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, CCPA, highlights the childcare crisis. Of nearly 2 million kids under the age of 6 eligible for the program, 950,000 are living in childcare deserts. That means that there are at least 3 children competing for one spot. 92% of families in Saskatchewan are living in a childcare desert. 79% in Newfoundland and Labrador are living in a child care desert. 76% in Manitoba do not have access to childcare. In British Columbia. The numbers don't lie, and the reality is these numbers are in fact real people, real families, and real children who are left behind. There is nothing more stressful for a parent than finding quality, reliable, safe childcare for your child. Affordability is important, but the reality is this Liberal NDP government is failing in all areas to deliver. Listen to some of the testimony we heard in committee about the outrageous wait lists. I asked Sheila Olin-McLean of Compass Early Learning and Care, and I'll quote right from the record. I said, "Can I get you to clarify those numbers you said earlier? I asked about wait lists. You said there were about 300 per program, but there are 40 programs. That's 12,000 people on a wait list. That seems outrageous when you only have 3,300 spaces. Did I do the math wrong?" Ms. Olin-McLean replied, "When you think of a program that may have possibly 100 spaces or less than 100 spaces, and it has 300 to 400 people, some have 600 people on the wait list, so yes, that's probably pretty accurate." This is the reality of what families are experiencing, and it is destroying their mental health. The reality is parents can expect years on wait lists, and there is nothing in this bill to correct it, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives put forth multiple amendments calling for choice, inclusivity, access, data, and accountability, and the Liberal NDP coalition voted them down. They say they care about access and inclusivity, but their actions speak louder to what they really care about. Pushing an ideology that will decide what is best for your children. They believe that the government should decide how your child is cared for. Listen to this story from Alberta that was shared by Crystal Churcher, Chair, the Association of Alberta Childcare Entrepreneurs, in the committee. She testified rather. I have one childcare operator in a rural, underserviced area of Alberta who has proudly operated a high-quality daycare centre for 17 years. She has invested in creating 194 childcare spaces for her community. When she was asked how she felt about the program, which is called CWELC, she said that she was excited for families to finally have access to more affordable childcare and optimistic that it would bring relief to families sitting on wait lists. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, and this was in context of when she testified, she sent a letter to all of her 194 families in her centre, plus 563 families on a wait list, to notify them that she was closing her centre. After 17 years of successful operation, the viability of her business is gone. With high inflation, fee caps, and expansion restrictions on private centres, her centre is financially blocked. She had to make the heartbreaking decision to close a business that she built because she cannot take the financial risk of signing a new lease or investing further into expanding her centre with the unknown of a cost control framework looming. She writes that she is worried that the $10 a day goal will be at the cost of quality care for children. These are the decisions facing operators on the ground right now who are deciding to walk away from something they have proudly created because they can no longer carry the financial burden or because they simply can't agree with the reduced quality of care to bring the cost down. Where is the gender parity in this story, Madam Speaker? Crystal went on to say the bill was introduced without adequate consultation with all industry stakeholders and without respecting how the childcare sector has evolved in provincial jurisdictions across the country. What we're seeing is a program that has created a demand without the infrastructure to support it, which is causing wait lists, a two-tiered system, and undue stress to families and operators. Women entrepreneurs are facing bankruptcy and closure of businesses that have now lost all their value. The system is frankly not equitably accessible and is failing to meet the promises to parents and families. Operators are starting to ask what the real cost of meeting this $10 a day goal is. Parents are losing choice, the quality of programming is at risk, educators are burned out, and women are losing their businesses. This Liberal government is the first to tell you that they do not support two-tiered systems, and yet this bill is doing exactly that. Ms. Maureen Ferris, Director of Strathmaclean Childcare Centre, testified in the committee, and she said, "As I've mentioned, there are so many children who sit on the wait list and do not have a space. And there are operators who have chosen not to opt into the CWELC program and can therefore provide or offer spaces to those families. Yes, that would absolutely create a two-tiered system. Families who could afford to pay more for more expensive care would be able to do so, and families who can't may get substandard care, unfortunately. Nothing addresses the labour shortage and frontline staff burnout and mass exodus from this profession. Again, the Conservatives put forth an amendment to fix this, and it stated, I quote, an annual reporting that must include a national labour strategy to recruit and retain a qualified early childhood education workforce. But surprise, surprise, it was turned down by the Coalition. This bill is supposed to be composed of 5 pillars: quality, availability, affordability, accessibility, and inclusiveness. Yet again, we have proof that the Liberals want to score political points and are more concerned with marketing a sellable plan than actually offering what it is they are selling. The Liberals moved a sub-amendment in committee that removed the words availability and accessibility, the biggest issue in childcare in this country. Why? Why would they do this? The reality is Bill C-35 is about as likely to help the childcare crisis as it is to win the lottery, because that is exactly what the childcare system in Canada is like. Getting a spot is like winning the lottery. The heartbreaking messages shared in Facebook groups, on the media, and to us as parliamentarians needs to be heard, and they need to be addressed. This Liberal government needs to stop promising what they cannot deliver. They have put the cart before the horse, and the reality is, Madam Speaker, they have failed at affordability. the highest use of food banks. They have failed in accessing housing. Nobody can afford a house. And they have failed in public safety. So why would Canadians trust them with their children? Conservatives will continue to fight for those left behind and will not stop fighting for freedom and choice for families to choose what is best for their children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for those comments. And actually, it was really important what she said, because it's for all of those reasons that we brought Bill C-35 forward. It's because there was a lack of accessibility. It's because childcare was extraordinarily unaffordable. It's because we wanted to ensure high quality, and we wanted to make sure that it was inclusive for all Canadian children. So for all of the reasons that she outlined, we brought forward Bill C-35. We brought forward the $30 billion commitment over 5 years to bring forward childcare. I wonder what the member opposite proposes to do without the Government of Canada's involvement, how she would solve any of those issues that existed before C-35 and would actually be exacerbated and worse without it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you to my colleague for the question, and I think the best answer is, of course, by listening to the people who are on the front lines, and they're the ones that are sharing the truth here. So Jennifer Radcliffe, the director of Pebble Lane Early Learning, said, "The pressure to implement this program so quickly has resulted in overpayments to providers, families double-dipping, and funding methods being overlapped. Parents are stressed, and providers feel like they have to help. It is clear that the provinces are scrambling as they try to prove they can do this, but they are ultimately failing. You cannot simply throw money at a problem and expect it to change."
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much. Yes, Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. My question is simple and precise. The Bloc Québécois cares deeply about the autonomy of Quebec and its areas of jurisdiction. And I think that this bill was not tabled in the correct chamber. Everything that has to do with family policy is not up to the federal government. We know that once again the Liberal government is trying to bulldoze into areas of provincial jurisdiction. My question for my colleague is the following. In this bill, we can see that there is no respect for Quebec's desire to not have the federal government trampling upon its field of jurisdiction. And we also see that Quebec and the Bloc Québécois have made requests that were not respected. And of course, in Quebec, we've had child care for 25 years, but all the other parties, including the Conservative Party, have rejected the amendments having to do with Quebec's right to withdraw with full compensation. So my question for my colleague, does she respect Quebec jurisdiction?
Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question, and one day I will answer you in French, I promise. I think he has hit the nail on the head, and we've seen this repeatedly, and I touched on this in my speech. There is no respect for anyone who offers any other idea or any other solution than what the Liberal ideology puts forward. They think they know best. They don't believe in choice for families. They don't respect provincial jurisdiction. They don't respect Canadians, period. And that is evident by the crisis our country is in.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague brought up the study from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. She's absolutely right. They called it childcare deserts. And I agree with you, we have a childcare crisis. But one of their key recommendations in the report to address this kind of childcare desert was by guaranteeing decent wages and benefits for childcare workers. They didn't recommend creating a childcare system that was privatized. That wasn't part of their recommendations. They did, however, say that one of the factors that is resulting in childcare deserts is the fact that early childhood educators continue not to be afforded with decent wages and benefits. Does my colleague agree that we need to have a very clear workers strategy put in place that ensures that all childcare workers are paid decent wages and benefits.
Answer from the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Yes, thank you so much to my honourable colleague, and I really enjoy working with her, and I know she's fighting for autonomy of Indigenous peoples as well, which we supported. And I think what is important here is to say that we absolutely put forward that amendment. When we're looking at recruitment and retention of a labour strategy, there's nothing in this bill. We put it forth in committee, and it was turned down.
Resuming debate, the honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am absolutely thrilled to be back in the House talking about Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. This is another important step on the journey to providing early learning and childcare that is affordable, that is accessible, that is high quality, and that is inclusive for Canadian children right across this country. And Madam Speaker, I do want to begin by saying thank you to all the members of the Standing Committee on for HUMA who worked so diligently and worked hard to get us here where we are today, one step closer to making it the law of the land that the Government of Canada will be involved in early learning and childcare from now on. Unfortunately, listening to my honourable colleague from the Conservatives, I really don't know where they stand on this. They seem to be quite opposed to affordable childcare and to making sure that Canadians have access to it. I hope that's not the case. I hope.
So there's some noise coming from the outside. Maybe the Sergeant-at-Arms can go and check it out and see what's going on and ask them to be a little bit quiet so that we can really hear what's going on here in the House. The Honourable Minister? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really hope it's not the case that the Conservative Party of Canada has decided not to support affordable childcare for Canadians, because I know of the hundreds of thousands of Canadian families for whom this has been life-changing, that would be so disappointing to know that the Conservative Party of Canada once again is voting against and not supporting affordable childcare. We know that back in 2006, one of the very first things that the Conservative Party of Canada did when they formed government was to rip up the childcare agreements with the provinces and territories. This legislation is particularly important to make it harder for Conservatives to do that, to make it harder for Conservatives to hurt Canadian families and Canadian children. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that we have the support of the NDP. I think we also have the support of the Bloc Québécois. We're just not really sure where the Conservatives are. But let me talk about what Canadian families are saying when it comes to affordable childcare, Madam Speaker. They are calling it life-changing. I have been across this country to every province and almost every territory, and what I have heard from Canadian families is that this is a game changer for them. Right. When I was in Nova Scotia, I was talking to a mom in Halifax who said the 50% fee reduction in childcare fees meant that when she went to the grocery store, she wasn't deciding whether or not she could buy chicken. When I was talking to a mom in Toronto, she said because of the childcare fee reductions, her family was deciding to have a second child. And when I was out in Vancouver in British Columbia, I was talking to a mom of 3 who has 2 kids in childcare, and she said because of the childcare fee reductions, she's now put 2 of her 3 children into childcare, and because of those fee reductions, she's now gone back to work full-time, which is a huge, meaningful change for her family and her family income. Madam Speaker, when we talk about childcare, we are talking about choice. Despite what the Conservatives say, there is no choice if you cannot afford to go to work and to have someone care for your child in safety and in security.
And that means making sure that there's enough spaces in daycare for all children in Canada who need a daycare space to get a daycare space. That is exactly why we committed to create 250,000 additional spaces by 2025-2026. 50,000 have already been created throughout the country. That means there's now 50,000 more spaces If this initiative had not been put forward, $30 billion, these spaces would not have been created. When the Conservatives talk about families who need a space, that's exactly for this reason we created this initiative. Because without the Canadian government's involvement, there would not be an opportunity to create those spaces. The daycare market is not meeting Canadians' real needs. In the context of Quebec, we signed an asymmetrical agreement because we recognize Quebec's leadership in daycare, which for 25 years has had affordable daycare and early childhood learning for families. And we see it in participation rates of women in the labor market. Women in Quebec participate at a higher rate than those in Canada, and we recognize Quebec's leadership. We based our initiative on the efforts made in Quebec and their leadership in this file. This legislation respects provincial jurisdiction. We signed agreements with every province and territory in order to ensure that they can go forward. That means we've set collective goals, and Quebec promised to create 37,000 additional daycare spaces with that money. And we are here to support them and to work together with Quebec.
To say that, Madam Speaker, as of December, every province and territory had reduced their fees by 50% across this country, and several jurisdictions, including Newfoundland and Labrador, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Nunavut, have already reached the $10 a day objective ahead of schedule, 3 years ahead of schedule, Madam Speaker, which is making a huge and meaningful difference for families in those provinces and in those territories. Quebec and Yukon had already met that objective, and every other province and territory has been at 50% since December. And when it comes to quality, Madam Speaker, we know that quality cannot be achieved without a well-paid, well-respected, well-treated workforce. And that's why every single bilateral agreement that we have ensures that we are working with provinces and territories to bring forward a wage grid, to make sure that they are working on a workforce strategy. In fact, this summer I'll be meeting with my provincial and territorial counterparts, and the number one thing on the agenda is a national workforce strategy. And so absolutely, our ECEs care for our children, they care for our most precious resource, and we need to be there to make sure that they have the supports that they need. And that is all factored into C35, which commits the federal government to make sure that we have that accessible, affordable, high quality and inclusive childcare system right across the country. And Madam Speaker, let me talk about the final pillar when we talk about inclusion. One of the things that as a parent is very challenging if you have a child with special needs or special requirements, not only is it difficult to find a center that will take your child, it's difficult to find a childcare space that has the requisite supports that they need to thrive. And one of the key pillars of our childcare initiative, and it's here in C35, is making sure that we are building inclusive childcare spaces. And I have had the opportunity to visit the GRIT program in Edmonton, to visit a program here in Ottawa, where they have built and created space that is ensuring that children of all abilities, all neurodivergencies, can be there, be safe, but most importantly, can thrive. And Madam Speaker, that is what is exciting about C35 and its complementarity to the work that we are doing in early learning and childcare. Et si je peux dire une chose de plus, c'est...
If I could say one more thing, it's that this is a feminist government. This government cares about everything we've done for equality between both genders. We see it in the results. This year, we have seen women's participation rate in the labor force in Canada being the highest it's ever been in Canada's history. And that is partly due to our daycare program and our early childhood learning program. We're seeing the results. Yes, there's a lot of work to do. Of course, We can't create a system overnight, but we're committed. And I hope to be able to count on the support of every member of this House. It's one of the social, economic initiatives, the most important, the most transformative initiative that we could do as a government and as Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Karratha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague and the Minister for her comments. I think real leadership is not choosing to see what you want to see, but seeing the truth and acknowledging all of that. And it is so insulting to the families. And I'm going to look to the place of Saskatchewan right now. 10%. 10% of families have access to childcare. That's 90% who don't. And so to get up and to say, it's wonderful, it's great, it's life-changing for everyone, is not true. And I guess what we're looking for, Madam Speaker, is just, like, what is the plan here? Because this is not working. You are leaving so many families out, and the data says it.
Remind members, I'm sure that the Minister can answer the questions. I don't think she needs any assistance. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, that's so typical from the Conservatives. It's saying, oh, things aren't perfect, so let's just do nothing, right? Let's just do absolutely nothing. Well, you know what? On this side of the House, the Liberals, we say, no. We see a challenge, let's go forward, let's fix it. Let's work with Canadians, let's work with their energy, let's make sure that we can do all of those things. And Madam Speaker, if she wants to see the plan, it's all public on the website. The Government of Canada has published our bilateral agreements with the provinces and territories. Saskatchewan, for example, has a great action plan. They are looking to expand childcare across the country. So instead of saying, we're not going to do anything, it's a problem, we're saying we're going to invest, we're going to bring forward legislation, and we're going to fix it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it was a pleasure working with the Minister on the bill and other members of the House trying to improve the bill. One of the concerns that I brought forward and continue to bring forward is about workers. I was an early childhood educator, as I have indicated in the past. Workers are fighting the same fights. We are not going to have a national child care strategy unless we have a worker strategy. Unions representing child care workers have called for this government, in fact, to develop a workforce strategy to address staffing shortages in the sector. We know that this is something that the CCPA commented on, the childcare desert. It's not about creating spaces, it's actually about having people who will work in these spaces. So my question to the Minister, does the Minister agree that we need to develop a childcare workforce strategy now if we are ever going to achieve a functioning national child care strategy in this country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her collaboration on this, and absolutely thrilled that we're here continuing to advance early learning and childcare and putting it into legislation. So thank you for that collaboration. And yes, we do need to address the workforce challenges, absolutely. In each of the bilateral agreements that we have, we encourage and work with provinces and territories for them to bring forward recruitment and retention strategies. And some provinces have done great work in that regard. BC, for example, has done a $4 an hour wage top-up for all workers within childcare. Manitoba has brought forward a pension and benefits plan. In the Yukon, they've put forward a minimum wage for ECEs starting at $30 an hour, Madam Speaker. So there is good work going on, but yes, we need something that is much more national in scope. And so that's why at the FPT meeting that I'm hosting this summer with my provincial and territorial counterparts, the #1 item on the agenda is workforce, because we're not going to be able to maintain or create those spaces without that workforce. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
A short question, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay-James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her speech, as well as the colleagues who participated at committee level. However, I will point out that our requests were not at all taken into account. I would like the Minister to explain why all the expertise and the model in Quebec were not recognized for daycares. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the contrary, we recognize Quebec's leadership. We based our daycare and early learning child care on their model. I worked hand in hand with my counterpart in Quebec. We've taken into account provincial jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Chair. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to discuss Bill C-35. From the start, the Minister congratulated the committee on its work, and I want to congratulate the excellent work of my colleague who sat on that committee. The committee deliberations at HUMA lasted many hours, and my colleague did remarkable work. She raised a very judicious question. During the last budget, this isn't on C-35, but when the federal government decided in its last budget to turn daycare into a federal project that would be extended to all the provinces, we were saying it then. When we talk about Quebec's leadership, Quebec's model, and our early learning education system, it's not just daycare. It seems that for the other provinces, we look to Canada to move social progress forward. However, in Quebec, we've made our societal choices 25 years ago and more. Quebec chose to give equal opportunity to children and to include daycare policy in a broader family policy that was described as ambitious. And when I look at examples of people saying it doesn't happen that way in Saskatchewan or in Alberta, it means that we need a national worker strategy. Why? I understand that Quebec's model is something we can be proud of. It's recognized by the OECD. I myself participated in a mission on a daycare. Quebec was present with the minister at the time. Why? Because we made a choice as a society for social progress. And the federal government still intrudes in provincial jurisdiction. And provinces should be the ones to set up the social programs that we want, and it's not up to the federal government to dictate what we're going to do. That said, we can only hope that for all children, we're going to offer them real equal opportunity from the start. But education falls under Quebec's jurisdiction and provincial jurisdictions specifically. Of course, we can't resolve the societal choices made in other provinces. Quebec will look after its own. And when it comes to daycare, the minister talked about recognizing Quebec's model and its leadership. If that's the case, why not include it? If that's what you based yourselves on, I saw it at committee. Many witnesses were witnesses from Quebec when the program was being set up. Pierre Fortin, the economist who worked on it, who demonstrated that it wasn't an expenditure, it was an investment in order to work on equal opportunity for our children.
So there's an oral acknowledgement, but nothing written in the bill. Nothing to recognize that Quebec was the pioneer in this area. I talked about the OECD and the study they did on childcare in Canada. They said it's worth mentioning that there's incredible support in Quebec. They implemented a policy, one of the most ambitious childcare policies in North America. In Quebec, as you know, we've already invested $3 billion. We invest $3 billion a year already in childcare. There are over 200,000 spaces, low-cost spaces. It's a public service. It's not a public-private partnership. So childcare is a public service in Quebec, and parents' contributions are reduced or modest. And the federal government wants a $10 a day program. Currently in Quebec, it's $8.50 a day. And originally the parents' contribution was $5 a day in Quebec. And all these years later, it's $8.50. So it's very low, very modest, regardless of the parental income. From 0 to 5 years of age, all parents, regardless of their socioeconomic status, they have access to these educational services. And the distinction is important. Parents are not parked in childcare while the parents work. It's early childhood, it's early learning that goes on in these childcare centers. And as a result, more women were able to return. Many more women were able to return to the workforce. So much the better if other jurisdictions, if the provinces or others can take part in this deal that was already struck before the bill. But I must repeat that in no way, shape, or form should this bill have neglected to mention the fact that Quebec was the inspiration behind all this. And also, I want to repeat that this bill shouldn't really be applying to Quebec because Quebec is already the model, and we already have a deal for a multi-year deal without conditions, without strings attached. There's not much changed in this model, so the bill should have simply recognized Quebec's leadership and transferred the money without strings attached. How can you attach strings to Quebec when we're the model that this very legislation is based on? And there's mention of a national strategy for workers. Well, with all due respect, if you want to provide high-quality early childhood services, obviously training and compensation are important considerations, but there, again, this is not Ottawa's business. It's the province's business to deal with these things. The province should be setting the criteria for training and so on, and for compensation. I don't see what business this is of the federal government. Now, transfers that is the federal 50% federal for the first year, and then whatever it is for $10 a day. That's the goal. And whether more or fewer spaces are the goal, when we already have so many spaces in Quebec, I think there should simply be a recognition of Quebec's leadership and a transfer to allow us to provide more spaces. So that should have been recognized in the bill. So we understand that the bill is there to ensure much more childcare, that it won't be undone by some future government. Once the model is set up, I think that will contribute indeed to strengthening the system and ensuring the provision of those services well into the future. And perhaps it will help other provinces define or develop childcare services. So much the better if that's the case, to the extent that the federal government has a role to play in this. Because in Quebec, we've had this model for 25 years, and never did federal transfers or federal policies around child services, never did the federal government make up for its fair share. Quebec's been left to itself. I was a union leader, and when this debate occurred 25 years ago, and I'm very proud of the services that we put in place because it was done in the spirit of a dialogue among the general public, society writ large, the unions, the employers, and so on. They were all brought together in this debate, which was spearheaded by the first female premier of Quebec, Pauline Marois. She was a minister at the time. And so we're incredibly proud to have pulled this off. And it's part of our social policy. But the question that I fundamentally have right now is that at a time when the federal government has, I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. I was trying to give her some signals, but I don't know if she saw them. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Family, Children and Communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the bloc.
And also other colleagues, both in committee, as we go through this process. I couldn't agree with my colleague more, Madam Speaker. Quebec is the model that we looked for in being able to create a system that would include all the provinces and territories, and that's why we embarked on this with so much consultation with Quebec. As a matter of fact, I enjoyed really fruitful conversations with the Centre of Excellence for Early Childhood Development at Saint-Justin. And what we knew is that a public system is the right system. It's the high-quality system, yet my colleagues in the CPC keep insisting on private care. I'd like to know her thoughts on why a public system is the right system for our children.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Because we put children first at the center of this family policy. There was a dual goal: equal opportunity for kids and family policy that would help parents strike the right work-life balance. And that all of that requires high-quality education for the teachers working with our children. So that was also part of the initiative. We needed to look at the training, the educational background of early childhood educators. So it was a whole host of activities that were brought together to ensure that the system was robust. The private child care system would not meet those objectives. The private system is there to turn a profit. And we know that a good early childhood education is the building block for high-quality education later in life. So you need to invest in that.
For Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her comments on this. I think there's a lot to unpack there, but I guess the question would be to Quebec. You know, there are still 70,000 kids on a wait list, and I think it is great to look to Quebec because I think they're, as I call them, they're the DeLorean, right? We can go back to the future and figure out what to learn from them. So, you know, in terms of the private sector turning a profit, I find that kind of interesting because if you have women entrepreneurs who are just putting money back into their system, isn't that what the public system is doing? But also my question then would be, how are they closing this gap of the 70,000 without accessing that, and how are they addressing the labour shortage?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, Quebec has always been a victim of its own success. So the number of spaces has always been an issue. We've gone beyond 100,000 places, but there's still a shortage, and there are concerns. It's important for parents to have a spot and to have access to this public service precisely so they don't have to turn to the private sector, which has a totally different set of standards and regulations. So the public network is the one that needs reinforcement and needs more spaces.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. One of the benefits of the Quebec childcare system has resulted in more women being able to participate in the workforce. Does the member agree that access to affordable quality childcare is a gender equity issue?
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I talked about equality of opportunity for children. Obviously, that contributes to women in the workforce. And if you don't have high-quality childcare, well, women will probably be working under different conditions, not by choice. They may leave their jobs in order to look after their children adequately. So this all contributes to dynamic, stimulating situations for kids, while at the same time allowing women to return to the workforce and pursue their careers. So it's not an expense, it's an investment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak about Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Childcare. Let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank all the advocates, experts, parents, childcare providers, workers, unions, and others who took the time to make presentations or write submissions to the committee. Your passion for the knowledge about quality, affordable, accessible childcare shone through, and it helped us make the bill better. There are too many people and organizations to name, but I am so grateful for your advocacy and guidance. I am proud that we have emerged from the committee process with an improved piece of legislation. As a result of amendments put forward by the NDP, the bill includes stronger reporting requirements for greater accountability and transparency, more inclusive language that reflects the needs of children with disabilities and those from official language minority communities, recognitions that the conditions of work affect the conditions of care, an amendment to uphold the right of Indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent on matters pertaining to their children. This acknowledgement is historic and is the first time since the passage of Bill C-15 that it is enshrined in federal legislation. This bill builds on other important provisions included in the original bill, including an explicit prioritization of non-profit and public child care for federal funding, something the NDP fought for and won. Witness after witness made it clear. The research overwhelmingly agrees that non-profit and public child care delivers the best outcomes, the highest quality of child care for children. And I hope after Bill C-35 becomes law, we no longer see federal money being used to expand for-profit childcare in Canada. As we saw several months ago in Alberta, the federal government announcing its support for 22,500 new for-profit spaces. Public money should be used to expand public and nonprofit childcare. Public monies need to be invested in public institutions. It is better for workers, and it's better for children. The NDP supports this bill, and I urge my colleagues from all parties to pass it unanimously, to show our commitment to support children, families, workers, and childcare providers. This is an important step towards building a permanent national system of $10 a day childcare. I want to focus my remarks today on the theme that emerged time and time again in committee. We have a childcare workforce crisis in this country. Childcare workers receive wages that are not livable and benefits that are not adequate. They often endure difficult working conditions, and unless we address these issues, we are putting the success of a national childcare system at risk. Who are these workers? Well, Speaker, more than 98% of them are women. 1/3 are immigrants or non-permanent residents, and they are more likely than workers in all other occupations to be racialized. They perform some of the most critical work in our society, providing education during the years most crucial to a child's development, and yet they are treated as disposable. The wage floor for an early childhood educator, for example, in Ontario, is just $19 an hour. $19 an hour for providing essential work. Do you know what the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Toronto is? $2,500 a month. This is outrageous. We are asking people to take on work of looking after and educating our kids, and then we're not paying them enough to provide for their own kids? It is no wonder that people who are trained as early childhood educators are leaving the profession to take better paying jobs in other fields, or that many people are discouraged from entering the profession in the first place. More than any other factor, this is why we have a shortage of childcare spaces across the country. I know that the fee reductions we've been seeing as a result of the bilateral agreements with the provinces are having a huge and positive impact for thousands of families. I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that it is making their lives more affordable. But far too many others are stuck on wait lists and can't afford the benefits of more affordable childcare. We can build all the new spaces we want, but that means little unless well-trained, well-paid workers are put in place and staff these new centres. I've often heard the situation in the childcare sector described as a worker shortage. But let's be clear. This is, in fact, not a worker shortage. It's a wage shortage. It's a respect shortage. It's a dignity shortage. And this shortage of dignity and respect is contributing to the shortage of affordable spaces. Last week, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives released a report showing that almost half of younger children, which means those not yet attending kindergarten, live in, quote, childcare deserts, where there are more than 3 children for every licensed childcare space. In Saskatchewan, the number is 92%, and in my own province of Manitoba, it's 76%. One of the key recommendations the report offers to address this is by guaranteeing decent wages and benefits for childcare workers. We need immediate federal investments to provinces and territories to improve their childcare staff wage grids. We also need this government to put in place a workforce strategy that ensures livable wages, better benefits, retirement security, adequate working conditions, education, and training opportunities. I want to address this argument. I often hear from my colleagues that this is a provincial jurisdiction, but we are building a national child care system. And without federal leadership to address this workforce crisis and improve pay, benefits, and working conditions, this system will not be sustainable. It's not just workers who suffer from poor compensation. Their working conditions are kids' learning conditions, and it is directly tied to the quality of care. The federal government can and must use its spending powers to raise the bar for workers. And Speaker, the Liberals know that they can do this. In fact, in 2021, during the 2021 election, they promised a wage floor of $25 an hour for personal support workers, an area that is also within provincial jurisdiction. So why can't they make the same province of livable wages for childcare staff who perform different but equally essential roles in society? We don't have to choose between a $10 a day childcare and raising wages for childcare workers. We can and must have both if we are going to have a successful national childcare strategy, and in order to ensure that kids get the best quality of care, that we are recruiting, in fact, Madam Speaker, and retaining the workers. We need to create more spaces so that parents can have access to affordable childcare in communities where they live. I don't want this generation of early childhood educators and the future generations to have to make the same choice that I made, leaving the profession that I loved because I wanted to pay my bills. I want to live in a country where the work of early childhood educators is valued just as highly as the work of doctors, lawyers, engineers, and all other professions. The government cannot wash its hands of this responsibility. It has a leadership role to play in ensuring that every childcare worker in Canada is treated with respect and dignity. So I ask today, Madam Speaker, for all of us in this bill, or in this House, let's pass this bill and let's ensure that the people who are at the heart of this national childcare system we are trying to build, without whose labor there wouldn't be any system at all, are no longer an afterthought. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, the member has accurately captured the essence of what it is that this legislation is doing. And it is, in essence, establishing a national program. So it doesn't matter ultimately where you live in Canada, that individuals will have access or potential access to $10 a day daycare. And I think, it speaks volumes in terms of how legislation can actually change the projectile or the future of Canadians in particular for families that have young children in such a positive way. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide further comment on the significance of it being a national program and the benefits of that.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm happy that we have a national child care strategy that's being put in place that's $10 a day, but I'll go back. This will not be a successful program. This is not going to be rolled out properly without a comprehensive workforce strategy, which includes ensuring that early childhood educators are paid livable wages, benefits, have some sort of income security in retirement. If we do not respect workers, the workers that are actually looking after children, how do we expect this national child care strategy to ever get off the ground properly?
Comments? The Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for her intervention. And I enjoy working with her. And during committee and through this process of listening to witness testimony, there was an amendment put forward by the member to add free, prior and informed consent to Indigenous peoples, which is very similar to what Conservatives believe, that parents and families should be able to choose what is right for their children and their families. The Liberals voted against that motion. And my question to the member is, how can she trust the Liberals when they voted against that very amendment that allows Indigenous peoples to choose what is right for their children?
The Honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think it goes back to the legislation. That's why we need a piece of legislation. We need to negotiate a piece of legislation to enshrine it into law. This is about law. The fact that, I was very happy to see a support from the Conservatives, the Bloc, and members of the Liberal Party, in fact, support my amendment to include free, prior, and informed consent on all matters related to children for Indigenous people, something that we know historically has not been done, something that is fundamental, in fact, to a self-determination, something that's, in fact, in the framework agreement. But that's why we're pushing for legislation. That's why we need to vote for this legislation and put it in place to make sure that it's enshrined into law going forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her endless work in this area, important work. I'm wondering if my colleague can clarify, we all know the dismal pay that childcare workers are receiving, despite lengthy education, despite working so tirelessly to support our children and future generations. And I'm wondering if the member can share with us today what her thoughts are around what needs to be done to ensure that qualified individuals are being placed into these vital positions for our children moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre has 1 minute to respond.
I think it's very simple. I mean, it's very clear. The sector, certainly leaders, Childcare Now, all these major childcare organizations are very clear. If we want to have a successful national childcare strategy, then we need to ensure that we have a strategy for workers. That includes ensuring that early childhood educators are provided with livable wages, benefits, and income security in their retirement. We also have to have a strategy to train new workers entering the field. Strategies to get education, to become qualified early childhood educators. The solutions are there. The government just needs to listen to that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure it is to be able to rise and speak to such important legislation. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about this evening is historical legislation. If you take a look at it from a perspective of, let's say, the Canada Health Act. The Canada Health Act ensured that we have the healthcare system that we have today. That's the way I look at Bill C-35, Madam Speaker. Bill C-35 is a very powerful statement. It's a statement that's to Canadians, no matter where you live, from coast to coast to coast, that the government is recognizing that when it comes to childcare, it is of the utmost importance. Having a national program will make a difference in a very real and tangible way. C-35 will, in fact, put into place an act to ensure early learning and childcare is not only there for today, but for future generations, Mr. Speaker. It also ensures that the federal government recognizes that we have a very important role to play in it, Mr. Speaker. Not only are we providing money, but there's going to be a higher sense of accountability through public accountability on things such as transparency, through ensuring that there is an affordability element to childcare, no matter where you happen to live in Canada. This is something that I believe will make a positive difference, and we've already seen some early results. When the minister talked about the bill just an hour or so ago, Mr. Speaker, she talked about the number and percentage of women today in the workforce. Record numbers in terms of North America. We have more women entering into the workforce than we ever have. And that's going to continue to grow, Mr. Speaker, and we know that because we have the province of Quebec that we can take a look at and we can see how successful their program has been. So we've taken what's happened in the province of Quebec and we've amplified it so that it applies across the country, Mr. Speaker. Everyone wins. I don't quite understand the Conservative Party's positioning. It wasn't that long ago, it actually probably was long ago, when we actually attempted to do this before. And that would have been, 20 years ago. And unfortunately, the Harper government, first thing they did is they ripped up the idea, the agreements, the thoughts, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, it set back a generation or two of people that would have received good quality childcare. Not to mention what I suspect would have been better wages and resources for childcare workers. But because there was no legislative component to it, Mr. Speaker, Stephen Harper had a very easy time destroying it. Flashback just to a couple of years ago, when you had 338 Conservative candidates running around in a federal election, and what was the Conservative Party saying then? We didn't have the full agreement from all the different provinces at that time, but even at that point, just less than 2 years ago, we had the federal Conservative Party saying they do not support it, that they would too rip it up, Mr. Speaker. We know if it was up to the Conservatives, contrast the Conservatives to us, Mr. Speaker, it's night and day. They do not support affordable, quality child care. So what we have done since the election is been able to accomplish an agreement with all of the provinces and territories and Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker. That means provincial and territorial parties of not only that are Liberal, whether it's Conservative or NDP. Now, when I say Conservative, it's progressive Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. I should qualify that because the current Conservative Party is a very far-right Conservative Party. Very far right. And the member who's laughing understands exactly what it is I'm saying, and one only needs to read her comments. Mr. Speaker, so as a result, I think that it is a positive thing that we've been encouraged by the Conservative Party to bring in this legislation. But from my personal perspective, even if the Conservative Party was supporting the concept of affordable, quality child care, I would still be advocating for legislation of this nature because it's good legislation, Mr. Speaker. And that's if the Conservative Party was not so far to the right, I would be advocating it. But I can tell you that with today's Conservative Party, it even becomes more important to have this legislation. I listen to they don't call them critics, they call them shadow ministers, Mr. Speaker, and it's kind of scary when you stop and think about it. How are they going to actually vote on this legislation? If you listen to the critic, you would think that they're going to be voting against it, Mr. Speaker. And for me, I look at it, and I know many of my colleagues, as who are they actually listening to? Obviously, it's not their constituents. Instead, they try to give a false impression that it's broken. And then they go on talking about all the problems of childcare and daycare, Mr. Speaker. Being very critical of provinces who have had the responsibility of providing those child care systems, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if they have the support of the provinces to rip up things of this nature that we're proposing. I wonder if the provinces are aware of just how critical the Conservative Party of Canada is in regards to the performances of provincial governments across this country and territories, Mr. Speaker, because that's who they are criticizing. We finally have a federal government, a national government that has a vision of progress, of moving Canada forward on child care. Yet we have a Conservative Party who seems to has that dogged attitude of, no, not here in Canada. We don't want money being spent. And we hear that constantly, Mr. Speaker, coming from the Conservative Party. You know, yes, there is a cost to it. I recognize there is a cost going into the billions of dollars. And I think that's what offends the Conservative Party at the national level, Mr. Speaker. But let me suggest that if they open their eyes and try to get a better understanding of both the social and economic impact of a progressive policy of this nature, maybe then they should take one of their traditional type of flip-flops and actually support the legislation. Go against what it is that they campaigned on this issue, Mr. Speaker. We all know the flip-flop they had taken on the price on pollution. Well, here's another good flip-flop, but flip-flop in the positive way where they should be supporting a national child care program, Mr. Speaker. That would be something that would be encouraging to see the Conservative Party take. Think in terms of the economic advantage. You're going to have more people in the workforce. You're making a more equal playing field. Many more women are going to be able to plan a career and not have to worry about the costs of daycare or childcare or learning, Mr. Speaker. These are the advantages. Well, you know, when they actually get into the workforce, you will find that they are paying taxes. Taxes that, in all likelihood, they might not have been paying because they didn't have that affordable child care. It is healthier for the economy. Not to mention the parents that are having their children in the $10 a day care. You know, we talk about the issues in Canada
of being things like inflation. This is actually helping families today in a very real and tangible way by putting thousands of dollars in their pocket. Yet the Conservatives, they don't like the idea. Mr. Speaker, I think that they need to really start thinking about how it is society benefits. It's not just the family, it's everyone. All of us benefit when we have programs of this nature. So C-35, in essence, ensures that we will continue to have a national child care program, a national commitment to financing and contributing to the care of children. That is a good thing. And I hope that the Conservatives will take a flip-flop on this issue and support it. And I know she's already up to ask a question. I hope she'll give a commitment to support the legislation. That's the question I would pose to her.
Well, good evening, everybody. What have I been missing? Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I love to hear the Liberals say the Conservative slogan, bring it home. It's great to hear them say it. So I think what I would love to ask the Honourable Member is, this is a message I received this morning from Melissa, and Melissa wrote to me and she said, I haven't been able to find childcare since we moved to Peterborough in August. I'm looking for before and after care for my 2 kids. The wait list is crazy, 75 kids on the wait list. I was lucky enough to find a job that allows me to work during the hours my children are in school, but I had to cut down on working full-time due to lack of availability in childcare. And I'm just curious what the member opposite would say to Melissa.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to Melissa that the Conservative Party has no ideas. They don't even want to contribute. They don't understand and appreciate what a national program is, whereas at the very first time we have a national government that is actually demonstrating that it wants to contribute to the issue of child care. That's something that's been long in coming, and that part of the fear is that we got to be concerned that the Conservatives might try to get rid of that step forward, Mr. Speaker. And to Melissa, I would suggest to her that she might want to consider to vote any other political party but Conservative. Otherwise, we could be putting child care back, going backwards, Mr. Speaker, and that would not be a good thing.
Order. I'll wait a second here. I'm just going to wait. We'll let it. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. However, he really criticizes the Conservatives, but I think he should look in the mirror, and so should his government, because they didn't want to take into consideration that Quebec is a leader, a model in terms of childcare. So I think that he should be looking to Quebec.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member will recall, in regards to the comments that I made, is that we had taken a look in terms of just how successful the program in Quebec was. And it's because of Quebec leading the country in the issue, it clearly demonstrated by if we took the idea from Quebec and applied it universally from coast to coast to coast, what we would see is some very positive results. Affordable, quality childcare, more women getting engaged into the workforce, and we're already witnessing that, Mr. Speaker, where we have a number of provinces already at $10 a day daycare. We have the highest percentage in North America of women engaged in the workforce, and this is just the beginning. Recognizing that Quebec has led the way, and that's one of the nice things about being in a federal system, that when one province does something and it excels in it, Ottawa can have the opportunity to try to promote and encourage, and in this case, take specific action so that future generations generations will be able to benefit by a program that's being introduced, in this case, by the province of Quebec. I love the fact that the province of Quebec brought in the program.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've sat in the chamber listening, and I hear the Conservatives put speaker after speaker up claiming they care about child care, and they talk about the urgent need for child care. And they also stand in this House and talk about the very real crisis that most Canadians are finding themselves in economically. And yet, here in the House tonight, you know what we're debating? Anybody watching this should know that we're debating a Conservative motion to delete the short title of the bill on childcare. And they're putting up 15 speakers, 15 Conservative speakers to speak to their motion to delete the short title of a bill on childcare. Now, if that doesn't speak to a disingenuousness of getting to the real issues facing Canadians, I don't know what is. Talk about a waste of this House's time. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on that and what it tells him that if the Conservatives really care about childcare or dealing with the real economic issues facing Canadians, whether he thinks that the Conservatives putting up 15 speakers to talk about deleting the short title of the bill is consistent with that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader in a very short.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question and recognize right up front, you know, in a minority situation, it has been good to see on progressive policies where the NDP and the Liberals have been able to work together so that we can ensure that this important legislation ultimately will be able to pass. He highlights an issue in terms of he highlights a situation, Mr. Speaker, that is very obvious for the Conservatives. They're putting up this number of speakers because ultimately they like to delay legislation and prevent it from ultimately passing.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's funny because I have this speech that I wrote that I'm very passionate about, even though I'm a Conservative. Wow. And I'm a mom who needed childcare. Wow. And I don't even know where to begin on this because I'm listening to the men across the room telling us what it's like to be a mom and how difficult it is to see childcare. I'm listening to men across there kind of pointing, and I'm looking at my member from Saskatchewan. I have great respect for her, a mom who has come here, had children while on the job, well, not in the chamber, but has been able to raise her children as a member of Parliament. And I just, sir, want to start by correcting the record with saying, please delete the last 15 minutes of what's happened in this House of Commons, because if we want to look at absolute mistruths, we can maybe look at the speech from the member from Winnipeg, wherever. I'm sorry about that. And I think that comes because I just listened to him talk about a woman from Peterborough who he advised, and maybe they can stop having their conversations over there and listen to women speak. I was trying to say about the fact that he talked about a woman from Peterborough and went against my colleague, who is one of the strongest members of Parliament that I have seen here. And he has told her that her constituents should maybe vote for somebody else if they really want to care about women and everything else. And I would like to say to the members that I'm looking across at, please recognize the work that we have done. Recognize the women that are sitting in this House and the work that we have done, because the only reason we are here is because we are strong women. And so please stop trying to deflate us, and please stop trying to mansplain to us. We get it. We are leaders that have been voted in our communities by not only men and women, but, well, by men and women, I should say, but by our communities, and not just women. And that's why I want to share with everybody, when we're bringing these things forward, Mr. Speaker, it's because our constituents don't agree with what the Liberals have brought forward.
That's right.
We are elected, in my case, 128,000 people elected me. Now, I'm about 50%, okay? So happy, joyful, that's great for me. But I'm listening to them, and not everybody voted for me, but I do try my best to represent everybody there. And my opinion may be different, but I want to remind them that the people I was elected by are different as well. They're different than their constituents. They have different needs. They're different regions. They may have different social economic values. They may be new immigrants to communities. They may have started in Newfoundland and ended up in Vancouver for job trades. And we have to recognize that people in Canada are different. So as I was listening to this, I can understand where the heat gets up. It's the disrespect for the women in this place that I have listened to. And I'm sorry, after 8 years, I'm tired of listening to it, sir. I'm going to start by the fact that, let's get to my speech. Let's get to the fact that the reason that there are women in this place is that we do see that we need childcare. And the reason I'm here today is because I was able to have childcare. And so to the NDP, it was important to me when I needed childcare. So stop saying that it's oh, golly gee.
It's already in place. The province has already signed the agreement.
Unfortunately, the member, here, I'm all good. I do not need anyone to continue to yell. Perhaps I will remind the member from the NDP sitting in the back corner, and the reason that they're in the back corner is because their policies are not votable by all Canadians, sir. But the fact is, he is yelling that this is being delayed. These agreements, as I look across at the minister, she is proud of all of these agreements that she has signed with our provinces and territories. So stop telling us we're delaying a bill that is hurting children. It is not hurting children. The minister has said herself time and time again that she has signed these agreements, and the only reason we have this is so that Conservatives do not get into power, which we will, and get rid of this. That's right. And when I'm saying this, and the reason why I said this is very important, is that's exactly where I was coming with. They continue to put words in their mouth. Thank you to the member from Montreal for continuing to put words in my mouth. As I have said it, Conservatives are worried about childcare. And I'm going to continue. Oh my gosh, I have never seen such rudeness. Were you guys drinking or something? Is that why you're so inappropriate? Angela, were you drinking?
Order. Order. Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, from the moment in which the member stood up, I have not said a word. I've sat in my chair and I've been listening respectfully to the member opposite. I don't think it's appropriate to be accusing members of drinking inside the chamber, and I think she should withdraw that particular comment and continue on with her speech.
I will also suggest to folks that we are here for debate. Let's have a debate rather than just yell at each other across the way. Because I think all issues that come before this House, regardless of what they are or who they're for, are important to Canadians. So let's have the debate that's on the docket for tonight, and let's be respectful of one another. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And sir, I would like to respond to that, or I would like to withdraw that comment. Perhaps we can have some more dignity and respect in this place. Thank you very much. As I've indicated, women have been increasing their presence in the workforce over the past few decades. And according to Statistics Canada, in 2020, there was 47.1% of Canadian women in the workforce. That is something we should be very proud of. And we know that the reasons that women are in the workforce is because there are people who are able to support them. I was very fortunate because in my own world, I had parents. I had a husband who unfortunately was unable to work because of a disability, who was able to care for my children. I also put them in a daycare for a number of years as well. So with 5 children, I've used a mix of different sources, and also due to the income that I had. Our family's base income was $45,000 combined at the time that I had 5 children. So if anyone wants to talk about children and parents trying to struggle, $45,000, 5 children, it's tough. And that is why I'm talking about it today. And the reason I'm talking about it is not only is it tough, it's tough when women are trying to get in the workplace and there's no spots. And that is exactly why we're bringing this and talking about this at third reading, talking about it at the report stage. Because the problem here is there is a labour strategy that needs to be connected to this, and there is not a labour strategy. This government has been here since 2015, and in 2017, when I was doing this, we talked about the wages, and we recognized that at $22 an hour, people were leaving this type of work because of not being able to pay the bills. At $22 an hour, there was not enough income for them to be able to pay these bills. And so people were leaving, and we know that there's a retention issue. That's one of the greatest challenges. There's a retention. And so until we have a labour force that can fix us with these spots, Canadian parents are being sold a bill of goods. This is really, really important to have this, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we have sustainable childcare. It's important that we have quality childcare. It's important that we have choices in childcare. Whether it's Milestones childcare that is subsidized by parents, or Milestones is the private. I'm trying to think what's the not-for-profits in our community. But we need it all. We need to have an entire selection, a cornucopia of different strategies so that we can deal with this. But not only does there need to be the options for parents that may be living in Toronto, or the options for parents who are living in my town of Sparta. There needs to be options for parents. I have one constituent that wrote me, and she indicated it's a 35-minute drive for her to get childcare. Now, leaving and having to go get childcare is very, very difficult, especially if you're looking at that, being almost 2 full hours of your day, driving there and back again to pick up. These are types of things that we need to consider. So accessibility for parents is one of the most important things. This is another client that I wanted to talk about, or another constituent, and I'm just going to read parts of this because due to privacy, I don't want people to know who her name is, but she was given notice to resign if she failed to return to work by the end of next week. She had been trying to explain her situation to the manager, who was very reluctant. The issue for her was the closest daycare in her neighborhood, or the only daycare that was willing to take her anywhere in that area. They had enough space for 8 more children, but however, due to shortages of daycare staff, they could not take any more children. So these are the problems. And so when we're talking about this, instead of saying Conservatives don't support childcare, as I heard, we support childcare, but we want childcare to be more universal. We understand that the cost of childcare is exuberant. I was spending, when I said I was making $45,000, $1,200 a month was going to childcare. $1,200. I understand when money is tight. I understand what it's like to feed bagels to my kids because you don't have a lot of money. So I really want to stop banging us for being conservatives. I had another one talk about the daycare. There is a serious supply issue for current demand for space, licensed childcare access for families. My son is nearly 2 years old, and we still have not offered a space with a daycare facility. We put his name on the list on September of 2021 for infant programs, and it was clear there will never be a spot. My son has been on the wait list since March 2022, and he is 50th on the list. That's another email. I talked to you about the person who was 35 minutes away. I've got the other person that there are no, and no, I can't spell no with about 25 O's, spots in licensed centers or homes. This is the problem here. And so it's great to have this program. I believe in childcare. I always have believed in childcare. But there needs to be something that works for parents. And for years I always said, and this is where I'm going to put my mom hat on. For years I always said, it's up to the family. We just went through COVID. And the fact is, like every mom in this place, every daughter, every sister, we know a lot fell on the shoulders of women. And that is why I will fight to ensure that we have a childcare program that works for families and especially works for women. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Families.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, I thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and I hear the passion that is there, and I appreciate her support for childcare. Every single one of the issues that she raised is why this legislation is important, why this program is important, because all of those issues would be in place if we weren't moving forward with it. In fact, the Conservative plan has been to provide tax credits. Well, those don't build spaces, those don't increase wages, that does not build a system. And I hear that she's saying they're not here to delay, but in fact we're at report stage and the amendment proposed is to delete the short title. So I don't really understand how that amendment to this legislation is addressing any of the issues that they are putting forward. And my question to the honourable member is, will you be supporting Bill C-35? Will you put, your words on the table that you support access to childcare and actually do it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of course, we have to make sure that we run our questions through the chair. So asking a question directly to the member, there you go. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I think it's finally that we're kind of getting to more to a discussion. And I think that's part of the problem here, is that it has become so politicized that I've listened to speeches time and time again that it's just about political wedges. I want this to be about parents, and I want this to be about the children and the quality daycare that they get. And I have just heard from my member from Peterborough that a childcare that had been operating for 17 years just closed their doors to the 168 or 172 people and children, 172 families that are serviced. We can do better. And I just believe that this government put the cart before the horse. And I think, unfortunately, we do not have the skills that will support this, but we do need to have a childcare program that works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech. As a mother as well, this is a very important discussion that we're having today. As somebody who raised her children in low income, childcare is vital. And I'm trying to, with all due respect, to understand Why are we here today debating an amendment to the short title of the bill when we could be debating at third reading this very important bill and actually seeing families receiving the child care that they need and deserve? I'm just trying to understand and to offer an opportunity for my colleague to clarify why are we not getting this done and why are we seeing delays from the Conservatives?
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the question. I think the first thing is, when we talk about delays in this House, we have to understand the process. We know that these agreements have been signed, so the impact on this is not to the children and families that this bill is connecting with. So that's probably one of the key things that I want to point out. But we also recognize that this bill is very, very flawed. And as I indicated, when we know that 1 in 3 children, or I'm sorry, it was 2 in 3 children are on the waiting list and 1 in 3 children get the spots, we talk about that lottery. And so I guess why we're discussing this is because we really want there to be more of a discussion, more of what I didn't see here 20 minutes ago, more of where I'm seeing actually people want to talk about this. And I think a lot of times we just have too much ideology instead of more practicality. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my honourable colleague. What an amazing speech to hear from a woman who has so much lived experience, has worked on this file, has been a parliamentarian, who knows that balance and knows how challenging it is to find quality, reliable childcare and affordability. And I guess my question to her would be, what we've seen repeatedly is that the reason we're here is because we're trying to ensure that all voices are heard. And based on the amendments that were put forth through committee by the Conservatives, they weren't. And so it's very important that we read into the record that people hear the stories like Melissa that we've talked about and the stories that seem to be being ignored, that Saskatchewan has a childcare desert. 90% of families cannot access childcare. And so I guess I would ask the member what her thoughts are based on what we've seen tonight. Does she really believe that this is just a political wedge? Because we've heard from the minister that this is all an anti-Conservative bill, and I'm curious on her thoughts on that.
Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Unfortunately, that's exactly how I see it as well. I see that there is intentions in this bill which are very, very positive because childcare is necessary for families to be able to, go to work, provide for their families. Absolutely, would not disagree with that at all. But when I've listened to the speeches, and with respect to the minister, because I know how hard she works, I counted the number of times she said Conservative in the first 3 minutes, and it was a lot more than the word child. And so I recognize that we weren't talking about children, we were talking about Conservatives.
Yes.
And so I was wondering what this was about. Yep. And so that was some of my questions there. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House tonight to talk about it's such an important topic for me, for the Minister, for so many colleagues in this House, including my colleagues across the way, about affordable, accessible, inclusive early learning and childcare, because it's a powerful driver of economic growth and social equality. And we've heard that from many here tonight. And we all know that affordability is a top-of-mind topic. So let's consider early learning and childcare through that lens. We've talked about a lot of other lenses until now. I'd like to lean into the affordability discussion. But before I get to that, I just want to take a moment to recognize that my colleagues on the Standing Committee for Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities for their tireless work and contributions to this bill. The discussions in committee were certainly fulsome. Before the early learning and childcare agreements with all provinces and territories were finalized, daily childcare fees range from $20 to $48 a day per child. Those dollars could go a long way in the grocery store or to keep children active or in other activities. In the year and a half since the first early learning and childcare agreement was signed, childcare fees have been dropping across Canada. And we are continuing to work hard with our provincial and territorial colleagues to meet our March 2026 goal of $10 a day on average fees for children under the age of 6 in licensed childcare. And Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the results already. British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland and Labrador have achieved 50% in fee reductions. But what does affordable childcare mean? It means hundreds of dollars every month in the pockets of Canadians of all income levels. It means money for nutritious meals on the table as the prices at grocery stores remain high. It means money for clothing and other necessities that are so important for families. Carolyn Ferns, the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare Policy Coordinator, put it perfectly. She said, affordable childcare is life-changing for families and for our communities. She also said it is great to see the collaboration between the federal and provincial governments making that a reality for Ontario families. And of course, it's not just a reality for Ontario families, Mr. Speaker, it's a reality for every family in Canada with young children, whoever they are, wherever they live, and regardless of their income level. Let me share with you just a few of the testimonials parents have taken the trouble to write as they realize the financial relief affordable childcare is bringing to them. One wrote, my daughter on Vancouver Island found out yesterday that her childcare will be charging $10 a day. This is huge for families. Thank you to the federal and provincial government for collaborating on this excellent legislation. It truly puts families first. Another quote said, just paid our January daycare fees, under $500. This is a 55% reduction from last year. This is going to make such a huge difference for so many families. Another parent shared, our infants' daycare fees have dropped $500 per month, and on the 26th out of her 18-month anniversary, it will drop another $200 per month. Probably one of the largest pieces of legislation to personally affect me in my lifetime. And it's about that personal impact, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've heard a lot of discussion here, but let's talk about the parents and the families who are talking about what this legislation, what these agreements mean to them, family by family across this country. Another parent wrote, I won't benefit from this as my kids are grown, and I remember paying $650 a month for daycare on a salary of $1,200 a month back in the 80s. But I'm so very, very happy that young families are benefiting from this. And just one more to share. It was absolutely surreal to see my daycare fees drop from a high of $167.25. As of January, we'll be paying less than 50% of that on a path to $10 a day. So going from $167.25 a day to $10 a day, Mr. Speaker, it is life-changing. Mr. Speaker, it's clear from these and many other social media posts, interviews, and commentaries that families in Canada are actually thrilled, truly thrilled, and in many cases astonished that affordable early learning and childcare is finally here. The Government of Canada has made an historic investment of $30 billion over 5 years to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. We have done so in collaboration with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners, all of whom deserve enormous credit for their willingness to work together, and I emphasize together, to give every child in Canada the best possible start in life. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, bringing relief, real financial and emotional relief to millions of families from coast to coast to coast. And as I said, by the end of last year, childcare fees were reduced across the country. And by 2025-26, the average fee for regulated childcare spaces across Canada will be $10 a day. As families across the country are realizing, there are no losers here. It's a financial win for families, regardless of their income level. Since 2015, the Government of Canada has delivered real improvements to make life more affordable for Canadians. There is no better example than the progress we have made on this new ELCC system. As of 2025 to 2026, a minimum of $9.2 billion will be provided every year on an ongoing basis for affordable early learning and childcare and Indigenous early learning childcare. Mr. Speaker, the return on this investment for families with young children is obvious, and it's backed by evidence. Of course, we can look to the overwhelming success of the Quebec early learning and childcare system, which is now ingrained into the social fabric of that province, and we had much to learn from them. When we speak about affordability, it is perfectly appropriate to ask whether the country as a whole can afford it. And to that, Mr. Speaker, I say the answer is a resounding yes. Actually, we can't afford not to do this, because this is a plan to drive economic growth and make sure our families have the best start in life and their children. It's a plan to increase participation in the workforce, especially among many young mothers who want to pursue professional ambitions or further their educations to get better paying jobs. It's one of the many investments the Government of Canada remains committed to, investments that increase our economic growth, Canadians' quality of life, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, women's equity in the workforce. Independent studies show that our early learning and childcare system could raise the real GDP as much as 1.2% over the next 2 decades. Furthermore, a range of studies have shown that for every dollar spent on early childhood education, the broader economy receives between $1.50 and $2.80 in return. That would be a huge return on our ELCC investment. Mr. Speaker, this is money well spent, with the data showing strong social returns from investing in our families and our children. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing loud and clear how thrilled families are that their governments have joined together to bring them significant financial relief. And doubtless many are beginning to wonder why we waited so long. It's another fair question. As other colleagues have said, in passing this legislation, we'll be promising the best possible start in life to future generations of children in Canada. And we're on the brink of making history, Mr. Speaker, of cementing together these wonderful provincial and territorial agreements into an enduring testament to our commitment and caring for Canadian children, their families, and our collective future. I urge all of our colleagues to give a quick passage to C-35.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for her speech and working with her on HUMA to listen to the testimony that we have. One of the testimony was from Jennifer Radcliffe, the director at Pebble Lane Early Learning, and Ms. Radcliffe said, "We are already finding that we are struggling to expand, and when opportunities arise, we have to turn them down. We are simply not able to move forward because of the lack of funding. We've had to turn down thousands of spaces. Me and other providers I know, we're just not in a position to accept them because we can't access the new spaces funding, and we are having to operate under the fee caps." In a time when the wait lists are outrageous and there are child care deserts across the country, what would she say to Ms. Radcliffe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to that I would say is this is where partnership is key. You know, Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure just this past year to be in Manitoba with the Premier to announce spaces in rural Manitoba. And the province, together with the federal government, was ensuring that 650, if I'm not mistaken, new spaces would be created just from that tranche of all levels of government working together, including Indigenous spaces in that part of Manitoba. So to that I would say there is every opportunity for childcare facilities to work with the province, to work with us to build the spaces, because we know we need them and we know that provinces and territories want to build them.
Good job.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's been nice as well working with the member across the way. But I go back, and I know I'm insistent on it. Like, we don't have a workforce strategy in this plan. And, you know, early childhood educators deserve respect. You know, I remember as an early childhood educator how much I loved it, but how disrespected I felt because I was only making $8 an hour. Yet, I was with kids from morning till night. I was doing noble work, but I had no benefits. I had lousy pay and no opportunity to even advance my education because I didn't even earn enough to pay for training. So I'm wondering if you know, my honourable colleague can commit to putting in a workforce strategy by providing provinces and territories with the funding that they need to ensure that workers or ECEs are paid livable wages, benefits, income security as they become seniors, and also training opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. She has really been a true ally in getting this legislation forward. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to point out in her own province of Manitoba that there's been a commitment by the provincial government there to place funding forward from the funding that they receive towards training, towards strong wage grids, and moving forward. Some provinces have put solid wage grids. Yukon is doing $30 a day. We see across the country provinces and territories are stepping up. Do they need to do more? Of course they need to do more. That's why the minister is going to be doing FPT meetings this summer, specifically on the workforce strategy. And we continue to be committed to working collaboratively with provinces to ensure early childhood care workers are getting paid for the incredible work that they do.
In comments, question commentaire, and the honourable member for Chateauguay-Lac-Colch. I'm trying really hard to get in here.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very interested in my colleague's
comments around affordability because while I'm no longer in the business of childcare, I certainly benefited as a Quebec resident 25, 30 years ago to the childcare that we had available at that time, which was on a needs base only, but it permitted me to go back to school, earn an MBA, become a higher income earning citizen, and to more than repay, to more than contribute back to the system that helped me in that way. And so I'd like to hear the comments from my colleague around how not only is this program affordable for those who use it, but in fact it pays for itself.
Good question.
Another whole 42 seconds. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. The data speaks for itself. We have numbers ranging between $1.80 to $2.65 for every dollar we put in a return of an investment. That is good money well spent. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to emphasize here, when I asked my Quebec colleagues, how did this happen in Quebec first? Who made it happen? Women made it happen, Mr. Speaker. This is a feminist government committed to making sure that the choice that women make is not between childcare and a career, but that they can choose the path that they want to carve out for themselves while enjoying being both a mother and an excellent part of our workforce.
Great answer.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that childcare is a principal concern for moms and dads across this country. Bill C-35 establishes an aspirational vision for a national childcare program in Canada. And unfortunately, that vision is narrow. Childcare solutions are not universal for all families. We know that parents rely on diverse forms of care to meet their own families' unique needs, just as all families should have access to childcare solutions. It is also important that parental rights and choice remains at the core of our debates and the development of policy in this area. The rejection of amendments that would have established a vision that was more inclusive and realistic of the childcare landscape in our country confirms that this legislation is a marketing tool. It does not bring forward solutions to meet the existing gaps in the system, and in fact, the Liberal government intentionally designed this bill to exclude and discriminate against certain childcare providers. It singles out public and non-for-profit childcare providers, disregarding and devaluing licensed home care providers and small business entrepreneurs. Many of these are women. And it does not despite the reality that these childcare providers are critical to achieving universal access. My colleague, the member for Peterborough-Kawartha, brought forward an amendment to the committee that would have included all types of childcare. A change that would have better ensured access to childcare and that would have better supported parental choice. Unfortunately, the Liberal and NDP coalition struck it down, and it really is a shame. The reality is that while affordable and quality childcare is great in principle, if a parent cannot access it, then it simply doesn't exist for them. If access is really a core principle, then limiting already limited resources does not make sense. Across the country, we know there are shortages of childcare spaces. As members of the HoC committee, we repeatedly heard from witnesses about the need for childcare spaces across the country. And we had heard about the long and growing wait lists to access the existing spaces. The director of Pebble Lane Early Learning, Jennifer Ratcliffe, told the committee that, quote, "Waitlists across this country are growing by the thousands each month, and families are left with no one to help them. Parents need to work, and if they don't have care, their only option is social assistance. Affordable childcare is an empty promise to parents if it is not accessible." Maggie Moser, a director on the board for the Ontario Association of Independent Childcare Centres, told the committee that her childcare centre had 147 spaces and 24 half-time spaces. But that centre was at full capacity and that it had 600 names, 600 on a wait list. Sheila Olin McLean, CEO of the Compass Early Learning and Care, told the committee that each of their centres had about 300 families on their wait lists. And those are just a few examples, Mr. Speaker, that we had heard in committee. The demand far outweighs the need across this country, but we know that in some areas, like those deemed childcare deserts, it's even greater. With the existing resources beyond capacity, it defies common sense to limit the program and then to create an uneven market that will then only create greater demand at childcare centres that are captured by the childcare agreements. It is also difficult to understand why the government is so intent on punishing childcare centre providers that fall outside of the public and not-for-profit centre. Entrepreneurs and small businesses are the backbone of our economy and our communities. To again quote Maggie Moser in the HuMA committee, who had said, quote, "Our members are mostly women who took a risk and opened up a childcare centre. They took out loans and mortgages on their houses. It's very expensive. We're talking hundreds of thousands, going into the millions to open a centre." She then went on to say, realistically, childcare has been needed and it has been provided by these women entrepreneurs who took the risk and stepped up. Not only does this NDP Liberal coalition want to ensure that these entrepreneurial women are excluded from the development of a national childcare program, they also want to ensure that they do not have a voice at the table. Another amendment that was put forward by my Conservative colleague, the member for Peterborough-Kawartha, would have ensured that the National Childcare Council included representatives from private and home-based providers alongside public and not-for-profit providers. That was a very reasonable amendment. It acknowledged the important role that all childcare providers have played and will continue to play in the development and provision of childcare in Canada. The National Childcare Council should be representative of Canada's childcare landscape. The refusal to have fulsome representation at the table undermines the work and the legitimacy of the Council. But the NDP Liberal coalition again struck down this reasonable amendment. We also saw the rejection of an amendment that would have directed the National Childcare Council to support the recruitment and the retention of a well-qualified workforce, and another that would have required the annual report on a national labour strategy. We heard from witnesses just how dire the labour crisis is in this sector. Labour shortages remain a major obstacle in achieving access to affordable childcare spaces. And witnesses were clear that there is a need for a specific workforce strategy and a need for better data and tracking recruitment and retention efforts. By rejecting these amendments, it is made further clear that this legislation is not designed to provide tangible childcare solutions. The bill does nothing to address the fact that the current programs are not targeted to support lower-income families. That in many cases, it is the lower-income families that are on the outside looking in. That families who already had a child care space in a public or not-for-profit care are now getting subsidized care. But everyone else is on a wait list. And if this bill passes, Mr. Speaker, guess what? They will still be on a wait list. This bill does not address the labour shortages in the child care sector. It does not direct the minister or the National Advisory Council to develop a plan to strengthen the workforce. And it does not present a viable path to creating the necessary childcare spaces to create universally accessible and affordable childcare spaces. Like most of the policies and bills we see come forward from this government, Bill C-35 has winners, but it also has losers. Some mums and dads, they're going to get a boost, and others, they're going to get nothing. It is truly disappointing that this government is so unwilling and resistant to try to address those inequities. In fact, with these agreements already in place with the provinces, the National Advisory Council is already formed, and the refusal to ensure more equitable access, this bill really is only serving to reinforce the Liberal government's narrow vision for a national childcare program and to create divisions. It is disingenuous for this Liberal government to pat themselves on the back for creating accessible and affordable childcare when that is not the reality for most Canadian families, nor is there a clear pathway to that becoming a reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for her comments. And I'll just note what I felt was missing from her speech today when she talked about what was missing from the legislation. She didn't seem to mention that licensed private childcare providers are actually grandfathered into the agreements in terms of what we created in terms of accessibility. Exactly. But also what she admitted when she talked about all childcare providers, what they proposed was faith-based care, au pairs, nannies, unlicensed home childcare. The MP for Battleford's Minister asked why couldn't we consider au pairs from Europe. So, I ask, are Canadians really okay with public dollars going to faith-based care? And I would ask my colleague, with all of the complaints, she hasn't really offered a plan. So we do have a plan and we're implementing it while the Conservatives support C-35.
That's right. Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the Parliamentary Secretary missed the point that these agreements are already signed and they're already in place. They're already being used. Right. The importance, I believe, that parents need to have, and it was reinforced at committee with our NDP member with free, prior, and informed consent when we passed that, which I will mention only one Liberal voted for that. The rest voted against it. Wow. It wouldn't have passed if that one member didn't vote for it. We believe that parental choice is important. And by narrowing that option for choice is doing a disservice not only to the workforce, but to the children that then don't have access to spaces.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Once again, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues on the HuMA committee for this bill. However, I do have a question for my colleague. We know that with this bill, there's no full compensation for Quebec to opt out, but we can see that outside Quebec, Ottawa has pledged to support social progress. Does centralization worry you? Because Quebec is worried about meddling in jurisdictions. So I wonder what you think about this possibility. The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you through you to my colleague for that question. I definitely believe that provincial jurisdiction is something that should be respected. And we know all too well, and I am on record in this place, that this government does not have a good track record. We look at carbon tax 1.0 and now carbon tax 2.0 coming in. They don't care what jurisdiction it is. It's their way or the highway, and if you don't agree with them, you hate everything and are opposed to everything, which is just blatantly untrue. But this government needs to do a better job at respecting jurisdictions, specifically the provinces.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed working with my colleague on the HuMA committee as a visitor. I agree. We have a child care desert. I've been saying, and I'm asking the same question over and over again tonight. We have what the CCPA called a worker shortage that's caused by poor wages, no benefits, no pension plan. We are not going to have a national child care strategy if we don't have a worker strategy. that ensures dignified working conditions for early childhood educators. And I'm wondering if my colleague would agree with me that in order to have this system work, that early childhood educators must be paid livable wages, must be given benefits, must be given a retirement plan if we are going to see this plan succeed.
The honourable member for Bottom Birds and Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague who I also enjoyed working with on that committee. And I thought that we had worked well together, especially as opposition. There was an amendment that was brought forward that not only would have directed the National Child Care Council, or it would have directed the National Child Care Council to support the recruitment and the retention of a well-qualified workforce. Again, that was struck down. The NDP voted against it.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnabore.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I truly always appreciate the opportunity to come here to this House of Commons and speak on behalf of the people of Calgary-Midnabore. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm very proud to say that I am a proud mom, a proud hockey mom in the riding of Calgary-Midnabore. And I certainly like to have conversations with the other mothers at the hockey rink. You do that, you're waiting for your kid to get on the ice, or you're waiting for the practice to end, and you have conversations. And certainly we have conversations about childcare. There's no doubt about it. A lot of families require childcare. A lot of families are not so fortunate to have a parent stay at home. 2 incomes are required. But we also have conversations about why that is so. And we have conversations about the cost of living. And my truth, Mr. Speaker, and the truth of the hockey moms that I talk to is that making life affordable for Canadian families by this government is a lie. And daycare is just a part of that lie, Mr. Speaker. And it's a cycle, Mr. Speaker. It is a cycle that this government has created. First of all, there is inflationary spending. We've seen that excessively. We've seen excessive taxation. So there's inflationary spending, excessive taxation. This drives up the cost of living for Canadian families as well as Canadian businesses. I've mentioned often in this House, I come from a small business family, so taxes on small business are very important to me and to my family. And as a result of this drive up of the cost of living, it drives Canadian families into poverty, where businesses have to close, laying off workers. Canadian families can't afford to eat, they can't afford rent, and they certainly can't afford childcare. Now, but what this government does, Mr. Speaker, after they've created this nation of poverty, is they throw little scraps out to the public and to Canadians. And this daycare program is just a marketing plan. It is just one of those scraps. They threw out the rent subsidy. Here's $500 this month. I don't know what you're going to do next month, but here's $500. The grocery rebate, here's $234, even though groceries are going to cost an additional $1,000 for a family of 4, Mr. Speaker. So what this government does is they make life unaffordable for Canadians, and daycare is just another example of what they are doing. They are creating a cycle of continuous poverty for Canadians, where Canadians are reliant upon them instead upon ourselves, the common sense of the common people, as we talk about. And this daycare scheme is just another example of that. Mr. Speaker, I talked about inflationary spending. We saw in this budget an additional $69.7 billion that's going to be spent in budget 2023. This will cost, Mr. Speaker, each Canadian household an additional $4,200. I just came from Operations Committee, Mr. Speaker, where we had the President of the Treasury Board, who just added another $1.3 billion to the tab of Canadians for the recently negotiated agreements, which they failed to do 2 years previously. So in a hurry to get things done, they have now finally completed these agreements. Thank goodness, because services were suffering for Canadians, but it's for the price tag of $1.3 billion. This government has to bring down inflationary spending, excessive taxation, so Canadians can have a chance. We see an escalator tax, Mr. Speaker, on beer, wine, and spirits of 2%. And let me tell you, the hockey moms and I, sometimes, we could use a nice glass of wine at the end of the day, but it's 2% more now as a result of this government and their creation of a life which is not affordable for Canadians. We see the cost of food increasing, a 40% high inflationary spending, with 1.5 million Canadians visiting food banks in a single month, Mr. Speaker. We've talked about these numbers a lot in this House. 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals. And as I mentioned on the grocery rebate, just $234 when groceries are going to cost an additional $1,065 more. Daycare is a part of this lie of affordability that they say that they're creating for Canadians, when really they're just making everything more expensive. The cost of shelter, Mr. Speaker, has doubled. Mortgages have doubled in 2015 from $1,400 to $3,100 here in 2023. Rents have doubled from $973 to $1,760. That's for a single bedroom. Life is more not affordable. And again, it's a result of this Liberal government and what they're doing, taking all this money and handing out little bits back, little scraps, like this fake daycare plan. Rent in Kelowna, the housing minister couldn't say what the rent in Kelowna was when the member for Kelowna Lake Country asked last week. That's just an example of how out of touch this government is. This government is raising payroll taxes on workers and small business, Mr. Speaker. A worker who is making above $66,000 will now need to pay an extra $255 to CPP and an extra $50 to EI. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we have the carbon tax. The carbon tax went up 14 cents a litre on April 1st. We know that the carbon tax is driving up the cost of gas, of groceries, as I've indicated. Those groceries have to get to the supermarket somehow, and they go through vehicles which use gas, so there's a double taxation there. And then home heating, something which all Canadians need, yet this government has called Canadians polluters. In the past, grannies in the Maritimes polluters, when really it is their cycle of poverty that they are creating to make them dependent upon them, which is creating this. And an average family will spend between $402 and $847 a year more on the carbon tax. So I've talked about all of these other things where the government needs to reduce inflationary spending. They need to reduce the spending because of this cycle that they are creating, which drives up living for Canadians, drives them down into poverty, and then they're forced to accept these scraps like this $10 daycare. And this $10 daycare is also an illusion, Mr. Speaker, because if you can't access it, it doesn't exist. It doesn't help thousands of families and children on the wait lists, or the operators who don't have the staff or the infrastructure. And it is said that in the future, there will only be one space for every 3 children who need it, and that by 2026, a shortage of 8,500 childcare workers will exist in this country. In fact, perhaps the government could use a pink seal program, something very similar to the blue seal program, which our leader has put forward for the trades. In BC, 27% of childcare centres turn away children due to a lack of staff. In Ontario, by 2026, 38% of kids will not have a space. And the thing about this, Mr. Speaker, is that this government has the audacity to think that they can do things better than the common people, than Canadians. Where have we seen the failure of this? Oh, from passports, from the very minister who's responsible for this program, with the immigration backlog, with the inability to negotiate a public service deal over 2 years. And what does this say about mothers? So many moms would rather just stay home with their children, but they can't. They can't, because this government has made this country a two-paycheck family. 2 paychecks are needed, Mr. Speaker, to keep the family functioning, to keep them with a roof over their head, to keep them fed, Mr. Speaker. And what does it say about the women who operate these daycares, closing them down, taking away income from families, and often new Canadian families? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, making life affordable for Canadians by this government is a lie. Inflationary spending and taxation drives up living for Canadians and for businesses. It drives Canadians into poverty. They can't eat, they can't afford rent, businesses close, and I won't even get into the natural resources sector, and this government throws scraps at Canadians. And this daycare is one of these scraps. Making life affordable for Canadians is a lie, and this daycare program is one of them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope Canadian women heard that speech, because the honourable member basically said that, you know, $6,000 a year in their pockets is scraps. She said that women want to stay home with their children. If they want to, that's their choice. But actually, there's a lot of women who also want to have a career. I'm sorry she has such an archaic vision of women in this country. I find that incredibly disappointing. The Conservatives have gone from calling childcare a slush fund to now calling it a marketing tool. I don't know if she's spoken to the families who are benefiting from this, who are saving thousands of dollars a year, who have called this life-changing. And in Alberta, the Alberta government has now created 5,500 new spaces since we signed the agreement. Mr. Speaker, everything that member opposite said is simply false. But what I want to know, what I really want to know, and what I think Canadian families want to know is she going to support Bill C-35? Will the Conservatives support Bill C-35 and work with us to deliver affordable, high-quality, accessible, inclusive childcare for Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindeport.
Well, what this minister failed to mention is that in my meeting with Albertan operators, actually 67% of them cannot use this program. 67%. It's absolutely true. And this is what they do, Mr. Speaker. They perpetuate this false narrative. I will. They perpetuate this false narrative. I said they tax us to death. They increase inflationary spending. They drive families into the ground. They can't get homes. They can't eat. They can't get daycare. And you know what? Like I said, people have to work because they need 2 incomes. That's why a lot of families have to work. If women want to work, fantastic. I'm the poster child for that. I've had an incredible career before I got here. I'm happy to be here and be a mom and do both, but families can't do that. What this minister is doing is perpetuating that lie, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her animated intervention. I'm a bit confused, I think, about what's going on with the debate, because we all know how important childcare is and how much poverty there is in our communities. Yet, at this point, we're debating a minor procedural matter. I wonder if the member can explain why we're debating this minor procedural matter when we could be debating other more important ways to address poverty and ensuring that children are getting the care that they need. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindeport.
That's the whole point, is that we should be debating ways to find efficiencies within the government, to lower taxes, to lower spending. And instead, we are wasting our time here in this House creating programs to make this government look good and to pretend to Canadians like they're doing something, Mr. Speaker. So I absolutely agree with that member that we should be doing things which actually benefit Canadians, which is stop decreasing inflationary spending, decreasing taxation so that Canadians can buy whatever they want in the grocery store, so that Canadians can actually go and purchase a home, so that Canadians can make the choice for a parent to stay at home if they want, instead of they're perpetuating their lie, Mr. Speaker. That's what they're doing. And Canadians are catching on to it, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are catching on to it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for her intervention and her passion on this. And as a mom, I know she knows this. I think what is interesting is we've heard so much tonight in the chamber, and the reality is, and we've had the testimony, that this bill actually is hurting the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, and the poor, which a member from Nunavut had mentioned. But one of the things that came out of the Childcare Deserts report in the CCPA, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, is most often rural areas that are more likely to have childcare deserts in comparison to urban areas with a population of over 100,000 people. And it really speaks to the point of, is this purely a political tool? Because guess where all of the seats that the Liberals win are. And they continue to just disregard rural areas of Canadians and not treat them fairly. I'd like to know what the member thinks of that.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Much to my colleague for that question, Mr. Speaker. And you know what really comes to my mind is just the tagline we saw from the Liberal government in the first few years that they were in power, and this is the middle class and those hoping to join it. And frankly, I've seen lots of people from my riding go from the upper middle class to the middle class. So congratulations, and even the lower middle class. So they're doing a great job at having people join the middle class, Mr. Speaker. That's what I would say about that. Again, it's this cycle that I'm talking about. They spend too much. They tax too much. They create poverty for Canadians. People get unemployed, can't buy houses, can't buy food. They're driven into poverty. They come along as the saviors with these scraps to save them. Yay, them. Good job. Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by saying something from my heart. And something I think that we all agree on in this place. Canadians deserve and need access to affordable, quality childcare. This is important for so many reasons, particularly for gender equality. While our country has made gains in various measures of gender equality, we know that women still bear the disproportionate labor costs of childcare. And access to quality childcare, but more importantly, valuing the labor of childcare, is what we need to do as a society to move towards gender equity, true gender equity. And the other principle that we need to understand in achieving gender equity and quality childcare in the context of Canadian pluralism is that there are so many, not just Canadian pluralism, but also a regionally diverse country, is that we have to respect and value the labor of childcare when it happens in multiple different modalities. And what I mean by that is it's very important to ensure that there are quality childcare spaces that are affordable, that are available to Canadians. But we also need to understand that some people may want to access childcare in a private home, or they may want to raise their children in a nanny share, or they may want to raise their children by bringing in parents and grandparents that perhaps reside currently in other parts of the country, or perhaps they are sharing childcare duties within their own family that is unpaid labor, because they're on shift work or because they've chosen to do things that way. The reality is that childcare is not homogenous in our country because we're not a homogenous country. We have, so many different ways of raising children. I think that's part of the beauty of our country, but our childcare policy has to be reflective of that in order for it to be equitable in our country. And this bill does create a certain type of childcare space. And I know that there was a lot of committee testimony that says it's a step in the right direction. The concern that I have with the bill in the current format, and us having a very dogmatic debate on this issue, is that we're missing that heterogeneity, that variety of childcare that we see in this in our country, that Canadians want and need in order to raise their children in a way that both makes sense for them, but also reflects their living reality. Some of my colleagues have raised the issue of rural childcare. I think this is really important, Speaker. I do think that this bill doesn't adequately reference rural childcare, and I also think that it perhaps doesn't speak to, and the government should find ways to speak to, valuing other forms of childcare, particularly unpaid labor within extended families or within a nuclear family itself. I also think that we need to realize the fact that sometimes communities, there's a day home. It's a private day home on a street. That is not addressed in this bill. And I would just implore the minister and the government to say that perhaps there needs to be more done. That while this is a step in the right directions, the concerns that have been raised in this place need to be addressed by the government. The other reason why I think it's so important to get this right, beyond gender equity, which is so important, beyond looking at childcare policy that reflects the wonderful diversity of our country, is the fact that, and I want to raise this is such an important issue, and I don't think it's really been raised in Parliament, is the fact that our country is facing a fertility issue. Many other countries are around the world as well, too. And this is such a sensitive topic to talk about because it raises a lot of questions about the cost and the benefits of bearing children in both the societal context and in very personal contexts. But it's something that we as legislators have to be seized with. The reality is that around the world, not just in Canada, the global fertility rate is dipping almost at the point of below replacement levels across the country, across the world. In Canada, we don't replace our population. We rely on immigration to do that. But at some point in the future, based on current trends, immigration is not going to replace our population in Canada. And that has very, very broad impacts, both on the economy, but also on social policy. You might think that, Speaker, people are choosing not to have children out of choice. But there have been studies done internationally that show, particularly in G7 contexts, that people want to have kids but are choosing not to because they're not attaining certain life goals. And that's where the concept of overall affordability comes into childcare. So when people are choosing not to have children for the express reason that they feel like they can't afford to have children, that is both a deeply personal societal problem that we all as legislators have a duty to talk about in a respectful way and come up with public policy. But we also have to ensure that legislation that's in front of the House right now reflects this fact, and also reflects the fact that it's not just people that are choosing not to have children, it's also people who have children now and can't afford to make ends meet. It's not just about childcare in general, right? There are many. I have a very diverse riding in north central Calgary. There's a lot of new Canadians. And I think about women who are making choices between, like, they can't go and get language acquisition classes because they can't afford or access childcare. And while this bill is a step in the right direction, it doesn't address some of the issues that my colleagues have been talking about, like the labor gap, right? Actually getting enough people to fill those jobs, like shift work, like trying to bring in parents and grandparents into the country, like valuing the labor of a broader family. I think about my own situation. I have a stepdaughter with a grandson, and she had my grandson at a very young age, and that raising him has been an effort of extended family, but that labor has not been valued. And that's really where we get to the heart of gender equity. And I just hope that the minister and the government isn't so dogmatically entrenched in just what's in this bill that they keep being reluctant to acknowledge some of these issues, which I think are being brought forward in good faith and out of compassion for Canadian families, and a recognition that the labor of childcare looks very different in many different contexts in this country. And one homogenous solution, sure, it might be a check on the box and a path in the right direction, but we're not there yet, and this bill doesn't get us there yet. What I'd like to see, and solutions I'd like to see proposed, is a lot more emphasis on fixing immigration wait times to ensure that people who want to bring parents and grandparents to this country on things like super visas, that happens a lot quicker. I'd like to see really innovative policies on how we value the unpaid labor of extended families, be it through tax breaks or other programs. That's something we should be debating in here. I'd like to see the government actually recognize that in rural Canada, it's really hard to get childcare, and that might mean private homes or nanny shares. Even in urban Canada, we know that happens. The government should be acknowledging that and trying to address that as well. And the other thing I'd like the government to do that they haven't done with this bill is have a specific strategy to address the labor shortage in childcare, right? My fear, Speaker, is that if we don't do these things, we're going to be in 10 years' time facing such a fertility gap in this country. Everybody's going to be in competition for immigration to replace aging populations, that if we haven't addressed these broader suite of services, particularly ones that are related to labor shortages, we are going to be in a big societal crisis in this country, because we all know what happens when there's issues around women producing children. It's not a pretty place to be. So if the government can get ahead of these issues, acknowledge that they are problematic and that they deserve solutions, and perhaps add to what's being done here, I think that we would have a lot more consensus, and also acknowledge that the country our diverse, beautiful country deserves a diverse, beautiful childcare solution. That's what I'd like to see. I think all ideas should be on the table, and all issues should be acknowledged. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamaltar, the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I thought it was very thoughtful, and I think she put a lot of thought into it. I do want to correct the record on a couple of things, though. The first is just with regards to what childcare is included in this legislation, as well as the agreements. There seems to be some misconception from the Conservatives that for-profit or home daycare is not included. In fact, it is, so long as it is licensed, and that is important to note. The other part that my honourable colleague brought up that I think is important to clarify is with regards to rural childcare. Manitoba, Saskatchewan are doing some really amazing work at announcing new spaces, particularly in rural communities, because we know that childcare is not an urban issue. It's an issue for families right across this country. So I agree with my honourable colleague that this is something that needs to happen, and in fact it is. And you know, given her support for childcare, given her support and saying that this is a step in the right direction, I would like to know if she will be supporting Bill C-35. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Speaker, first of all, with regard to the licensed childcare spaces on for-profit, the bill doesn't recognize the fact that there might be a grandma or a retired person or an aunt who stays at home specifically to care for children and takes in other children in the neighborhood. They may not have the means to go through the licensing process, but they are providing quality childcare. And I think it's discriminatory to value the labor of licensed people as opposed to people who are providing a valuable resource to society in these other situations. And I hope that the minister acknowledges that. And this bill does not acknowledge that situation. That's why I find it unequitable. The second component is the reality is that rural communities in Canada have a hard time retaining population and attracting labor and attracting newcomers writ large. This bill does not address that reality in terms of childcare deserts. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de 13.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I'm wondering about something, though. The colleague described the reality well and brought up the issue of home daycare. In Quebec, when we set up our public early learning system for home daycare and for institutional daycare or public ones, are all those which were accredited to participate under the same regulation of education to young children. So I don't understand how this program would support unlicensed daycares, because we all agree, that we want to provide early learning and childcare, not just daycare, that anyone can offer. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you for the question from my colleague. The reality is that this bill will not meet all childcare needs. That's right. So we need to look at what we should be looking at when it comes to childcare is valuing the labor of childcare no matter how it occurs. Because if we don't do that and don't use that as a principle, we're not, as a parliament, respecting the diversity of our country, and we're also not creating equity in how we value childcare. And that is a wrong message to send to Canadians. I understand that there'll be different preferences in different scenarios, and this is one piece of the pie, for sure. But if we can't figure out how to value childcare in all of its forms in a regionally, ethnically, and culturally diverse country, we will not achieve gender equality nor universality in childcare or quality childcare. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member. I always listen very attentively when she speaks. She always speaks very eloquently, and she makes a real contribution in the House of Commons. I understand the point she's making. Where she hasn't really addressed is the issue that ultimately this bill does provide more accessibility for childcare, which is fundamentally important. And I note that in terms of childcare accessibility in this country, Alberta ranks last. And that is something I know the member is aware played out in the Alberta elections this week, where New Democrats swept Edmonton, won most of the ridings in Calgary, in part because of the lack of accessibility to services. And so will the member admit, she's been very eloquent in making her points, but will she admit that this is an important step to progress that is so important for families in Alberta, in Calgary, and right across the country?
Of course, we're out of time, but I will allow the Honourable Member to reply. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you. Of course, creating more childcare spaces is important, but as is creating equity in how childcare is valued in all of its forms. And that's really, I just wish we could have our cake and eat it too with this bill. I will say that perhaps the NDP in Alberta's prospects would have been better if they understand that rural Alberta matters too, because they sure didn't do well there.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise this evening to speak about Bill C-35, labelled as an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. The Minister of Family, Children and Social Development said, and I quote, "The bill would enshrine the principles that provinces and territories agreed to, the funding agreement with Ottawa, including the pledge to cut parent fees and create more spaces." And I want to emphasize create more spaces, which we all know are currently lacking. The Liberals promised to introduce the legislation by the end of 2022, in the confidence and supply agreement that would see the New Democrats support the minority government through 2025. Conservatives support affordable, quality daycare. It is critical. However, if it cannot be assessed, it does not exist. Bill C-35 does nothing to address accessibility. Bill C-35 is good for families that already have a child care space, but it does nothing to address the thousands of families on child care wait lists or the operators who do not have the staff or infrastructure to offer more spaces. James and Leah are a young married couple who just had their first child. As new parents, they were both excited and anxious about welcoming their new arrival. They tried to do their due diligence to ensure everything was in place and ready for their new little arrival. Their friends and family advised they start looking for daycare immediately. So, when Leah was just a few months pregnant, they began the search. They quickly realized there was, on average, a 2-year wait list. They continued to look and hope something will become available for them before Leah's maternity leave is over and she needs to go back to work. How does this Liberal government expect more women to go to work when there is no child care spots available? Bill C-35 increases the demand for child care, but does not solve the problem of access of more spaces. Families like James and Leah are on the wait list for years. Ontario's Financial Accountability Office projects that 2026 there will be 602,000 children under the age of 6 whose family will want a $10 daycare, child care, and the province will only be accommodating 375,000. That's a shortfall of 38%. That's 227,000 children. The term child care desert is often used to a reference of a lack of inequitable distribution of child care. A report by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives released just this month found, and I quote, child care deserts to be widespread. There were an estimate 759,000 full-time licensed spaces for young children across Canada in centres and family child care homes in 2023. Of the 1.97 million younger children who might be using those spaces, 48% live in a child care desert. That means that almost half of young Canadian children, defined as not yet attending kindergarten, live in a postal code that has more than 3 children for every licensed child care space. The report also examined child care coverage in 50 major cities across Canada and found that most Canadian cities have a coverage rate below 20%, meaning that in those cities there are at least 5 infants for every licensed infant space. St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, the Ontario cities of Barrie, Guelph, Hamilton, and Brampton and Saskatchewan scored particularly badly with low availability of infant spaces compared to the population of infants. In those cities, there is less than 1 licensed space for every 10 infants. We have heard time and time again that this bill does nothing to address long wait lists. Bill C-35 is just another in a long list of Liberal promises that they cannot deliver on. This bill does not address the labor shortage. This bill increases demand but does not solve the problem of frontline burnout or staff shortages. there aren't enough qualified staff to keep all existing child care centres running at full capacity, let alone to staff new spaces. The government itself projects that by 2026, there could be a shortage of 8,500 early child care workers. The minister stated that she plans to build 250,000 new spaces. Accordingly, 40,000 new child care workers would be required in order to accommodate this. Over the next 10 years, it is reported that more than 60% of the workforce already employed will need to be replaced, meaning around 181,000 will need to be replaced. And you add those two figures, well, over 200,000 workers will be required. Currently, 27% of child care centres in British Columbia are forced to turn away children due to a lack of staff. The committee heard from one child care director who oversees 13 child care programs with 350 spaces. In the past 2 years, we have had to close programs temporarily, whether it's for a day or two or shorter hours of the week, in order to meet the license regulations. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives know how vital affordable, quality, and accessible child care is, not just to family life, but to the growth of our nation. That's why we listen to providers and those on the ground. My colleagues listened when Dr. Susan Preston Duff Roblin, professor of the government of the University of Manitoba, stated, quote, "One thing we would like to see, for example, would be the National Advisory Council assured of the kind of information and data it needs so it can track, for example, progress and strengthening the workforce." When the Coalition of a Child Care Advocate of British Columbia wrote to the committee stating, "We strongly recommend the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare must provide an annual publicly available report to the minister on the work of the Advisory Council in meeting the goals set out in the Act," unquote. Therefore, at committee, my colleagues sought to amend the function of National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare to include supporting the recruitment and retention of well-qualified workforce, conducted regular engagement, and a specific mandate call to make, you know what, I can't hear, I keep hearing another conversation. I'm losing track. Can I, thank you. Am I able to carry on, Mr.
Let me just take a break here. Just hold on. I just want to make sure people in the gallery sit down when they come to visit us. So I know I see one of our members is giving a bit of a tour, and just get him to sit down there. So it'd be great. There you go. The honourable member for King Vaughan, have about a minute left.
My Conservative colleague also put forward an amendment to the reporting clause of the bill to include the Minister of Labour in a manual report, and the annual reporting must include a national labour strategy to recruit and retain a qualified early childhood education workforce. This supports witnesses' testimony on the importance of a strong national labour strategy, dictating the success of national child care framework. Am I almost done? Marnie Flaherty of the Canadian Child Care. I've got so much to say, Mr. Speaker. I will say in closing, our Conservative Party believes in affordable child care, but we also believe that we need to ensure that child care comes in many different avenues, and we need to make sure that we provide that for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Commissioner Kamal-Tair, the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech because it actually reinforces why C35 is important when it comes to creating affordable childcare when it comes to creating accessible childcare and creating more spaces. I know that the Conservatives see a big challenge and they just throw up their hands and say, we shouldn't do anything. But this government is different, Mr. Speaker. We say, there's a problem, let's try and solve it. And in fact, we are going to create those 250,000 spaces.
Right.
We've already created 50,000. So we are getting the job done and we are helping Canadian families. I have two questions, Mr. Speaker, for my honourable colleague. She mentioned at the end that we should support childcare in all of its diversity. Her colleagues before had talked about supporting unlicensed childcare. I'm wondering if she can clarify if they do in fact mean that they want to subsidize unlicensed childcare that hasn't gone through the regulatory process. And I also want to understand, because she just said they support affordable childcare, does that mean they're going to support C-35? Because right now we're just debating an amendment to the short title. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One member for King Vaughan.
Thank you to the Minister for the question. And I want to share an experience. I was a child of immigrants, and I had the pleasure of being raised by my grandparents. They taught me values today that I still live with. I have seniors in my community that have to go back to work because they can't afford to live on their pension. For whatever reason, they are now looking for work, which they cannot find because they're being aged, because of their age, they're being discriminated. What an opportunity to have your children raised by your grandparents who will teach them the love and the tradition of what they were raised with. Why not allow that type of child care for every grandparent that has the opportunity to raise that grandchild?
Monsieur, commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague for her speech. I'd like to hear a bit more from the Conservatives about the jurisdictional issues here, the division of powers, because in the Constitution, which Quebec never signed, by the way, it says that education, including family policy, is not a matter of federal jurisdiction. And in the bloc, we're voting for this simply because there's a right to opt out with full compensation, which we don't see often enough in this government centralizing policies. But Quebec will be exempted for 5 years. That's the only reason we support this. But the Conservatives voted against the Bloc's motion and the Bloc's amendments at committee, which mentioned the invaluable contribution Quebec had made to this policy. What does the member have to say about that? The honourable member.
I believe that it is a provincial jurisdiction, and I believe that parents have the right to choose what child care fits their child. As a young widow, I had no choice but to find child care outside of the licensed child care because I didn't have a 9-to-5 job. My job related against different hours, different shifts. I needed to find support for my children. So yes, it's a provincial issue, and yes, we shouldn't cross that line, but we need to diversify to ensure that the individuals willing to go back to work and continue their career have the opportunity to choose the right child care for their children.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. It was very thoughtful, and this is an important issue, childcare. My own daughter is struggling to find childcare for her daughter, my granddaughter, and we're here until midnight debating this bill. We're actually debating the Conservative amendment to the bill, something I assume they think would improve it, and that is to delete the short title of this bill.
You're kidding.
And I'm just wondering if the member could tell me without looking what the short title of the bill is and what do Conservatives find so offensive about it.
What a time waster. Good.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. We're here because we're parents, we're mothers, we care. We need to make sure that this bill works for every mother and child in this country.
Reprise du débat, continuing.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to deliver my second speech in the House today. this time on Bill C-35, Canada's Early Learning and Childcare Act, tabled by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development on December 8th of last year. After the work done by the HoC committee, it's clear that the demands of the Bloc Québécois and of Quebec City were neither heard nor heeded. Throughout our study of the bill, we heard witnesses talk about the importance of affordable quality childcare for the development of toddlers, for better work-study family balance, for the emancipation of women, and also for a return on investment to the economy. Throughout this study, Quebec has been held up as a model, and without being perfect, the Quebec model was mentioned on numerous occasions as a model that should be followed. However, when it came to amendment stage, when it came time to include Quebec's expertise in the bill, we saw the other three parties completely reject this idea out of hand. The same was true of our amendments to allow Quebec to opt out of any federal program with full financial compensation. The only time there was any overture made was when Quebec expertise was included in the preamble, which is the only place where that kind of thing has no legal force or effect. So Quebec can't opt out of this program completely with full compensation under the bill, but a deal had already been reached between Ottawa and Quebec City to that very effect. Senior officials who worked on the bill also repeatedly said when questioned that while nothing would prevent the federal government from imposing conditions on a future agreement, this bill was designed with Quebec's asymmetry in mind. And so it would be treated differently from other Canadian provinces. The members of the Liberal government who spoke about the bill also repeatedly said that the Liberals intended to keep working with Quebec on this issue. The current agreement also appealed to Quebec City because there's no interference in any area of Quebec jurisdiction, which leaves the government of Quebec free to spend the money as it pleases. With the current agreement between Ottawa and Quebec City, and the federal government's expressed willingness to continue working together, Canada doesn't appear to want to lecture Quebec on childcare, especially since the federal government has consistently praised Quebec's model. So we do believe another bilateral agreement will be possible and necessary, since Quebec is what the federal approach is based on. Mr. Speaker, I tabled 6 amendments at committee, and those amendments, as I said before, would have explicitly acknowledged Quebec's expertise in the bill. I wanted Section 7 to be amended by adding that in view of the special and unique nature of the government of Quebec's jurisdiction over early learning and childcare in Quebec society, and notwithstanding the other provisions of the Act, the government of Quebec may opt out of the application of this Act by giving written notice to that effect to the minister, in which case Quebec would still get the funding provided for in Section 8. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of that amendment was to include a recognition of Quebec's expertise in the guiding principles of the bill. If my amendment had been accepted, that would have recognized Quebec's expertise and guaranteed Quebec the right to opt out of this bill with full compensation. The idea is to avoid bickering between Ottawa and Quebec City, and to recognize that Quebec is a forerunner in childhood education and must remain solely in charge of its policies in this area. As we all know, Quebec has been an avant-garde family policy, has had such a policy for over 25 years now. This policy is progressive and feminist. It's enabled thousands of women and families to benefit from a better balance between family, work, and studies through the creation of our early childhood network. This model is a source of wealth and pride for the entire Quebec nation and is the inspiration for this bill. The adoption of that amendment would have confirmed the special and unique nature of Quebec's jurisdiction over the education and development of children, allowing it a complete right to opt out with full compensation. What's more, we're talking about an area of jurisdiction that's exclusive to the provinces, and we believe that this amendment and all the other amendments I proposed would have helped avoid squabbles between Ottawa and Quebec City when it comes to future federal investment in this area. In the same amendment, I proposed adding that Quebec should retain full responsibility for implementing, evaluating, and adapting its early learning and childcare policies and programs in Quebec, and the Council's functions would therefore not extend to early learning and childcare or any other activity in Quebec. That amendment would once again have reflected Quebec's full autonomy in this area of jurisdiction. Quebec has no wish to be evaluated or monitored by some council that's accountable to Ottawa. This is provincial jurisdiction, and Quebec is a pioneer in this field. This was a request made by the Quebec Minister of the Family. I would have also liked to see in the preamble an acknowledgement of Quebec's unique and pioneering expertise in developing and implementing accessible and affordable education childcare services, having introduced an innovative childcare model in 1997 as part of a comprehensive family policy aimed at offering Quebec families a better balance between family life and work or studies, access to generous maternity and parental leave, and services tailored to self-employed workers or those with atypical schedules. This change in the wording of the bill would have been important in guiding what action is taken in connection with this bill. My amendment would have made it possible to include in the bill Quebec's historic capacity and expertise in this area, which is within its jurisdiction, that is, family policy. Also in the preamble, I would have liked to have seen that the Government of Canada recognized that due to the special and unique nature of the Government of Quebec's jurisdiction in this area, and the fact that Quebec has developed accessible, affordable, and quality early learning and childcare services as part of its family policy adopted in 1997, the Government of Canada has not joined the multilateral framework as it intends to retain exclusive responsibility in this area within Quebec. The amendment I tabled was an important one. It would have recognized all the work Quebec has done in family policy over the past 25 years. In fact, the Government of Quebec declined Ottawa's invitation to take part in the meetings to develop the multilateral learning framework. And the reason is quite simple. Quebec is responsible for its own jurisdiction and takes full responsibility for its own family policy and educational framework. In this sense, we don't owe anyone any explanations. As I said at the outset, when the time came to include Quebec's expertise in the bill, we saw the other three parties completely reject that idea. And as I've said many times, Quebec is a champion in this field and a model that has repeatedly been held up by many of the witnesses we heard from at committee, a model that's been envied by other provinces and territories for a long time now. But what do you know, Mr. Speaker? Quebec isn't mentioned one single time in Bill C-35. If Quebec's expertise and if an acknowledgement had appeared in this bill, it would have received greater support from the Bloc Québécois. But we are nonetheless in favor of the principle of Bill C-35, and we will be voting for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, l'honorable.
The Honourable Minister of Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and also I would like to thank the Bloc Québécois for its favourable stance on this bill. I would just like to confirm that this bill respects provincial jurisdictions, and including the jurisdiction of Quebec, under the agreements that we signed. And this recognizes Quebec's leadership in this file, and I would simply like to reinforce the fact that we have seen Quebec's leadership and we have made the bill better and signed bilateral agreements based on Quebec's experience, which is not only a leader here in Canada, but Quebec is a leader globally on this file. And I understand that the amendments that were tabled by my colleague obviously they decided that they were out of order because they were not related to the context of the bill. But we still commend the leadership of Quebec, and we respect its jurisdiction. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. I'd like to thank the minister for her question. We worked very hard, all the members of the committee. But what still surprises me is that Quebec tries to act as a model, but it's as if we get in the way by being a model, because since 1977 we have shown that children benefit from our early childhood care system, and so do their mothers and fathers. So I know that the minister said some nice things, but I wish that this had been enshrined in the wording of the bill to say that Quebec has specific expertise. Questions and comments? The honourable member.
Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I enjoyed working with her on committee in this on this bill, and I think tonight it's been brought up a lot that, you know, why are we here? What are we doing? And I think it's important. These agreements have been signed already by provinces and territories, but there is alarm bells being rung across the country by providers, by parents. Every day we're seeing articles in the media about the concerns about this crisis, and that this child care bill is not meeting the demand. And I guess what I would ask my colleague is, does she understand the importance of, if this is going to be as big as the Liberals say it is and forever and generational, isn't it important to spend as much time on this as possible to make sure we get it right?
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I think that it's important to mention that this bill is very important for families, because it's all about childhood development, child learning, social development, and well-being, both for children and their families. So I think that this is a step forward for Canada in terms of child services. So there's always room for improvement, of course, but what is important is that at least Canada has moved forward on this file. Questions and comments?
For Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I wonder if the member can explain how this bill can support the great work that the Kativik regional government in Nunavik can be better supported through the implementation of this important bill.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, in Nunavut, there are, I have a number of communities from there in my riding, and they need childcare support, definitely. So I think this bill is going to facilitate the task for these communities, but what is important is to be attuned to the needs of communities. Thank you. Brief question from the honourable member for Saint-Cyr-Saint-Bagot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague has said, luckily, there is this option. This option to opt out with full compensation. Now, I'm a little bit worried about some parts of the bill. Am I right? The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, we are wondering about that because there are certain concerns. We have to monitor this bill closely because there's definitely room for improvement. So we're going to be very vigilant with what is going to be developed in this bill.
Before we go to the next speaker, I just want to make sure that before I run off, make sure that everybody prays for a little bit of rain for Nova Scotia. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are all hoping and praying for rain and sending our best and support to all of those first responders who are responding to the tragedy. It's an honor for me to stand up on behalf of my constituents to speak to Bill C-35, the legislation currently before the House. This is a bill that will enshrine in legislation essentially the deals that the federal government have already signed with provincial governments. So it's important, first, right off the bat, for people listening that the debate tonight, no matter how long it goes today or into the coming days, it doesn't actually affect the real-time outcomes between the different levels of government. That's something I just want to get on the record right away, anticipating some of the concerns, some of the phony outrage that might be manufactured in a few moments from some of the members from other parties. I want to start off by pointing out the fact that I have 5 children, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, thank you, thank you. I often get asked, you know, what's it like having 5 children, especially when we went from 4 to 5, and having that 5th child is it's nerve-wracking. And many of my friends and family say, you know, how did you go 4? 4 is a lot. How did you go from 4 to 5? What was that like as a family to experience that? And the great Jim Gaffigan, who also has 5 kids, by the way, he put it up. He summed it up the best. He said, if you want to contemplate what it's like going from 4 children to 5 children, just imagine yourself drowning, and then someone throws you a baby. And I can testify that there's a lot of truth to that. The difference between your first child and your 5th child as well is very different psychologically. When we had our first child, you know, we had all the bells and whistles. We had the baby monitors. We had that special mat that monitored everything. The slightest sound, we would run in and check on it, on Thomas, I shouldn't say it. But when your 5th child comes along, it's a little bit different. You're a little bit more mellow. You've experienced a little bit more. So we would say, you know, how's it going with baby number 5? We'd say, well, you know, pretty good, getting through the night. We put the baby down. We turn a fan on in the baby's room. Then we close Mary's door, and then go into our room, close our door, turn our fan on. And people say, well, is she sleeping through the night? We would always say, well, I don't know, but we are. And that's kind of half the battle when you're a parent, Madam Speaker. But I tell these stories because for those of us who have been blessed with the ability, the opportunity to have children, to raise children, it's a lot. It is incredibly rewarding, but it is at the same time incredibly stressful. You're going through all the normal difficulties of life with bills and jobs and managing different relationships in your life, and then you have this being that is 100% dependent on you as the parent. And every moment that you're away from that child, you worry about him or her. You ponder, you know, okay, have I left him with the right sitter? Have I left, you know, is my mother-in-law going to forget that thing I said about the medicine at the right time? You know, is my dad going to think to do the things, you know, all those thoughts that you think of as a parent, you're always stressed. So childcare, of course, is a major preoccupation for parents from all walks of life, from all backgrounds, from all different corners of our wonderful country. And so it's not surprising that as the Liberal cost of living crisis continues, that childcare costs are one of the stress points in families, as the Liberal government has devalued our paychecks by robbing us of our purchasing power as they ballooned the money supply, washing $400 billion of new money through the system, completely devaluing the dollars that we work so hard for. It's not surprising that one of the stress points that appear is childcare, because it is so intrinsically linked for many families with the ability to work. The ability to go out and earn a living for many families is dependent on the ability to find someone to watch children, to make sure that their children have the care they need while they go out into the world and earn a paycheck. And sadly, under this Liberal government, more and more Canadian families are having to work more and more. They have to go out and pick up extra shifts. I know many people in my riding, Madam Speaker, who have second jobs, who work a full 9 to 5 and then pick up maybe an 8 to 11 shift at a restaurant or a hotel. And they're doing that just to offset the purchasing power that this government robbed them of. So, you know, Madam Speaker, I think back to my science classes when I was going through high school, and every once in a while we'd kind of look at the idea or the fallacy around a perpetual motion machine. You know, this is something that you often see tropes in science textbooks and things like that. We're going to talk about conservation of energy and entropy and things like that. And it's pretty much an accepted fact that you can never have a perpetual motion machine. What does a perpetual motion machine mean? It means the machine itself provides the energy to power the movement of the machine, which then creates the energy that goes back into creating the movement. So you have this perpetual loop that the energy created by the machine powers the machine to create the energy in the first place. Now, you don't have to be a fourth-year graduate student to understand that there is no such thing in the real world about a perpetual motion machine. But in politics, there can be, and that is the perpetual motion machine of government justifying its continued intervention in the economy or in people's lives. So the government taxes families more and more. It devalues the paychecks of the people who pay those taxes, which creates stresses in our society. We're seeing 1.5 million Canadians visiting a food bank, a staggering number in 2023 in a developed G7 country. We all hear stories of heartbreaking stories of families who have had their utilities cut off because they couldn't pay the increased costs as the carbon tax takes a bigger and bigger bite out of their paychecks. And of course, we see it with childcare costs as well. More and more of those take-home dollars have to go to pay the childcare providers. So the government comes along after taxing and after devaluing paychecks and says, we're going to tax more and spend more to help alleviate the problem that we ourselves have caused. When I say we, I mean the Liberal government. It's not actually the Conservative government. The Liberal government have caused this dynamic. And so this is what I mean by the perpetual motion machine. It's continually creating problems through government action and intervention. And then to alleviate those problems, they come along to tax more and spend more, which creates more problems. Unintended consequences down the road. Who could have predicted today in 2023 that some of those terrible Liberal policies of 2015 and 2016 would lead to these massive inflation numbers that we see today, accompanied by staggering interest rate hikes? And after this Liberal finance minister finally acknowledged that inflationary deficits cause higher interest rates, and seeing the numbers from the last little bit, we know that in April, the inflation rate for Canada went up after the Bank of Canada took all kinds of measures to fight inflation by increasing interest rates, by forcing Canadians to pay more and more of their mortgage payment just going to the interest to the bank instead of actually paying down the principal. After that kind of news, and knowing what the U.S. federal government has done, what the Federal Reserve has done raising interest rates, experts are predicting that there's going to be future interest rate hikes coming to Canada this summer. The reason why I mention all of this is because this might look like it's going to help Canadians. There may be many Canadians looking at this legislation, looking at these childcare deals, and thinking, okay, my childcare costs are getting more and more expensive, but at least the government's coming along to help me with that. But the point is, Madam Speaker, is that the unintended consequences of massive amounts of new spending, requiring new taxes to pay for it, or driving up inflation will undo any of the benefits that the Liberals are claiming to have today. I also want to very briefly, Madam Speaker, point out how unfair this is to so many Canadians, so many women across the country who would prefer to raise their own children, to look after their own children, and with the entrepreneurial spirit that they have, decide to become a daycare operator and open up their own home, maybe finish their basement or put on an addition to their house so that they can look after children in neighborhoods in what is being called daycare deserts, which, according to data from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, 92% of Saskatchewan is in a daycare desert. And rather than facilitate and enable women to become entrepreneurs, to start businesses in their communities, this government has decided to fund one narrow form of daycare. That's why the official opposition is raising these kinds of concerns, and we hope the government takes these concerns seriously, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for the The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I think a lot of us can relate to what it's like to have a baby and that feeling of being overwhelmed, which is why childcare is so important, and it's so important for families to know that they can send their child somewhere that is safe, that is going to provide quality development and education, and that their child will be well cared for. Madam Speaker, I need to correct the record. The honourable colleague ended by saying that if you have a home daycare, you are not eligible to participate in this program. That's simply false. In fact, in his own province of Saskatchewan, that is one of the ways that they are increasing access to childcare through licensed day homes, particularly in rural areas. But this is typical of the Conservatives, who I'm not sure have actually read the legislation or read the agreements, so that they don't actually know what we're debating tonight, which in fact, Madam Speaker, is an amendment to the short title of the bill. So I have asked every single Conservative colleague here if they will be supporting Bill C-35. I have yet to hear a clear response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Regina Capel.
Madam Speaker, the Minister is highlighting the importance of report stage debates because she's claiming that the bill does not discriminate against entrepreneurs who want to start a business in their communities to address those. Let me read her bill. Maybe she can go back to her department and quickly file some amendments, or maybe withdraw the bill and come up with something else, because I'll read it, Madam Speaker. This is Section 7A under Guiding Principles. Support the provision of and facilitate equitable access to high-quality early learning and childcare programs and services, in particular those that are provided by public and not for-profit childcare providers. So that is excluding all those examples I just mentioned. People in smaller communities. The Minister's shaking her head and saying it doesn't. I invite her. We will grant unanimous consent. We'll grant unanimous consent right now, Madam Speaker. If she wants to withdraw this part of the bill, we will agree this second.
I just want to remind members that they're not to have cross debates. The questions and point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to allow the Minister to respond to that last comment.
So, order. So obviously I've already heard that there's no unanimous consent. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. A point of order, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Just to clarify, the invitation was to amend the flawed bill that contradicts what the Minister just said. The Minister's already had lots of time.
That's not order. This is debate and not a point of order. So resuming debate, the honourable member for. What's that? Oh, question. Yes, question. Okay. I'm all mixed up here, but I did mean questions and comments, and I was about to recognize the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for his speech this evening. You know, one of the things that I'm always a little bit concerned about is the fact that often the Conservative Party seem to believe that the things that we are all trying to fight for Canadians are things that they're entitled to, but that Canadians aren't entitled to. And I have to say, it's on the public record that the Conservative Party of Canada actually paid for this member to send his children to private school with a tuition of $18,000. And yet he's in this House saying that single moms, saying that Canadians across this country, Canadians that are struggling with the cost of living, shouldn't have access to even, childcare for their children. Well, he's able to send his children to private school. How does he square that circle? It seems extraordinary to me that he thinks that's reasonable.
Joanna Capel.
My honourable colleague is making a massive confusion, Madam Speaker. Not only is it comparing apples to oranges, but it's talking about what allows Canadians to have access. And the point that I'm making in my speech, Madam Speaker, is that when the government does more and more and defines how support is going to be given out, they have created a childcare program that is so exclusionary. What I'm fighting for is more access, more Canadians to be able to access affordable childcare. And this myth that if government doesn't do it, it doesn't get done is just false. The entire course of human history in terms of innovation, in terms of a higher quality of life, comes from free market competition, other kinds of non-government solutions. That's the point that was being made, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha. A brief question.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I love hearing stories about his children and great comedian James. When we're looking at the Matthew effect, this is one of the criticisms that has been given to Bill C-35. And the Matthew effect, for those people who don't know, it's whereas increasing public provision ends up advantaging higher income rather than lower income groups. And so I'm just curious, that's what we've seen with the way this legislation is currently written, and I'm wondering what the member has to say about that.
The honourable member for Regina Capel, a brief answer.
Yeah, that's a great point. I just want to congratulate my colleague who has really quarterbacked this bill for the official opposition, done a phenomenal job doing research, getting witnesses together to tell the story about all the flaws that are in this bill. And she's absolutely right. There are many Canadians that live in parts of this country where they're forced to live because of their low income. And so they're in areas where there just aren't that type of access. If you live in a fancy part of Toronto or Vancouver, where there's lots of government daycare spots because you have the ability to live in those parts of our country, you may be a big winner from this. But there are many, many Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians are going to get absolutely nothing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. It's late and challenging for all of us. I just want to start out with my speech tonight, talking about something that's related, perhaps not directly on point, if I could have your indulgence, Madam Speaker, and the rest of the House. There was an incredibly sad story coming out of my riding in recent days. Vienna Rose Irwin, age 2, was discovered in an open well outside of a daycare in my riding, and she had obviously passed away. And so I just want to take this moment to pass my greatest sympathy to the family and to all the people who knew her. She was, to quote, she was the most beautiful and sweetest little girl, and in her short time on earth touched so many. So, while not directly on point, I appreciate your indulgence to send that sympathy to her parents, who she passed away just outside of a daycare some days ago. And so I just send my deepest sympathies and regards, and I'm sure from all this house, to her parents and all those who knew and loved her. So we'll start there, and sorry I choked up there a little bit. I think of my own kids. I've got a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, and I heard the House leader from the official opposition talk a little bit about having 5 kids. I've only got 2. I'm not as ambitious as a House leader, but I can tell you, it's certainly even with 2, some days it feels like we're drowning. Especially, I love this job. I love being here, and it's certainly my choice. But the hardest days are always on Sunday nights or Monday mornings when I have to leave them for 4 or 5 days, and knowing that I won't see them. But very pleased to serve the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South. And childcare is a challenge in our family, just like it is in millions across Canada. And so while Conservatives have raised some concerns and some objections, and I might say I think we've done it in a quite constructive way, of course Conservatives recognize the challenges of raising children in today's society. And in fact, those concerns in a lot of ways have been heightened over the past 8 years, with the cost of inflation driving up the cost of housing, food. Food bank usage has doubled, even tripled. What's scary is that we see more and more parents having to use food banks, and in fact, employed parents. We recently heard testimony that it used to be that about 15% of folks using food banks would identify themselves as employed. That number is now 30%. A lot of them are parents. So, and it's perhaps, I just want to go through some numbers that in 2011, the average daycare cost of having a full-time age 4 or younger in Ontario was $677. That's not easy, even at $677, I'm sure, for many parents to pick up the child care. But today, if you're a parent living in Toronto, it costs more than $1,000 to have an infant in daycare. This is an increase of 67%. Child care costs in Ontario are amongst the highest in the country. I venture to say some of the highest in the world. With a full-time spot for a toddler in Toronto costing around $1,600 a month or $19,000 a year. This is just one of the costs that have been raised for parents, and no doubt an extremely challenging one. There are also many other issues, though, with respect to the expenses for childcare. And so I just want to talk a little bit about the marginal effective tax rate and participation rate for parents. And you know what? I know that when I raise this and I state the numbers that in the past Liberals have sighed or rolled their eyes in disbelief, but these numbers are all quoted. And so these numbers all come from the CD Howe, a reported think tank and institution, and all their math is on here too. And so if anybody wishes to challenge them, I can't raise this because then it would be a prop, Madam Speaker, but I'm more than willing to table it. And so one of the numbers that they talk about is the participation tax rate. And I'll just read this to make sure that we have it correctly on the record. It is the cumulative effect of all taxes, fiscal contributions, payroll deductions, loss of fiscal benefits on the entire perspective from work. For a stay-at-home parent, it represents a financial penalty that must be paid out of total derived income. And so I just want to give you a scenario. And so in this scenario, we have a mom who earns $30,000 a year. Their total family income is $30,000. The mother will pay about $1,985 in federal income taxes and CPP and EI contributions. No Alberta income tax for a total of $1,985. And the dad now is considering going back to work. So he's been at home with the kids, and he's deciding to return to the workforce. And by the by, no one in this house I've heard have said it, but I have said it, heard it from time to time in community. I hate it when they say that stay-at-home parents are going back to work. Trust me, it is a vacation doing this job compared to taking care of my kids. And I am first and foremost my kid's dad before I'm the Member of Parliament for Northumberland, Peterborough South. And so we've got the situation. We've got a mom who's working, earning $30,000 a year. The dad wants to go back to work, to paid work, I should say. I just made my mistake. The family's disposable income, you would think $30,000 more in income should increase by $30,000, right? That especially as a low-income earner. But you know what? How much their income would actually increase? The family's disposable income would increase by, get this, $13,350. That's it. That's all. Because their participation tax rate for him returning to work is 56%. 56%. It's in here. I'll table it. I'm happy to table the report. I know.
Point to the report. So if he knows, then he shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah,
the honourable member.
I will. Can I have unanimous consent to table this after my speech?
Sure.
Okay.
No consent.
Yeah,
no.
Exactly. So I just want to walk you through to a couple of the actual numbers. So here we have. Let's say that we have a parent who's earning $45,000. And then we've got a second parent now who wants to go back to work and earn $20,000. So their participation tax rate, as I outlined it earlier, if they live in Newfoundland and they have one kid, is 38%. Yeah, I'm just going to go through, I've got a lot of these, but I'm just going to go through and pick a couple of them. In Ontario, their participation tax rate, if they had two kids, would be 54%. If they had three kids and they were in the beautiful province of Quebec, their participation tax rate would be 66%. The government, if they want to enable parents to return back to the workforce, just simply have to stop taking their money. It's thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars that through the participation tax rate, which would do a lot more, and just I can show you the numbers. I'm happy to walk you through them. Would do a lot more than their child care program ever would. And the parents would have the ability to spend that money how they want to. And you know what? I heard laughter when one of our members talked about grandparents raising their kids. I have great respect for grandparents, and if grandparents want to stay, if that's their decision to stay to watch their children, God bless them. And I think that's a great decision. This government shouldn't be getting away from grandparents spending time with their kids. This government should be supporting grandparents.
That's right.
Great comments. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to join my voice to his in sending condolences to the Irwin family. I can't imagine the pain that they're going through right now, and to his entire community. Madam Speaker, he ended off talking about grandparents taking care of grandkids, and there's nothing in this legislation that would prevent a family from making their own childcare choices. There's absolutely nothing that would change that. But what I can say is some of the people that I've spoken to that are most excited about this legislation are grandparents, because they love their grandchildren, but it's a lot to ask them in their golden hour to take care of little kids. And so when I've traveled around this country, not only has it been parents, but it's absolutely been grandparents that are excited about the Affordable Child Care Initiative. Madam Speaker, I'm still not sure. I've asked every Conservative member who's spoken tonight, will they be supporting Bill C-35? Because we're just debating a spurious amendment right now.
Our member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, first off, for extending your sympathies. I appreciate that. I appreciate a lot of what the member's response, but I just want to address a couple of points. One is we want to enable and empower grandparents, and yes, there's nothing in this legislation, to be clear, that stops them from looking after their kids. But if in fact we were able to reduce the cost of living, to reduce the marginal effective tax rates, which on seniors collecting GIS is always over 50%. If we were to reduce the participation tax rate, we would empower and enable them to be able to make their own decisions. And certainly, we don't want to be forcing anyone who doesn't want to extend child care, but we want to also empower and enable those who do.
That's the honourable member for Nunavut.
After to you, and I'd like to also send my condolences to the family in his writing. I really appreciated his intervention because he seems to be taking Bill C-35 seriously and not only talking about the motion about the short title. This bill is, I think, especially important for Nunavut. I don't know if you've read the Auditor General's report published on May 30 about Inuit children's and youth rights being infringed. There are many children and youth that are in care, but also don't need to be in care. Preferably, C-35 could help make sure that families are able to get the supports that they need to use daycare rather than having their children stolen by governments. What I do appreciate about this bill as well, and I thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for her great work to include the importance of upholding Indigenous rights in C-35 because of the inclusion of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the implementation of UNDRIP. And I wonder if the member agrees that it is absolutely necessary that we pass C-35 so that Indigenous children's rights can be upheld. The
honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I think that was a fantastic and fair question, and that's why we supported the amendment that was put forward by the NDP. We'll continue to support that, and obviously, the residential schools and the stealing of Indigenous children is just absolutely beyond the pale, and so even inclusive of that or exclusive of that, Conservatives believe entirely that children should be raised as their parents and their culture wants. I've had many discussions with our great, with the great chiefs of the Hiawatha and Alderville people, whose nations are located within the boundaries of Northumberland, Peterborough South Riding, and every single Indigenous child deserves to be raised in the Indigenous upbringing and culture, and that parents in general deserve the ability, the right to raise their children as they see fit, not how the government sees it through the resident school or otherwise.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the amendments that we brought forward on the Canada-wide early learning and child care system. I addressed this going door to door in Calgary Centre many times, and it was when you speak to people that are trying to access daycare in Canada, you get an illustration of exactly the myriad of problems that we encounter as a society in making sure that we have this service available for Canadians. And it is important that we make sure we have this service available for Canadians. But I remember meeting somebody who had one child who was 3, and she was pregnant with her second child, and she was looking at what are the options here, and she looked at effectively where the various political parties were assessing what the solution would be. And she also had friends that had daycare operations in the neighborhood, and they had a different input than she was getting from various political parties. So depending where you are and the input you get on this subject, you have various degrees of understanding, you have various degrees of how you're going to access this system, how you're going to pay for this system, and effectively how it's going to work. But one of the things about this bill that I actually was quite curious about was when the Minister introduced it in December of 2022, just passed, and her quote for introducing this bill, which struck me a little odd, was, "The government must protect what we have built and make it harder for any future federal government to cancel or cut childcare and undo all that we have achieved for children and families." Now that's an interesting quote because we live in a democracy, and every one of these policies we put forward in Parliament, and we hope to sustain, has to prove to be effective at the end of the day. And getting towards more effective policies, we try and get better with each iteration. To be stuck on something that might be difficult to amend and move forward and progress in our society is not where we want to be. And I was a little surprised at the Minister's comments on that. Going back to the woman I met who was accessing it, she also said, we need to make sure that we adapt, we continue to adapt as a society to the needs of our childcare, the people requiring childcare. I also looked at the whole issue about women participation in society, and this is the nub to me because I belong to a generation of Canadians where women traditionally took those, if you will call it 7 years off, sometimes it was 9 years as it was with my wife, to raise a family before she went back into the workforce. And this held her back in her career vis-a-vis the people that are in those primary years of their life and advancing their careers. And you think about the choices they have to make because of the childcare choices they have. And effectively, you see more executives in senior levels that are males because of that limitation of those years of experience you get that women choose to take that time off because of the limited options that they have for childcare. So an effective childcare system is going to advance a lot of social progress in making sure we have balance of men and women at senior levels in our both private sector and public sector organizations going forward. And I think it's a laudable goal. I think we need to achieve it. But one of the things I've always noticed about this government's bills is they're long on narrative. And this one again You know, you can put a big stamp in the window that says free $10 daycare, and yet you've got to, at the end of the day, execute against that plan. And that means boots in the ground. That means understanding where the bottlenecks are, where the hurdles are that you've got to get over in order to get that done. And one of the big bottlenecks in the childcare system, of course, is the access to labor. And that continues to be one of the main problems that we have as far as accessing daycare in Canada. Where's the labor going to come from? And right now that labor does not exist. CUPE actually came up with a stat, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, and they said that there is one space for every 3 children that need it, and that's not because of physical space, the rooms, the buildings, that's because of the access to the workers. Now the workers are the bottleneck here. We've got to make sure we've got enough workers in place and a sustainable system that allows those workers to actually deliver the services that society requires of them at an optimal level. Those aren't there because, frankly, the financial incentives aren't there to make that system work better and draw more people, more entrepreneurs into a system that provides a great service for Canadians that's going to achieve these laudable goals I spoke about earlier in my speech. That access to childcare for everybody, that access for women to re-enter the workforce and participate fully in executive ranks as they progress their careers, as their husbands have done for the last generation. This needs to be fixed. So making sure that bottleneck of the labor shortage gets addressed is key in addressing this. And that's what I talk about when I say execution is different than narrative. Accessibility, of course, is number one. I've met many people through my career that were not as advantaged financially as many people in society. And I recall the accessibility for daycare. They would actually take public transit from one end of the city to the other in order to drop off their kids. And then they'd take that public transit back downtown. This is Calgary, so you've got a good public transit system. But that, in effect, is an hour at the beginning of their day and an hour at the end of their day in order for them to get their kids somewhere safe and then get them at the end of the day to take them home. That is a big chunk of time out of your day, but that's because of what I've learned in this process is called daycare deserts. So there's no accessibility in certain areas where these people actually need this service, whether it's close to their work or close to their home. They've got to go a long way out of their way in order to get the service that's required of them, that they require. At the same time, they've also got, we have to revisit this because think about who's most affected by this. And who's most affected by this isn't people of means. It's people without means. So those people that are looking for those spaces are going to be the more marginalized sectors of society, the more marginalized economic sectors. The ability to access this, of course, if you are of means, is going to be better than if you aren't of means. We continue to have these deserts of daycare. We continue to have this accessibility problem all the way through. I had a friend, a very good friend of mine, and his sister was in the same boat. She was a daycare provider, and she took that public transit from South Edmonton to North Edmonton every day in order to deliver the service, again, because of a daycare desert. There was no daycare available at the very south end of Edmonton where she lived, and her skills, she's one of the daycare providers, was only supportable up in the north part of Edmonton at that point in time. And that, again, is a 1 hour commute. When you 1 hour commute, half an hour at each end of the day, that's a long time to add on to what you're to what you're putting in every day. There's an issue there about inclusivity. So we've got to make sure that this inclusivity isn't just for public and nonprofit sector, but includes those people that are putting together those daycare spaces in our communities, getting rid of those so-called daycare deserts so that we can actually have those publicly funded or, as we say, $10 a day daycare available where they're needed in the communities where they're needed, set up by the entrepreneurs that are actually willing to train the people, get the funding, get the system up and running so that they can serve the clientele that live close to where they want to provide the services. This is all types of child care we're talking about here. And this is backed up, of course, through the testimony committee here by the Association of Daycare Operators of Ontario. Now, I think most Canadians that are trying to access this daycare, which is a benefit. This is going to be a low cost. We want to make sure we get this into people's hands, but it's not going to be available. This is an accessibility problem that has to be addressed first and foremost in this bill. Get the boots on the ground, make sure we've got the ability to get people into positions before we start pretending we're delivering a service or saying we're delivering a service and not being able to execute. Having something in the store window and being able to deliver it to people are two entirely different things. And that's the issue here. We've got to make sure that we've got a system that works for the people we intend to serve via that new system. I'll go on in the Q&A because I know my time's running up here, Madam Speaker, but thank you very much tonight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Alberta. He and I have many great conversations here in the House, and I was thrilled to hear that he understands that how childcare is really a great contributor to social growth and advancement of women. It's certainly something I value. And when he talks about spaces, even in his own province of Alberta, 1,800 new childcare spaces were created under the program through the nonprofit system. But he also leaned into the issue of private care, and that's why the province of Alberta, determining where they had desert spaces, committed to another 5,500 going forward. So there is a system that needs to be built, so the system is being built, and I'd like to know if my honourable colleague will support C35 rather than debating on the title of the bill itself.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question. There is a lot that was packed in there, and I do think we addressed that a little bit. We talked about my province of Alberta. It is a growing province. Think about 1,800 daycare spaces in a province that's had a migration and an influx of 50,000 people over the last year. So you're still talking about a need that is largely unmet. 61% of Alberta daycare provided. It's referred to it in my speech as a daycare desert. 61% of the access to daycare in Alberta is a daycare desert at the end of the day. So we've got problems, hurdles to overcome here in order to deliver that to people. And that is one of the reasons we want to make sure that this bill we're talking about today addresses the concerns about how it's going to meet the needs of Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I think for me in Vancouver East, the issue centers around three things with access to daycare. One, it is about affordability, so $10 a day daycare will make a difference for families. But the other issue, of course, is about the spaces, access to the spaces and the creation of the spaces, which is also critical because there's a huge long wait list of people trying to get in to access daycare for their children. The last but not least is the point that the member also raised, and that is the issue around attraction and retention of childcare workers. And the key thing to do that, of course, does center around wages and working conditions. Now, this bill, I know my colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre, worked really hard to trying to get amendments in there to address this critical issue. So my question to the member is this: would he agree, in order to ensure that we attract and retain quality childcare workers, that we actually ensure that there's fair wages, livable wages, as well as good working conditions for them?
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, that's an excellent question. And indeed, my colleagues in the committee informed me they put forward these amendments to make sure that there were these caveats built into the system so that there was the adjustments for labor that we talked about. Think about it from a supply and demand perspective, colleagues, Madam Speaker, through you, is that if there isn't the incentive to actually get into this business, i.e., the provision of a service that actually is going to make sense for people, you're not going to have people entering into that as a career or as a setup of a daycare. So that's why we're trying to expand this access to make sure it's available to all people and to make sure that impetus is there, that motivation to be able to provide the labor, people to make the choice about what labor they're going to have there and actually see themselves fulfilling this career for the rest of their lives. That is something that has to be part of this, because otherwise we're just tilting at paper on, words on paper here one more time. Let's get something that's executable.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Speaker. I thank my colleague for his remarks. I appreciated his economic and financial and, frankly, the social analysis. Both him and I represent urban ridings, and one of the things that I think we both face are
I just want to stop there for a second. I don't know, there seems to be a little bit of a sound coming through. I'm not sure if it's the Honourable, if there's something near if the Honourable Member has something on the screen or a phone. Maybe we could retry. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his remarks. I appreciated his economic and social analysis. Both him and I represent urban ridings, and like him, I've heard challenges around the labor shortage. There's no point in affordable, high-quality childcare if there are no spots available. And I'd appreciate if you could expand on kind of the labor workforce strategy, or perhaps the lack thereof.
Yeah, that sound is still there whenever we open those mics, so maybe we'll have somebody check that out, because it would be problematic for the interpreters. And I do want to remind the Honourable Member that he's to address all questions and comments through the Chair and not directly to the member. The Honourable Member Calgary Centre, a brief answer, please.
Madam Chair, I thank my colleague for that question. I've always been impressed with his economic analysis of these matters. And he and I share our view on this about how you actually motivate society, motivate people in society to get into where the gaps are. There's got to be an incentive. We talked about this both from a labor perspective and from a spaces perspective. In those daycare deserts, you've got to make sure that there's a motivation to provide those. And that's why it's not just the not-for-profit and public that's going to work here. It's going to have to be available for all the people that want to provide these spaces in those established daycare deserts. There's a reason that those are served by other people right now, and they're jammed. So let's get those impetuses out of the way. Let's get those hurdles cleared. Let's get those bottlenecks broken. Let's get on with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job. Being debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Speaker, I'm happy to rise this evening, this late evening, to once again speak about this incredibly important work to ensure all families in Canada have access to affordable childcare. First, I want to acknowledge the work of so many in our communities who have tirelessly worked to ensure the successes and the movement that we are seeing today in the right direction to provide childcare. The NDP has been carrying this torch for generations, fighting alongside families, local organizations, unions, and members of our communities to bring forward legislation that finally ensures families have access to the care they need. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in the 40th Parliament, prior to me having the honour of being an elected Member of Parliament in this House, NDP Member of Parliament Olivia Chow introduced a child care bill. Following her, my current NDP colleague, the Member for London Fanshawe, put forward another bill around child care. Now, in this 44th Parliament, my NDP colleague and the member from Winnipeg Centre has been working tirelessly to apply the pressure needed to see movement by this government. Well, after years and years of consecutive Liberal and Conservative government inaction, the NDP was able to push the Liberals to commit. Now we need to see the delivery for all across Canada. In order to move forward for families that have been waiting for too long, we need to see this bill move forward and not continue to see delays. I failed to understand, Madam Speaker, and I was asking earlier in questions about how hours of debate tonight about the short title of the bill and not continuing on to debate a third reading will help us move in the necessary direction. It is disheartening, to say the least. Regardless, Madam Speaker, I take delays like this quite personally. As a single parent of two, one now an adult and the other a teenager, I'm not quite sure how that happened so quickly. I worked multiple jobs and returned to school as a mature student to build a better future for my family. One ongoing barrier I experienced was a lack of affordable, accessible childcare. Madam Speaker, even with the provincial subsidies at the time, many of the options remaining for my children were still unaffordable. To make matters worse, there were multiple examples where I had to choose subpar childcare, often less reliable, and even in more than one instance, outright horrendous childcare options. The stresses surrounding childcare meant that my children and I struggled. My hard-earned but low income level directly impacted the quality of childcare made available to my children. All children need access to quality.
Well, is there a phone that's ringing somewhere or vibrating somewhere near the microphone? Because we're hearing the problem. So if there's a phone on the desk, I would ask that the phone be removed from the desk. just because we are experiencing some difficulties here with the sound and for the interpreters. Okay, the honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith, I do apologize for having interrupted her.
No problem, and my apologies to the interpreters. Hopefully the issue is resolved now. If it is not, I'm sure you will let me know, Madam Speaker. And now I don't have the time on me, but please let me know when my time is coming to an end. Great, thank you. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, the low level of income directly impacted the quality of childcare made available to my children. All children need access to quality childcare. Children living in low-income families should not be the exception to this rule. All I wanted, and what everyone wants for their children, is to have the peace of mind that their children will be cared for. I could not afford to stay home with my children, and I could not afford for them to go to childcare. What an impossible situation this is for anyone to be in, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, these struggles continue to be felt by those raising children today. Constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith continue to reach out, struggling to find quality childcare and affordable childcare. I'm disheartened to have to share with these constituents that we are seeing delays in this bill moving forward to ensure a $10 a day childcare is being made a reality. But none of this will be made possible without a workforce strategy. Childcare workers are specialized professionals in our communities. Many undertake four-year bachelor's degrees, for example, in child and youth care. In order to earn this bachelor's degree, students pay for unaffordable tuition fees as well as high costs of books and supplies. Despite taking 4 years away from the workforce, Madam Speaker, to invest in a quality education and to develop the skills required to contribute endlessly to our communities and to the future of our children, these same qualified workers are offered positions that pay meager wages. Madam Speaker, I'm perplexed how those who provide the care for our children, those who shape future generations, would be so undervalued and disrespected in their field. Well, Madam Speaker, this is another example where we see a vital field of work overrepresented by women being severely underpaid. I wish it was overpaid, no. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, of those who work in the profession of childcare, 98% are women, 1/3 immigrant or non-permanent residents, and those working in the field are more likely than workers in all other occupations to be racialized. Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre so eloquently said, this is not a worker shortage, this is a wage shortage, this is a respect shortage. Those who choose the honorable profession of caring for our children need to be paid fairly to do so, to have access to a safe working environment, to know they will have access to a retirement income, to have access to medical benefits. Where is the incentive for individuals to enter the field of childcare if they cannot be assured at the very least a livable income will be provided? We will not ever see any increases to the workforce under these conditions. We need to see this government follow through with a clear strategy to ensure an increase of those working in childcare. Without them, we will never see improvements for generations to come. Madam Speaker, prior to the pandemic, childcare was already the second biggest expense for families after housing, and many people caring for children were forced to delay their return to work because they could not find or afford childcare. Before COVID, there were only enough licensed childcare spaces for 1 in 4 children under 6. With COVID-19, women's participation in the workforce dropped to its lowest point in 30 years. This staggering, unacceptable fact demonstrated the dire need for childcare. Businesses, childcare experts, and economists agree that people caring for children cannot go back to work without safe, reliable, and affordable childcare. Accessible and affordable childcare is also an issue of gender equity, Madam Speaker. Women are more likely to be caring for children and are therefore more impacted when quality care is not made available. Everyone should have the right to decide what is best for their families, and childcare is an essential piece in providing those options. This bill is not only about the care of children today, but in setting these children up for success moving forward. We know that when children receive quality care, they are better set up for success once they enter school. These vital early years are vital to the future of children, and childcare for many are key in this early learning and care. But childcare needs do not end once a child enters school, as we all know. There are endless examples where childcare remains necessary once a child enters school, before and after school, school breaks. In my prior role as school board trustee for Nanaimo Ladysmith, my fellow trustees and I worked to incorporate childcare opportunities in partnership with the province of BC, directly embedded into the existing public school system, and we have seen successes of exactly this in Nanaimo Ladysmith public schools as a result. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss to not acknowledge the incredible work and advocacy of the Canadian Union of Public Employees to make affordable public childcare like that which we are seeing in Nanaimo Ladysmith possible. It makes so much sense, Madam Speaker, to provide childcare where the children already are, operated in-house by already qualified staff with fewer transitions and improved care for children. Quality care must uphold human rights, including the rights of Indigenous people, Madam Speaker. This is why it was essential that this bill included the amendment to uphold the right of Indigenous people to free, prior, and informed consent on matters that pertain to their children. We all know the disgraceful history of residential schools where children were kidnapped from their parents without their consent and continued abuses against Indigenous families with the 60s scoop. And now we see more Indigenous children in care, Madam Speaker, than at the height of the residential schools. If we are to reconcile in this country, we must acknowledge this truth while respecting the rights of Indigenous people, including the rights of Indigenous families and children. Madam Speaker, I have said it before in this House, and I will continue to say it. We need to see public money going into public services. We need to listen to experts in the field who reiterate that public childcare is the best way forward with affordable, high quality, and accessible childcare for families who need them. We also know public childcare provides better wages and working conditions for staff. Madam Speaker, my hope is that we can stop the delays on getting this bill to move forward so that we can see affordable childcare made accessible for everyone across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my colleague for her intervention, really appreciate it. And you know, I just want to reiterate, there's no hold up. These agreements are already signed with provinces and territories. I think what's important now is a lot of what she's brought up, right? There is no labour strategy, which we put forward in committee that was voted down actually by the NDP and the Liberals. And so we know how important this is. The other issue that I know the NDP care deeply about and I support is those who are less fortunate, those who are living in poverty. And this bill has been criticized by many people of having a Matthew effect. And the Matthew effect is basically when the government intervenes, where increasing public provision ends up advantaging higher income rather than lower income groups. Does she feel that the bill needs to be strengthened to ensure that those living below poverty are also having access to childcare?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question and also for her work in this area. I know that she has been working hard in this area as well. You know, I'm happy to answer questions around access to quality childcare and income not being a barrier in accessing that childcare. You know, this is exactly the root of why I've been pushing for, my colleagues, my NDP colleagues have been pushing for publicly funded childcare. We know that through publicly funded childcare, we see increases of access to childcare, we see better working conditions for those who are working in the field, and ultimately helps to ensure that we have equitable opportunities for all children, regardless of income.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speech of my colleague with great interest, and I think sharing stories about our own experiences, particularly those of us who are single mothers, is very valuable. And comparing, in fact, when I think of her situation with mine, I was a single mom in Quebec, where I had access to quality, low-cost daycare, and that permitted me to go back to school and to improve my situation. And it was excellent quality, publicly funded daycare. And I'm wondering if my colleague can comment then on why is it that she had such a difficult experience? Why did her province not have a similar system?
I remember from the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always happy to hear from other parents and women who have raised children or are raising children in this House. We definitely need to see more representation. So I'm happy to hear that the member had such a positive experience. You know, I think that this really highlights the need for a national approach. We see differences across Canada of what's being made available to families, and quite frankly, the experiences of many is that they are not being provided with the options at the costs that are required for them to access the care that they need. And so if we saw the federal leadership in place with the investment required, all provinces and territories would be able to better provide the care options that meet families' needs across the country.
Brief question, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I'll try to make it brief, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith brought back to mind something that my colleagues in this place might find incredible. But in 1992, when I was a single mom and I was making $24,000 a year as a self-employed contractor and executive director of Sierra Club of Canada, I hired a babysitting firm, and I was able to hire a caregiver for $1,000 a month. Since she only made $1,000 a month, she got 100% subsidized childcare for her children while she looked after my daughter, and none of it made any sense to me. I'd like to see this legislation through. I'd like to make sure that every child in this country has access to high-quality early childhood education and learning and childcare.
Sir, from the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member across. I so agree with the comments that were made by the member, and I think really speaks to the fact that we need to be working with all those who are invested in this important work. You know, unions, nonprofits, our public schools, the province, we all need to be on board with this work to move forward. I really reflect on the important work that's happening in my province of British Columbia alongside school districts to integrate childcare within the existing schools. This is essential to ensure that children have the care that they need before and after. I'm going to stop there, but thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in this place and to contribute to this debate on Bill C-35. The Liberals claim that their goal with Bill C-35 is to provide affordable childcare to Canadians. But what is the point of creating a system of so-called affordable childcare if Canadians cannot access it? Since this bill was introduced, we have heard from many individuals, many stakeholders, that the major issue with childcare is that Canadians do not have access to it. And this bill does nothing to address the issue of accessibility. It is disappointing to families across Canada that despite the 2 to 3 decades plan to nationalize childcare, this government has come up with such a flawed piece of legislation that will do nothing to address the real issues that are facing Canadian families. My home province of Saskatchewan, for example, has very few childcare spaces. Only 17.8% of children from 0 to 5 years of age have access to full-day or part-time childcare spaces. It gets even worse, Madam Speaker, when you include children from the ages of 6 to 12, as only 10% have access to full-day or part-time daycare spaces. This bill will not create spaces to address this shortage. As a mom and a grandmother of 11, I understand the importance of having access to quality daycare. While this could have been an opportunity for the government to put forward thoughtful measures to help Canadian families get access to quality childcare, the Liberals have failed to do so. Perhaps that is the issue when the elites believe they understand the problems facing average Canadians. This bill was introduced as a part of the Confidence and Supply Agreement, which sees the New Democrats support this Liberal minority government through to 2025. Despite the ongoing issues plaguing the government, the New Democrats have declared that they will stick by this government through thick and thin while claiming to hold them to account. Much like someone telling people to put out a fire while simultaneously pouring gasoline on it. This bill was a priority for the Confidence and Supply deal, and it continues the culture of mediocrity and ineptitude of this government. If they had bothered to speak with average Canadian families about childcare, again, they would know that the biggest issue is accessibility. You could make childcare free, but if you can't access it, it might as well not exist. The Canadian Union of Public Employees currently reports that in many communities, there is only one childcare space available for every 3 children who need it, and wait lists are long. The lack of spaces in childcare is underscored by labor shortages, which we have heard about, and staff burnout. Many childcare facilities do not even have enough employees to fully staff existing childcare centres, let alone new spaces. Government estimates also suggest that by 2026, there could be a shortage of 8,500 early childhood workers. We also found through my colleagues' work at committee that this government and their NDP allies are not really interested in helping families get access to these childcare spaces. At committee, Conservatives introduced an amendment to include all types of childcare to ensure that the program was inclusive and reflected parental choice, not political ideology. This was, of course, defeated by the Liberal NDP coalition as they sought to force an Ottawa knows best solution on Canadian families across the country. Another Conservative amendment sought to amend the National Child Care Council to have representatives from private, home-based providers alongside public and not-for-profit providers. This was supported by testimony from Julie Bismuth, Program Director for the Child Care Providers Resource Network, who stated, "Championing home childcare as a central part of CWELCC would increase access to a diverse array of childcare options." End quote. Despite being a common sense amendment to address one of the major issues regarding childcare in this country, the Liberals and NDP voted it down. One is left to believe that they are intent on imposing their views on Canadians instead of allowing them to live freely and make their own choices for their childcare needs. Now, Madam Speaker, it seems to me that we may be seeing a pattern here, that the NDP Liberal coalition is not interested in actually addressing the labour shortage, which is the biggest hurdle, as I've already stated, to providing more childcare spots to Canadians. There was another amendment put forward by Conservatives that would directly address the labour shortage. This amendment sought to amend the function of the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, and includes supporting the recruitment and retention of a well-qualified workforce, conduct regular engagement, and a specific mandate calling for maintaining an understanding of the available childcare spaces, the numbers on wait lists, and the progress made in reducing wait lists for families. Makes sense. Additionally, this amendment would have required the Council to provide an annual report on their progress. That also makes sense if you're serious about addressing the real issues. Another Conservative amendment sought to amend the reporting clause of the bill to include the Minister of Labour. What a novel idea when you're looking at addressing labour shortages, to include the Minister of Labour in the annual reporting, and that the annual reporting must include a national labour strategy to recruit and retain a qualified early childhood education workforce. This supports witness testimony, again heard at committee during the study, on the importance of a strong national labour strategy dictating the success of a national childcare framework. B. Brusky, president of the Canadian Labour Congress, stated, and I quote, "That would absolutely be an amendment we would support because we know that we need a robust workforce strategy to make sure that we can address the recruitment and retention issues in the sector." End quote. The Coalition of Childcare Advocates of British Columbia, in a briefing note, wrote, and I quote, "We strongly recommend the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare must provide an annual publicly available report to the Minister on the work of the Advisory Council in meeting the goals set out in the Act." End quote. But these two amendments, again, were voted down by the Bloc, the Liberals, and their NDP coalition partners. It is concerning that they may have voted against them just because they were brought forward by the Conservative members on the committee. Or it could be that the NDP have forgotten that they are supposed to be holding the Liberal government to account to put forward meaningful and effective legislation. Whatever the reason, voting down these common sense amendments shows how out of touch their Liberal coalition partners are. Canadian families will be stuck on wait lists for childcare for years, if they ever get a spot at all. Ontario's Financial Accountability Office projects that by 2026 there will be 602,000 children under 6 whose families will want a $10 a day care program, and the province will only be able to accommodate 375,000 of them, leaving 227,000, or 38%, without access. For a government that claims to be feminist, they are not considering the significant impacts that their policies are having on women as well, with young children. Families are diverse and have different needs depending on their circumstances, and a rigid Ottawa knows best approach is not going to help them. The lack of spots will have an effect on women in the workforce, as they will tend to be the primary caretaker if there are no available childcare spots. Madam Speaker, this bill does not address the major issues in the childcare system that Canadian families are facing across this country, and certainly not in my province. Despite Conservative efforts to improve the bill, it is obvious the NDP Liberal coalition are not interested in seriously addressing these major issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saskatchewan for her comments, and I'd encourage her to actually read what's available in the public data record and agreements online, because as a matter of fact, her own province in 2022 created 1,800 new spaces and 409 new licensed childcare spaces in 41 communities. In what was a childcare desert continues to be an issue, but without this work, without these agreements, those spaces wouldn't have existed. And Madam Speaker, even more so, by the end of 2023, there will be 4,000 new spaces in 31 urban and rural communities. The member talks about inclusion. The Conservatives seem to be redefining inclusion. Inclusion is very clear. It's about who receives care. Those with vulnerabilities, children with disabilities, and so on. Should taxpayer dollars be paying for private entrepreneurship? I don't think so from the public purse. So I'd like to know if those issues are addressed, as I've clearly explained. Will the Conservatives support Bill C-35?
The Honourable Member Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. It's an interesting one. If those issues are addressed. They aren't. This bill does not address the very issues that many other members in this House have highlighted: affordability, accessibility, and a labour strategy to ensure that we have a robust workforce to provide the services that Canadian families are calling for. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Oh, sorry, her mic's not on. There we go. How's that, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention this evening. My question is that many of the members of the Conservative Party have stood up tonight, despite the fact that this is simply a debate on the title, to talk about affordability for Canadians. And for me, one of the biggest challenges that I have is that we see time and time again Conservatives voting against those things that would make life more affordable. And I'm wondering if the member could speak a little bit about the fact that, you know, things like dental care make life affordable for Canadians. If things like, you know, support for housing make things affordable for Canadians. If she could talk about those things that would make things more affordable for Canadians, and perhaps tell us that, you know, as much as she says that she likes childcare and that she believes in childcare, why she wouldn't want this bill to go forward, you know, even in a flawed form, knowing that it would provide childcare to so many Canadian families.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her question. It's not that I like childcare. I mean, that is diminishing the importance of childcare. To say, great, she likes childcare. Childcare is important. And as a mom and a grandmother, I had to access childcare, and I have children that have to access childcare. And when they're getting close to their maternity leave being finished, and the anxiety that's being created because they don't know where they're going to find childcare so that they can go back to work to provide for their families, under this government's policy, with the support of the NDP, Canadians are struggling to pay their bills and put food on the table. Having to worry about access to childcare is not something that we should be supporting by introducing a bill that will not address accessibility, affordability, or a labour strategy. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Carleton Trail Eagle Creek for her excellent speech. And she talked a lot about accessibility, and that's very important. I represent a very large rural riding, and there's folks there that require child care for their children as well. And they've been creative. They've found solutions through family, friends, and community members, but it's not a licensed daycare. And so they get punished by this government with this policy of not getting $10 a day childcare. And I'm just wondering if my colleague thinks that that's fair.
Brief answer from the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. Look, families across Canada are in need of flexibility when it comes to childcare. They will have different needs depending on their circumstances, particularly families that, as he has pointed out, have needs outside of standard hours of operation. My suggestion is that this government goes back, takes a look at this legislation that they've introduced, reviews the testimony that they've heard, and really seeks to address the issues that families all across this country have highlighted are inherent with this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Good job.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's great to rise in this House to speak about Bill C-35. In fact, what we've been discussing today, a very lively debate about an act representing early learning and childcare in Canada. And what we've heard in this debate has a lot to do with affordability. And the Liberals and NDP have been talking about this a lot. And I find it interesting that despite childcare being promised since about the 1990s, the Liberals have finally made a move on this, largely driven in part to the affordability crisis that is hitting Canada. You have first-time home buyers that are having a very difficult time getting into the housing market, buying a home, and starting a family, starting that Canadian dream. You have those that are maybe having a house, struggling to eat. We see that food bank usage is up pretty much everywhere in this country. One alarming rate that was in the news not too long ago was that first-time food bank usage was up. And that's a very startling statistic when you think about those going to the food bank for the very first time. That is the desperation that is being felt across Canada. So now we are discussing this child care bill that really doesn't do anything with affordability. And I'll kind of explain why I believe that is, and kind of articulate and maybe build on some of the arguments that were made here tonight in our speeches. We still have the issue of the labor shortage in the childcare spaces. So that is the one part of this very important puzzle that really is not addressed in this bill. And we see that starting to affect many other sectors of our economy. It can be healthcare, childcare here, pretty much anywhere. I think anywhere an employer is, they're probably looking for workers. We need to address that, and it's not being addressed. We also are looking at the ability to just access spaces that are there. In this bill, priority goes to the public or not-for-profit spaces. There is no room for those private sector spaces that are being created to help alleviate the crisis, both affordability and access to spaces. And of course, if we had more choice, that yes, public, not-for-profit, and yes, for-profit, in a competitive marketplace, you would actually find more options. And when you have more options, you have better choices to make because competition makes everything better. You get a better product at a better price with a better service. And everyone tries to improve with that model. Then you can even actually go a little bit further in this, in that childcare spaces in a competitive market could be flexible to the various and very unique situations that Canadians find themselves living. Work schedules are not always 9 to 5. You have shift workers, you have students, you have a myriad of challenges that parents have to juggle with. And when you really limit the choices for parents, you basically get what you're given. Whether you like it or not, whether it works for you or not, it doesn't matter. Where if there's more options, there's more choice, maybe there will be a daycare. And I'm sure there are many that will adjust to the needs and bear very flexible schedules. And when there is abundance, there is peace. When there is abundance, there is choice. The more abundance there is in any society, the happier the population. The less choice, the grumpier the population. When you have the contracting of the economy, you have a space where there are shortages, you always see conflict. Always. And that's why I think we raise this quite often in all our speeches tonight. The ones that I've been listening to tonight is the same points get made, that we are hearing from our constituents these exact concerns over and over again. And once the government gets involved in providing a service, well, other competitors find themselves at a disadvantage. They have to compete against a subsidized environment. And then you start to phase out those additional spaces that are provided by the private sector, leaving only the government option, which, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, is rarely flexible and often does not properly service rural communities. And don't get me wrong, there's lots of providers in my community and in many others across the country that are doing the best they can. Absolutely. And I have yet to meet a child care professional that doesn't give their all each and every day. They're some of the best people I've ever met. And they do so because they love their community, they love their job, and they want to see young ones grow up and be the best they can be. But again, if you can't access the child care spaces, it's hard to get that that learning going. But it has to also be flexible. And when the government oversees this level of control where only a certain selected few are getting funded, then basically it's just a proxy of government. And so money will be spent, results won't be achieved like they could be. When you have a competitive market, you get rapid innovation. Think about what has been achieved over our lifetimes and those before us, the economic prosperity that has been achieved. Things that were once only accessible to the very rich have become very affordable to the vast majority of Canadians. And that's a good thing. That is a great thing. You know, you look back, people used to wash their clothes by hand. Now, I believe pretty much everyone has a washer and dryer. And that's a good thing because entrepreneurs, inventors, creators started to make the things that only at one time the rich had and made it affordable for the vast majority of people. The same can be said for childcare. When you have different ideas, different people doing different things, and of course, going back to the abundance equals peace, you can start to have a myriad of differences in the childcare space. Again, that is a very good thing. But when the government continues to pick winners or losers in the marketplace, you get slower innovation. We see that in the energy sector, and we see that in growing sectors with this government, picking winners and losers in industries and expecting a better result. I don't think there's any Canadian that is very happy with the telecom industry. There's no competition in the telecom industry. We sometimes like to pretend there is, but there really isn't. You basically get what you're given, whether you like it or not. And how is that working out for Canadians? Some of the highest rates anywhere in the world. So again, when we talk about childcare, it needs to include everything. Adding. Talk about our energy industry. The government's contracting that. It's been punishing our oil and gas sector for years. Our mining industry, forestry is hurting. They're contracting the energy market, leaving what is available to obviously go up in price. One way you could lower energy is to strip away the tax. The other is to add supply. When you add supply to anything, it lowers the price. Food, daycare, too. Since I'm from Ontario, I'll read this stat out here by Ontario's Financial Accountability Office. It projects that by 2026, not too far away, there will be 602,000 children under 6 whose families will want $10 a day daycare, and the province will only be able to accommodate 375,000 of them, leaving about 38% without access. This is a major issue. And again, going back to what I first mentioned at the beginning of my speech, the labor part of this conversation is left out of this bill.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. I've been giving him some signals. So I'm sure he'll be able to add during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, for his speech. We seem to have delved into the energy sector when we're supposed to be talking about childcare, but nevertheless, I'd like to remind the member that the bill reinforces the agreements that actually the Premier of Ontario signed their agreement. They were the last ones to sign, and since signing their agreement, 33 new childcare spaces have been created, and actually it's one of the provinces that actively grandfathered in private childcare operators and continues to work with them to ensure that there is growth, that there is choice, there's flexibility within the province. So, I don't seem to understand how we've gone from a bill that is aspirational to ensure that we continue with this, considering the Conservatives ripped up the previous agreements from this time. So now that we are here and there are agreements and Bill C-35 is here, will the Conservatives support C-35, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I do apologize for not seeing your cues that my time was up. I think I was just so enthralled in what I had to say. I wasn't focusing on you, and I do apologize. To the member opposite, I appreciate her question. Just to answer the first part, I was talking about the energy sector, and my point was being made that when you have abundance, that equals peace. When you have excess in spaces, we're able to lower the price and provide a range of options when you include public, not-for-profit, as well as, yes, for-profit daycare centers. It gives Canadians choice. It gives them the opportunity to go with what works for them. And of course, you have students with flexible schedules, you have shift workers, and unfortunately, the government plan doesn't address that. There's also this report here that's talking about childcare deserts in Canada, and is affecting nearly 50% of younger children. And it's a very concerning report when we talk about the lack of spaces in this country. And yes, there is a part of my speech that I talked about more than once, where it talked about the labor part of it that is not addressed in this legislation. So yes, I would like to see the Liberals start to focus on the whole range and take into account what we've been saying here tonight.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I was just reading a report done by CCPA, and it's called the Harper Record. And in the report, it says, and I quote, giving financial incentives to businesses to create spaces have been tried before and failed. It was such bad policy that even members of the minister's hand-picked advisory group raised objections and was roundly criticized when the government's policy folks conducted cross-country consultations on how it could be made to work. Then the report goes on to say the fallout from the Harper's childcare policy will be felt for years to come. Federal transfers specifically designated for early learning and childcare were reduced by almost 37% in 2007 to 2008, and in 2006, only 19.3% of children 5 and under actually had access to childcare. So now what the government is trying to do, and what the NDP and my colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre, had pushed the government and drove the agenda to get $10 a day childcare nationally. So this bill before us will address some elements in terms of accountability, in terms of reporting out, so that we can have transparency.
So, I'm sorry, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. Unfortunately, I don't think the member was listening to my speech. I was actually talking about how we add to the supply. That adding is always better than subtracting. And if I heard correctly, I'm pretty sure the member from Vancouver said that she is against giving public money to companies. So does that mean she's against the billions given to Volkswagen? Do I understand that correctly, or is it just those that the member from the NDP agrees with and companies they agree with? When we're talking about this childcare issue, we want to save more spaces rather than less. That means more choice for parents, because more selection, more choice equals a better product, service, and price.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to be able to join my voice tonight to speak to this important bill. But first, I want to take a moment to thank all the first responders and firefighters that are working so hard to keep people safe. And especially a big thank you to all the volunteers that have opened up their hearts and their homes, and to all of the people that are sharing their time, talent, and treasure to make all of those that are displaced by fire feel welcome. So to get to the matter at hand, as people have probably realized, families look different across our country and across so many different spaces and places. And this is such a challenging spot because there is not enough childcare. And while this bill has done some lofty and has some very lofty goals in it, it hasn't necessarily created the childcare spaces And that has created some unique challenges. And one of the things coming from Fort McMurray Cold Lake, I've had an opportunity to talk to. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of families that have a different type of work environment than many. And one of the big pieces that I've had the opportunity to meet are a lot of shift workers, a lot of moms that are nurses and the dad is a firefighter, or they both work out in the oil sands in a variety of spaces and have shifts that cross every so often. And one of the biggest pieces that I heard from that was that the standard Monday to Friday 9 to 5 childcare just doesn't fit their family. They need childcare 3 overnights a week, or they need childcare 6 days a month, because between their shift and their spouse's shift, they mostly can be home with the kids, but the rigidity of the Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, Ottawa knows best, childcare that works well in some locations doesn't work well in all locations. And I think this is part of the problem in the community of Cold Lake. One of the amazing pieces, I've got to chat with so many amazing armed force members who serve our country so diligently and go on deployments all around Canada and the world. Protecting not only us, but standing up as part of our NATO allies and protecting peace in the world. And that Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 childcare especially doesn't work for them. And it makes it that much more difficult. I was chatting with one woman just last week, and she was explaining to me how they delayed having a family, not because they couldn't afford it, but because they weren't sure how they would physically make it work, because both her and her husband served. And it was how do we piece this together and do something when there isn't the availability? And in the past, many parents and families would have relied on perhaps a nanny or a living caregiver of some sort. But because of the extensive delays in immigration, that path isn't as available or accessible as it had been in the past. And that's one of the overwhelming pieces that I've heard in my space and in my role as the Member of Parliament for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, is that a lot of parents that I chat with, a lot of my friends, and just people in my communities, their number one ask is for flexible childcare. They want to see some innovation. They want to see something that serves their family and their family unit, understanding that it looks a lot differently than perhaps the average or what used to be. And this doesn't seem to be addressed in this. And I think this is part of the problem, is because they are solving for a problem that was 30 years ago what the average family might have looked like. But that's not what today's families necessarily look like. And that's something that I think we can and should do better on. And I'm participating virtually, and I'm addressing this chamber for the first time in over a month because I had a baby. And the fact that we have flexibility in our parliament to allow people to participate and still be full members and give speeches and ask questions and give member statements and participate in committees virtually allows more women to be able to participate. And I think if we're going to continue allowing childcare to just fit into this box and say that it has to be a certain way, and that having a grandma look after her grandkids can't be part of that solution, or having a trusted neighbor fill that role can't be part of someone's solution, I don't think necessarily gets to the space. And so while I was trying to prepare for this speech, I decided to call some childcare operators that I know. And one of the childcare operators I called is a friend of mine. Her name's Kyla Penner, and she owns KP Squared here in Fort McMurray. And KP Squared is an amazing childcare facility that has innovative childcare, and they're actually expanding to have 24-hour childcare. And one of the coolest pieces about their childcare model is that they really focus on the family unit, and they have the availability for parents to select when they need the childcare. So if they only need the 6 days a month, they can pick those 6 days a month. And if they need overnight care, very soon they'll be able to offer overnight care, which gives flexibility to a lot of families. And this is something that works for a lot of families. And before the childcare deal came into place, they were very sought after in our community, and they had a wait list of approximately 300 people. I asked her today, well, Kyla, how many people are on your wait list? And she said over 625. I'd have to look to get a more precise number than that. 625 people. That is not access to childcare if this is the length of the wait list. And I talk to so many parents, and I see so many Facebook forums and different internet forums that talk about the fact that this is the reality. Parents are going and putting their kids on every single wait list they can possibly find because they just need childcare, and they have been promised it. They've been told that somehow there's $10 childcare, but we haven't actually put the infrastructure into place to make this work. And we haven't spent the time to talk to parents or to childcare providers to hear where some of those bottlenecks are. The bottlenecks that I've heard are the fact that we don't have enough early childhood educators to be able to meet the demands so that we can actually have the staffing. We don't have enough of those people in those positions, and we don't have a system or a plan in place on how to educate enough to be able to meet those needs. And we also haven't figured out that not all parents pick childcare based on price. A lot of them pick childcare based on flexibility or based on how the proximity to work or how convenient it is for the family unit, or based on religious or linguistic requirements. I've heard from many families that picked one childcare space over another because they valued being able to have their children in a francophone daycare because that is something that was very important to their family. And I think that all of that is important. That is something that we should be valuing. We should be trying to see how we can expand to let the grandmother, and I heard the minister earlier say, well, that grandparents, it's a lot of work and grandparents shouldn't be expected to do that. And I'm not saying that grandparents should be expected to do that. That's not an option in my family. Both my parents are gone. They passed away, my dad this last year and my mom a dozen years ago or more, actually. So that's not even an option. But I have friends that their parents, that is their joy, is getting to be the primary provider of care for their grandchildren. And they've retired early specifically to be able to make that work for their family. And for those families that is an option, I don't understand why we wouldn't be supporting that, because that is going to be part of how we get enough space so that the families that don't have that as an option or don't want to use that for a variety of very good reasons have the space available to them. And so what I am saying, and I am going to continue stressing this because I think it is so important, families look different. We need flexibility in our childcare. We need innovation. We need more people like Kyla and KP Squared, because that's how we are going to solve this problem, not by creating an Ottawa's knows best, one-size-fits-all solution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I'll just ask the honourable member to adjust her boom a little bit, because we are getting a little bit of breath in there or something. So questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I have to say, not through you, Madam Speaker, what a joy it is to see our colleague again. And congratulate her on the birth of her son. And I know it was earlier than expected, and I will then move on to Bill C-35. But I just want to say it's a lovely thing to be joined this evening by one of our newest babies in this family of Parliament. I just do want to say to her, with all respect, that Bill C-35 doesn't require that anybody give up on options like having family members look after their babies. It just makes an opportunity available across Canada to have affordable childcare. It doesn't demand that people accept it, and I wonder if she has any thoughts on that.
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you. It's wonderful to be able to participate and see this innovation in this space. And while no, it does not actually explicitly say that you can't have that as an option, to some of the families that I've talked to, that are paying their parents because they've retired early, if they could have some funds so that they could offset that cost and have that same amount of resourcing available to them, that would make a big difference when it comes to the feasibility of this. And this is the part where this bill doesn't allow for enough innovation to actually allow families to have that space to make the choices that's best for them.
The honourable member can just adjust her boom again, just a little bit higher maybe or something. Perfect. The questions and comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. I missed her on the first shot there.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my honourable colleague on her new family addition. I've been talking a lot about workers. We're talking about a crisis, a child care desert, as came out from the CCPA. But they were very clear what it was. They didn't say privatize daycare, let's put more money into private spaces. What they said was, we have a worker shortage, and the way to deal with it is to pay fair wages, benefits, ensure workers have retirement savings. We know that this low wages in the childcare sector are gendered. We know that it's predominantly employees, 98% are women. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would agree that in order to ensure more spaces, that we have to develop a very clear workforce strategy that puts the right of workers at the centre.
Honourable member for McMurray-Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the interesting and amazing things I found when I was chatting with Kyla again from KP Squared was that they have a really high retention rate when it comes to their childcare workers, and part of it is because they pay better than the average. But that is a decision that they made for business reasons, and they're seeing a lot of success in that. And I think that this is something that you see when you empower people to make those choices, is that the good decisions can be made. And I think that we absolutely have to support this industry, and we have to find ways of making sure that we are not leaving people behind. But I don't think an Ottawa knows best strategy for this is necessarily going to get us to that solution. I think we need to empower women so that we can see more women in these positions of power making these decisions.
Brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague on her new arrival. We've corresponded a bit by email, but I'm happy to see her on the screen and joining us in the House. I'd like to ask my colleague, the Alberta agreement, since she is from Alberta, provided for an additional grant for operating flexible and overnight childcare, exactly what she's alluding to in terms of the flexibility. So in light of her comments of Ottawa knows best, this was a case where the province decided what was best and worked with Ottawa to actually make that happen. So is it really an Ottawa's knows best priority, or it seems to be driven by the agreements themselves? The bill is simply a framework to reinforce our commitment to childcare going forward.
Honourable member for Fort McMurray-Cold Lake, a brief answer.
Well, that's a very complicated question to give a very brief answer for. Effectively, this was something that the government of Alberta had to fight very hard with the federal government in order to get done, even though this was something that was absolutely in the best interest of Alberta families and something that I don't think is just unique to Alberta families. This is something that could probably help families to have innovative overnight childcare available from coast to coast to coast to coast. And frankly, the fact that it is restricted and only allowed in Alberta is a problem. And I want to see that fixed. Why are we pitting provinces against each other? But that's exactly what the federal government chose to do, because they decided they knew best and they were going to do this. And frankly, I think that is not something that is going to be serving all the best families across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking today on Bill C-35. The bill is called an Act Respecting Early Learning and Childcare in Canada. I'll spend most of my time speaking about children, but I want to start with a few words about this bill. This bill does absolutely nothing for early learning and childcare. The government has, in fact, already implemented their childcare policies. Bill C-35 comes after the fact. The bill contains statements of principles and a declaration, but nothing is changed legally or in terms of funding by putting these generic statements of opinion into legislation. Bill C-35 is a bill that simply states the government's views with respect to its own approach to childcare. The bill itself has no material impact on families and no material impact on the operations of the federal government, save for one thing. The one material change brought about by this act is the establishment of a Child Care Advisory Council. This council would be paid and would consist of 10 to 18 members, with all members appointed by the government. Although the legislation says that the council should reflect the diversity of Canada, it doesn't define what that means. And it certainly says nothing about this council reflecting a diversity of opinion or experience. This council will not be elected and will thus have no democratic legitimacy. It's simply a tool for the minister to appoint her friends who will receive government largesse and will give her advice, which will no doubt be consistent with her pre-existing opinions. Instead of hiring and paying a council of the minister's good friends to reaffirm the things the government already believes, perhaps they should send these 10 to 18 people out to offer childcare services to the many, many, many parents who still do not have access under their plan. That would be a much better use of resources than yet another Liberal advisory council. Now, on the substance of the childcare issue itself, this is a subject that is deeply personal for me. I have 5 children who range in age from 14 months to 10 years. 10 years ago, when Gianna was born, when I first met my daughter, I remember 3 overwhelming impressions. First, I have never felt the complete onset of love for another person so quickly. In most situations in life, love grows incrementally over time. But when you become a parent, a wall of love hits you in the face and overwhelms you completely. Now, secondly, I felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Bringing my daughter home, I was struck by the realization that this child had no other parents that we could simply drop her off with when we got tired or didn't know what to do. She was fully our responsibility, and for good. Thirdly, as the weeks came on, I began to wonder what in the world I had done with all my free time before this child was born. Before having kids, I thought I was busy. But when she was born, I realized that I had had no understanding of what busy meant. Parenthood for me began with an overwhelming sense of love, responsibility, and loss of time. Now, children are expensive in terms of time and in terms of money. In a sadly too busy and too materialistic civilization, we count everything in terms of time and money. But these aren't the things that really matter. It goes without saying that every minute and every dollar that we have spent on our 5 beautiful children has been worth it. What, after all, could I possibly rather be doing? Children are amazing, and the measure of a good society is most fundamentally the degree to which it values and respects children. So, recognizing the immutable dignity and value of young children, the important question tonight is how a good society ought to provide for the care and education of children. Parenthetically, it seems that a lot of this government's discourse on childcare starts from a different premise. When they talk about childcare, they start from what they think would be good for the economy or what they think would lead to increased workforce participation. These are fine things to talk about, but it seems to me to be starting at the wrong end. They always start by talking about what they think is good for adults, instead of by asking what is good for children. Now, Speaker, as I've described, and as I think any parent will identify with, one naturally feels a deep and fierce unconditional love for one's children, which leads parents to want to sacrifice for whatever they think is best for their children. As such, I believe that we should build systems of early learning and childcare and of education more generally that always err on the side of deferring to parents and that leverage the deep natural love that parents have for their children. Now, do parents make mistakes? Absolutely. Parents get things wrong, me especially. But in virtually all cases, you can count on parents to have a rectitude of intention and a willingness to sacrifice for the sake of their children. Many parents, myself included, choose to involve other people in the process of caring for their children. We involve grandparents, trusted friends, and public and private institutions. There are very good reasons for parents to involve other people in the care of their children. Such care allows parents time to earn family income and to have necessary periods of rest, but it also exposes children to other people, experiences, ideas, and role models. I'm not here to say what kind of childcare or mix of approaches is best. But I would say that parents should be the ones making these decisions, with sincere reference to their own consciences and with a love-driven evaluation of what's best for their children and their family. I trust parents to make these decisions. Therefore, I want to build a society and a child care model that allows parents to action the choices that they see as best for their children. If parents cannot access any external childcare, then we have limited the range of parental choice. And if parents cannot afford to have one parent opt out of the workforce, then we have also limited the range of parental choice. Right now in Canada, we actually have both of these problems. We have parents feeling that they need two incomes and not able to find desirable childcare services. We should be trying to build a society in which parents can freely make childcare choices across the broadest range of options that reflect their own sincere evaluations without any kind of direct or subtle economic coercion to choose one option or another. Let's remove the childcare gatekeepers and make it easier for parents to make the choices that they believe are right. Now, choice is not an end in and of itself, but given the diversity of children and families and the love that parents have for their children, letting parents make unfettered and uncoerced decisions is the best way to provide for the optimal outcomes for children. While Conservatives have always championed choice in childcare and have advocated different kinds of policies towards that end, Liberals have long preferred the one-size-fits-all model of state-subsidized and controlled traditional daycare. And their approach has been to fund out-of-home daycare centers while regulating the fees that they can charge. But importantly, these Liberals have actually underfunded their own preferred model. The money cannot keep up with the big promises, even as out-of-control deficit spending already drives up inflation. Since the money cannot keep up with the big promises, we now have a situation in which some families have seen a short-term reduction in childcare costs, but many families cannot access funded spaces. And also, as a result of the regulated rates, many childcare operators cannot afford to do the upkeep or expansion that is required. Effectively, the government's approach has been to promise an increase in childcare as a result of public funding, but instead they have pushed existing providers to lower prices without sufficient replacement funding and are thus, in the long term, undermining the operations of childcare providers and threatening even the existing childcare supply. The cost pressures that private childcare operators are now facing will create a ticking time bomb in terms of actual childcare availability, as over time they won't be able to grow to keep up with the demand and some will have to close. And notably, there's no means testing associated with this Liberal program. While some parents are better off for now because they have access, and some are worse off for now because they don't have access, we don't have any way of knowing if those who have the current access are the ones who needed the access the most. This program is very poorly designed, and even families who see themselves as benefiting in the short term should know that their childcare access is at risk in the long term if operators are not able to access the capital that they need. A better alternative would be to empower families and emphasize choice and flexibility without economic coercion, without funding some things and using tax dollars from other families making different choices to fund families opting for traditional daycare. Now, I just one additional point I want to make before I wrap up. Canada's childcare policy should reflect the emerging technological reality. When my parents were raising us, my mother faced a sharp and essentially binary choice. Given the nature of her work, she could either continue to work at or near full-time, or she could become a full-time stay-at-home parent. The binary of that choice was very harsh. But fortunately today, a smaller and smaller proportion of families face that kind of sharp binary. Technology has allowed an explosion in work from home and flexible work arrangements, and has also allowed the dramatic growth of so-called momtrepreneurs. My wife runs a web-based family medicine practice offering appointments at the same odd hours that are most likely to be convenient for the women she serves. This would obviously have been unheard of a generation ago. Now, workers and employers naturally have to assess the effectiveness of these kinds of flexible arrangements, but such arrangements do provide many obvious advantages, especially from the perspective of family life. People today still need childcare, but they are more likely to want it in different places, at different times, and in different ways, in accordance with evolving work relationships and their own considerations of the best interests of their children. Work and work-life balance will continue to change, I believe, as technological developments continue and are deployed in different ways. The 9-to-5 out-of-home childcare model still serves some families, but an ever-declining proportion of the whole. That's why, more than ever, we need choice and flexibility today. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach built for a different technological reality, let's focus on empowering parents in 2023 to make choices that are best for their children and their families.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member Brandon Sears. Yes, Brandon Sears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was most impressed by my colleague's presentation this evening. and the number of choices areas that he spoke of. I wonder if he could just elaborate on the accountability and the accessibility of the types of daycare that we have today and how that could be improved.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the most important relationship of accountability for daycare providers is to parents. To parents in terms of whether they are meeting the needs of the families that are that they are serving. And I think if we are able to strengthen choice and flexibility and make sure parents have the resources that they need, then we'll have strong mechanisms of accountability in place. We're seeing, as I said in my speech, we're seeing increasing diversity of kind of the work-family balance that people are pursuing and that they're able to pursue because of evolving technology. So let's put families in the driver's seat, recognizing the love parents have for their children and recognizing that they will make choices that fit with their situation and their kids.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member actually mentioned about the National Advisory Council. And in the way in which he spoke about it, it almost as though he was belittling them. Now, the people who are part of this advisory council are going to be people who are the leading advocates about childcare. And to have them at the voice at the table, I think is absolutely critical, and to make sure that we stay on the right path in ensuring that accessible, affordable childcare, quality childcare is made available to all Canadians. So my question to the member is this: if the experts should not be at the table, then who should be at the table? Should it be the Conservatives themselves?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, that question clearly exposed the massive philosophical gulf between Conservatives and New Democrats. New Democrats think that childcare decisions should be made by a 10 to 18 person council with no democratic legitimacy appointed by the minister. And she has confidence that the minister is going to choose the best experts. I think the best experts are parents. I think we should let parents be their own childcare advisory council for their own kids, make their own decisions, and focus on empowering parents to make decisions about their own kids. And I think and the member's now heckling me about the Harper Plan. The Harper Plan was fantastic. We gave money directly to parents, and parents had more resources.
Order. I would just ask members if they have an opportunity, they might have an opportunity to ask another question, so I would ask them to wait until such time. I'm going to ask the honourable member to finish up his thought so we can get another question in.
Madam Speaker, the universal child care benefit was so popular and so successful that the Liberals renamed it, claimed it was their idea, and have run on it in every election that they've been remotely successful in.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, that couldn't be further from the truth, Madam Speaker, because the reality is the universal child care benefit that the Conservatives brought in gave checks to millionaires. He talks about a one-size-fit approach for all. Nothing clearlier defines it than the universal child care benefit that literally gave the exact same amount of money to absolutely everybody, even if you were making $500,000 a year. Of course, a Conservative would think that's a great program because they're giving...
Now we have the ones who were saying about the heckling are actually heckling on this side now. So I would just ask members to please hold off. I would just ask members to please hold off, and I know that the honourable member is able to answer that question. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, a Conservative would get up and say that Stephen Harper's plan was by far the best because it was the plan that, as they clap right now, literally the plan that sent checks to millionaires. Congratulations to the member across. He's absolutely right. That is a program that Stephen Harper would love, and it is definitely a program that I can understand why the Conservative Party of Canada would get behind.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan has 1 minute to respond.
Mr. Speaker, this member is from the party that gave millions to Loblaws to buy new refrigerators. So this government loves sending money to the rich and famous. And I'll tell you about the Conservative child care policy. It introduced universal child care benefit that was taxable. which meant that those that were higher income had to pay higher levels of tax on the money they got. And look, you can quibble about the amounts of the proportion.
Order. We still have, debate going back and forth, and it's not the time to do that. I only recognized one individual, not two and three of them. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, has 25 seconds. Order. The honourable parliamentary secretary knows better. He should be setting an example in the House. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, 25 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I'm immensely enjoying this, and I wonder if there'd be unanimous consent to extend my questions and comments for another 5 minutes. Yeah. Would there be?
Member having unanimous consent? I want to get through this first. Does the honourable member has a point of order? The honourable parliamentary secretary. It's getting late.
The rules of the House after 6 o'clock, I believe, do not allow for you to accept unanimous consent motions.
That's right. Okay. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, has 12 seconds.
The members opposite may want to quibble about the proportions, but the point is that in 2015, when they formed a government, their policy was to rename and adjust the proportions on a universal direct-to-parent subsidy. They took our policy because it was so popular.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to join the debate this evening on Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Child Care Act. I believe that this issue is nonpartisan because it concerns the most important element of our country, its children. And I want to begin with a quick level set, just so that we're all working from the same fact base. This bill sets out the vision for a Canada-wide early learning and child care system and its commitment to ongoing collaborations with the provinces and Indigenous peoples. The bill also delineates principles where public and not-for-profit entities are exclusively called out for a focus that guides the ongoing federal investments established by the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Child Care, as announced by members of the Council on November 24, 2022. Additionally, the bill notes a realization on the right to benefit from child care services as recognized in the Conventions on the Rights of the Child, and it contributes to the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Madam Speaker, Canadian parents have long hoped for the availability of affordable, safe, and stable childcare. And to that effect, the government brought in a national childcare program, one that proposed to cut daycare fees by an average of 50% by the end of 2022 and down to an average of $10 per day by 2026. Now, Madam Speaker, earlier this year, the minister stated that Bill C-35 would, I quote, enshrine the principles that provinces and territories assented to in funding agreements with Ottawa, including the pledge to cut parent fees and create more spaces, end quote. Now, the government had promised to introduce the legislation by the end of 2022 in its supply and confidence agreement with the New Democratic Party. Madam Speaker, while I wholeheartedly agree that affordable, quality childcare is critical, it becomes moot if you can't access it or it simply doesn't exist. I'm concerned that Bill C-35 does not address accessibility, and I'm concerned that the government is embarking on a promise that they won't be able to deliver on. Moreover, I'm concerned that $10 a day childcare does little to address the serious, real childcare labor shortages and the lack of childcare spaces. Madam Speaker, I'll suggest that Bill C-35 is good for families who already have a childcare space, but it doesn't help the thousands of families on childcare wait lists, or the operators who don't have the staff or the infrastructure to offer more spaces. Additionally, the bill increases demand for childcare, but does not solve the problem of frontline burnout, of staff shortage, or access to more childcare spaces. Simply put, Madam Speaker, there are not enough qualified staff to keep all existing childcare centers running at full capacity, let alone operate new spaces. The Canadian Union of Public Employees has reported, quote, that in many communities, there's only one childcare space available for every 3 children who need it, and wait lists are long, end quote. That is a very sobering statistic. Madam Speaker, Bill C-35 is also discriminatory. The majority of childcare operators are women, Yet the language and intent of this bill prevents any growth and opportunities for privately run female childcare operators. As well, how does the government expect more women to be able to go to work when there are no childcare spots available, and with wait lists being years long? The Financial Accountability Office of Ontario projects that by 2026, there will be 602,000 children under 6 whose families will want $10 a day childcare. However, the province will only be able to accommodate 375,000, leaving 227,000, or almost 40%, without access. That's 2 in 5 families who will be unable to access a spot. Government estimates also suggest that by 2026, there could be a shortage of 8,500 early childhood workers. This is another staggering statistic. In British Columbia, 27% of childcare centers turn away children due to lack of staff. One childcare director who oversees 13 childcare programs with 350 spaces stated that, quote, "In the past 2 years, we've had to close programs temporarily, whether it's for a day or two, or shorten hours for the week, in order to meet the licensing regulations," end quote. What then, Madam Speaker, are worthy policy options to consider? And I have 3 that I hope the government will seriously think about. Firstly, we must enable families of varying incomes to benefit based on the guiding principles of the child care framework. The government should support families who need child care most based on their income, which in many cases is outlined within the individual provincial agreements. As well, the government should not be subsidizing childcare of wealthy families who can already afford it. Secondly, address the so-called Matthew effect. This is the increasing of the public provision that actually ends up advantaging higher income families rather than lower income groups. Even the Quebec model, despite the gains in access, quality levels actually remain low when compared to the rest of Canada, with lower income children in lower rather than higher quality settings. Thirdly, resolve the labor shortage. There aren't enough qualified staff to keep all existing child care centers running at full capacity, let alone operate new spaces. I think that is a point that is important to reiterate. The reality is that we can't create new child care spaces without staff. Not enough students enter the ECE programs across Canada to support any growth, and it remains difficult to retain staff without the financial incentive to work in the field. Madam Speaker, the reality is that in British Columbia in 2022, 45% of employers reported losing more staff than they could hire, and 27% reported turning away children because of lack of staff. The lack of childcare spaces across our country is considerable. In Ontario, the percentage of 0 to 12-year-olds for whom full-day or part-time daycare space was available was 25%. For children 0 to 5 years, it was 21.3%. There are also, Madam Speaker, so-called childcare deserts. This is where there's a lack of or inequitable distribution of childcare spaces, or an FSA or postal code region with a coverage rate of less than 1/3 of the child population. According to a Canadian Centre for Policy Return report, this was published in May of 2023, 48% of children live in childcare deserts. And the percentage of children living in childcare deserts in Ontario is a considerable 53%. What are the financial implications, Madam Speaker? Well, the 2021 budget pledged $30 billion over 5 years on the national childcare system, with an additional $9.2 billion annually coming after that period. This bill is about children, the future of our country, and we owe them a duty to ensure that we're getting the best values possible for them when it comes to our really hard-earned taxpayer dollars. In terms of stakeholder considerations, Madam Speaker, the major comments coming from childcare providers suggest that Bill C-35, while a step in the right direction, it is, however, too generic. The bill does not go into specifics. Additionally, the private sector is cut out of the equation. There are also significant major labor shortages, with the majority of those who are working being overworked and understaffed. Bill C-35 is good for families who already have a space, but not for workers. The bill also does nothing to address the long wait lists for care across the country. Madam Speaker, there are ways that Bill C-35 can be improved. In my province, the Association of Daycare Operators of Ontario suggested the following 4 amendments. 1, make the bill more inclusive by deleting the reference to public and not-for-profit childcare providers. 2, consider an addition that provides some guidance to advisory council members about avoiding potential conflicts of interest or the appearance of impropriety arising from their involvement on the council. 3, advisory council members may also require guidance about avoiding any paid consulting or volunteer work related to political parties or candidates during their term on the council. And finally, 4, adding additional specificity surrounding the composition of the advisory council with respect to regional representation, as well as representation by female entrepreneurs and those involved in the direct delivery of licensed child care services. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I hope that Canadian families needing reliable, safe, and affordable child care are able to access a national system that provides a viable program for generations to come.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member and his critique of the bill, so I'm wondering if he's supportive of the bill or if he'll be voting against it. And we know that Conservatives are very critical of it, but they'll end up voting for it in the end of the day because they kind of have to, and they know that. But I'm just curious if this member will follow suit and still vote for it despite his critique, or if he will actually vote against the bill.
The Honourable Member Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting, that the focus of the question is not on, how we can make the bill better, and the very many number of constructive recommendations that we have heard this evening from Conservatives, from NDP, from many individuals that spoke, and instead focused on what is, unfortunately, so partisan. Because this is about an issue that is about our future, which is children, and I wish that it is not a partisan line of attack that was tried to take here.
That's the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague for his speech tonight. And, we've heard so much in the House this evening, and he brought up so many great points, and I know he could probably share some stories, and he did, about his own riding. But one of the, I just have, 4 reports here in the last few weeks about people ringing the bells and alarm bells on this disaster. And this one is from Matthew Lau, and it says, government-funded media details government-funded childcare disaster. And he goes on to say that Canada's childcare sector continues to go poorly. This should not surprise anyone familiar with Canada's government-run healthcare system, which is in shambles, Canada's government management of agricultural output, which deliberately creates scarcity, or the track record of government economic control in general. And I guess my question to him would be, how can he trust the Liberals to manage childcare when they can't manage housing prices, affordability, and public safety?
Member Spadina for Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my Conservative colleague for her question. She does raise valid points. And I want to use the opportunity to actually discuss a previous point with the member before me who had spoken with regards to the council. I think one of the best indications of one's future actions are how they've conducted themselves in the past. And I think about the Housing Council, where that was immediately dismissed, whose recommendations by the Housing Minister when it was no longer politically convenient and in alignment with what the government wanted. And I think that's a point of concern, and I'm worried about whether or not this government will truly listen to experts and their advice, and I think that's something that many Canadians are worried about.
And comments, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned several times in his speech the critical shortage of staff, which being one of the reasons that people can't access childcare in Canada. And when I talk to childcare advocates in my riding and elsewhere, what comes up again and again and again is that staff need to be properly paid, decent paid wages. Many of these staff workers are well-trained early childhood educators, and yet they're not paid wages that reflect that, and they're not allowed time for professional development. Would he not say that this is something that should be part of this agreement, that staff must be properly paid to retain them and grow the industry?
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. I think one of the big gaps right now is a lack of a labor workforce strategy to ensure not only that there are staff with which to be able to take care of the children, but also that they are compensated appropriately for the important work that they do. And that's why one of the comments that I focused on in terms of my remarks was that given the labor shortage, the government should not cut out the private sector. Please look again at Section 7(1)(a) of Bill C-35. Ensure that it is inclusive of the private sector and the many female entrepreneurs operating in the child care sector.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are here tonight discussing Bill C-35, and I'd like to recognize the Member of Parliament from Peterborough, Kawartha, to her and her team for all the work on this bill and for reaching out to parents and childcare providers across the country. And I'd also like to thank the Conservative members at the HuMA Committee for their work on this legislation and all those who have spoken tonight at this very late hour. I'd like to thank all of those who provide childcare to our children for the very honourable work that they do. To be very clear about this legislation, the government went ahead and signed agreements with provinces before developing legislation. This is quite unusual, as most often legislation will be developed by a government and go through all the parliamentary processes to ensure it's as good as it can be. There would be committee testimony from those affected, industry experts, perhaps academia, and from hearing from everyday Canadians who can write in submissions to be considered. There may be amendments from committee that receive full debate at committee, and then it goes back to the House of Commons for debate again. And then the whole process is repeated at the Senate. But for this childcare funding legislation that we're discussing here today, the government has done it backwards. With no parliamentary involvement, no oversight, no debate, and not hearing from those affected, nor experts, nor the general public, the government developed policies away from Parliament inside provincial agreements, and these agreements have been implemented. So, Madam Speaker, this is at a time when the government is pouring fuel on the inflationary fire, making it much tougher for families. Inflation is high, interest rates are high, housing has doubled, taxes have increased, and they will continue to increase. And there's carbon tax, too, coming soon to a family near you, all because of policies of this government, which is squeezing families. 1 in 5 people say they are skipping meals, and food bank usage is up over 30% in my community, and I know that this is very consistent across the country. Affordable, quality childcare is critical, but if you can't access it, it doesn't exist. Bill C-35 does nothing to address accessibility. Bill C-35 is not a childcare strategy. In British Columbia, a 2019 survey found in the Greater Vancouver area, they had only enough childcare spaces for 18.6% of children in the Metro Vancouver region. In many rural regions in Canada, large childcare centres do not exist at all, or they may be very far apart. This bill offers rural parents, for those who need it, no flexibility, and it really does not offer them anything. It chooses to ignore the simple fact that low-cost childcare is not possible if childcare resources are not accessible to begin with. I was speaking to many childcare operators in my community of Kelowna Lake Country who say there have been unintended consequences. And as a reminder, this legislation is coming after agreements have been signed and implemented by provinces, so we are not talking about hypotheticals here. We are seeing the results that have already been implemented. Yes, some families are being helped who have some form of childcare now. However, providers in my community, and I've been told that there's many scenarios that are playing out, but one in particular is where those that are high income are paying for spaces while they're pregnant, because it's so inexpensive to hold the spaces for their family. The lower income and middle class families who need the spaces are not getting them. And the whole format of waiting lists has changed. There is serious concern about the lack of focus on ensuring that childcare spaces go to those most in need instead of creating advantages for the already well-off. Conservatives recognize that Canadian families should have access to affordable and quality childcare and should be able to choose childcare providers that best suit their families' needs. This government's focus on the childcare bill on not-for-profit and government spaces is how it's worded in the legislation. So let me lay out this in a very practical way on a very small scale. So, for example, how would a large childcare facility add very quickly 200 childcare spots? Many times these are large not-for-profits which do really good work taking care of our children. No one is disputing that. But they're not the only kind of childcare provider. So they would need the physical space, perhaps they need to move or expand and have parking, and if they move, ensure that the local bylaws are met before building a new building. It's not that easy. Smaller independent organizations are much more nimble. And if anything, this is where the focus should be, or at the minimum, this should be on par with government and not-for-profit providers. Once again, this Liberal government has not considered small businesses as a priority. This legislation lists what the government's priorities are. Small independent businesses are once again an afterthought of this government. They are not included in the National Advisory Council being created by this government. It's really a shame that as part of this childcare legislation, small business owners have really been demonized, and this is how many of them feel. We saw this at committee with the way the Liberals and NDP representatives spoke about small business childcare providers. One local independent small childcare provider in my riding told me how awful they thought it was that the government was making it sound like they were printing money, and that's their words. She said that they would not have opened if they were not-for-profit. As she considered this years ago, however, looking into it, banks would not provide a loan to get her started. And so she had to open a company. Most of these small business childcare providers are women. Most of them are looking after their own children while helping other families. What quality childcare is for a child should be defined by the parents, not by the government.
That's right.
As a working mom myself, I knew the importance of quality childcare. As well, I know kids who have not done well in large childcare settings. Their parents had to pull them out due to their child's personality and anxiety or special learning needs. And it's not that larger facilities couldn't provide good care, but kids, just like adults, are all different.
That's right.
And many feel more comfortable in a smaller, intimate environment. There's no right or wrong. Instead of giving parents freedom to determine what childcare works best for their children and their work schedules and their lives, the government has opened the door for a two-tiered framework of childcare. And we heard testimony on this at committee. This legislation does not treat all kinds of childcare equally. Conservatives brought forth a motion at committee which was not supported, and it was voted down. And it was to be truly inclusive and accessible and would have allowed parents to make the best decision for their family. And the amendment read, quote, to facilitate access to all types of early learning and childcare programs and services regardless of the provider, such as those that are provided through traditional daycare centers, centers with extended part-time or overnight care, nurseries, flexible and drop-in care, before and after school care, preschools and co-op childcare, faith-based care, unique programming to support children with disabilities, home-based childcare, nannies and shared nannies, au pairs, stay-at-home parents or guardians who raise their own children, or family members, friends or neighbors who provide care that meet or exceeds standards set by provincial governments or Indigenous governing bodies and respond to the varying needs of children and families while responding to the jurisdiction and unique needs of the provinces and Indigenous peoples, unquote. As I said, it was not supported, and it would have addressed the argument between licensed and unlicensed because it refers to meeting standards of provincial governments or governing bodies, which is quality care. Bill C-35 is good for families who already have childcare space, but it doesn't help the tens of thousands of families on childcare waitlists or the operators who do not have the staff or infrastructure to offer more spaces. Bill C-35 increases demand for childcare but does not solve the problem of frontline burnout, staff shortages, staff training, or access to more spaces. The Canadian Union of Pacific Employees currently reports, quote, that in many communities there is only one childcare space available for every 3 children who need it, and wait lists are long. In British Columbia, 27% of childcare centres turn away children due to lack of staff. And we've had centres in my community reduce spaces due to staffing. This childcare legislation does not address staffing or training in this legislation to meet the 40,000 workers needed now. It's unfortunate that the government signed provincial agreements without Parliament's involvement and without hearing from the public, as we did at committee. And we're so close-minded when looking at amendments that would have provided better access to childcare for families across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Brandon Service.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's presentation to us this evening on this bill. One of the things that she mentioned in her speech tonight was about the lack of discussion and the lack of dialogue that the government had with the public or with others, even the provinces, who were only given one choice when they were forced to basically sign on to this type of program. And I'd like to just give my colleague an opportunity to expand on her thoughts on that whole idea of the lack of choice and the lack of discussion that the federal government had on this important issue.
Of Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, this is exactly what we saw at committee. So at committee, we had a lot of testimony, but also we had a lot of written submissions, extensive amounts of written submissions, and they weren't all by the large groups that quite often will be represented. We heard from individual providers, childcare providers from across the country. We heard from parents. And so very specific, real situations that are playing out in families' lives. And those are the kind of, that's the type of input that we need when we are developing legislation, so that you can develop the best legislation possible and try and capture the different situations, and also maybe try and mitigate unintended consequences as well. So this is a gap that happened before the government actually signed all of these agreements. So they went ahead and signed the agreements without all of this input, either from parliamentarians or from the public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. A couple of things that I really appreciate about C-35 is that it, because of the inclusion of the rights of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, as well as free prior and informed consent as accorded in UNDRIP. Those two provisions in of themselves are very important to support C-35, and I wonder if the member agrees with my statement.
The honourable member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And yes, we supported those. We supported that at committee. And in addition to that, as I had mentioned during my intervention, we had put forth a motion that would have even, that would have captured all different types of childcare providers, and unfortunately, that wasn't accepted. And part of that did include different, cultural, Indigenous type providers, and unfortunately, our motion wasn't accepted by the other members of the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And comments. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. It was great working with her on the HuMA committee and listening to so much testimony. And I think really the take-home message here tonight is that this Canadians are seeing and realizing and speaking up, and it's being covered in the media. This bill is promising something the Liberals cannot deliver. And we've seen it time and time again. It is not just us saying that. It is now everybody coming forward. And I would just like to know my honourable colleague's position in terms of her own local riding, or a story she can share about how people cannot access childcare.
The honourable for Colonial Lake Country has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I'll give one example, actually. I had, during one of our last constituency weeks fairly recently, about a month ago, I had someone from my riding, Kelowna Lake Country, come and meet with me, and she was talking about a family that she's familiar with that wanted to immigrate to the area, and both parents are doctors. And so they've actually gone through the process, and it's all working really well. However, they're having a tough time deciding whether they're going to come to Canada and come to our region because they've realized that they can't access childcare. And so here we have two potential doctors that might come into my area and into Canada, and they actually may choose not to because they've realized that there is no childcare available for them.
It's a true story, man.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, dans ce moment-ci, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to speak about the Trudeau Foundation. And it's timely that this question has come up because Canada has been rocked by this foreign interference scandal. The Trudeau Foundation has been at the center of it, and the Public Accounts Committee, of which I'm a member, has been trying to get to the bottom of what happened and has been repeatedly stonewalled by the Liberals and their friends at the Foundation. So to set the stage a little bit, as Canada has been rocked by this foreign interference scandal, a foreign government interfering repeatedly in Canadian democratic elections, Liberals have repeatedly tried to cover this up by turning to so-called independent people to investigate this. People from the Trudeau Foundation. Not once but twice has the government asked people from the Trudeau Foundation to investigate the problem of foreign interference, even though the Trudeau Foundation itself has been subject to foreign interference. The Trudeau Foundation received a massive donation from a CCP affiliated individual that we know about, said they returned the money even when they hadn't returned the money. So Conservatives on the Public Accounts Committee said we need to get to the bottom of what happened to the Trudeau Foundation, the foreign interference that they have been subject to, even while the government asks people from the Trudeau Foundation to investigate. And the call for an investigation of the Public Accounts Committee responded to particular problems created by the structure of the Trudeau Foundation. It's this Frankenstein, this hybrid between public and private. It's a public institution in many respects. It's tied in with the Trudeau family. The Prime Minister remains a member of the foundation. And at the same time, it is organized in a sense as a private order. So it's both public and private in a sense. And this creates big problems for actually holding it accountable. The Auditor General has said she can't study private donations that go to the Trudeau Foundation. That's not part of her mandate. The CRA was asked to investigate, but they can't talk about any of this. Liberals opposed our motion, initially the Public Accounts Committee, to investigate it. Eventually, they agreed to allow 2 meetings on this. But the Public Accounts has continued to be stonewalled. We have had virtually no witnesses agree to testify. So Conservatives have tried to summon witnesses who won't appear. And that includes David Johnson. But Liberals have tried to block that. We've tried to request additional documents from the CRA that will allow us to do our work. Liberals have been, for an extended period of time, filibustering our request for documents. At the core of this, as well, is the fact that David Johnson won't testify. David Johnson, the Prime Minister's good friend and ski buddy, who has been named the so-called Special Rapporteur for Foreign Interference, who is affiliated with the Trudeau Foundation, wrote a report on foreign interference that, surprise, surprise, makes no mention of the Trudeau Foundation. Supposedly looking into foreign interference, no mention of the Trudeau Foundation, of which David Johnson was a part. He should testify. He should explain that. And yet we have a situation today where David Johnson, the Prime Minister's Special Rapporteur, he refused a request by a majority of the House of Commons to resign, and he's refusing to appear before the Public Accounts Committee. Madam Speaker, the reality is that David Johnson has shown a dangerous disdain for our institutions. When Parliament asks a person to resign from a public position, the least they could do is show up and testify about what their activities have been. The Trudeau Foundation has been involved in foreign interference, it's been subject to foreign interference, and it's not mentioned in his report.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, I would start by noting, Madam Speaker, that the original question that was asked in the House that has produced this this follow-up at this point had nothing to do with David Johnston, despite the fact that the member has suddenly introduced David Johnston into the topic. He had a great display there. I'm sure that will turn into a good fundraising opportunity later on. But let's just reflect on what is really going on in this scenario. We have the Prime Minister's last name that is attached to a foundation. A foundation that was created in the name of his father, and it's a foundation that accepts donations, and those donations are utilized for the following. This is straight from the Trudeau Foundation's website. Through its scholarship, mentorship, and fellowship programs, the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation focuses on the leadership development of our scholars. The Foundation's leadership program aims to empower scholars to have meaningful impact in their institutions and communities. It does so by equipping scholars with the key leadership skills, instilling in them values crucial for engaged leaders, such as engagement with a plurality of perspectives, service to community, audacity, and innovation. This is an organization, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister has not been involved in for over a decade. Conservatives know that, but Conservatives also know that there's an opportunity to jump on here in that the Prime Minister's last name is also referenced in the Trudeau Foundation. The Conservatives would like to paint a picture for you, Madam Speaker, that the Trudeau Foundation is some fundraising arm for individual donations, political or not, that somehow make it into the Prime Minister's own personal bank account. And that couldn't be further from the truth. What they're trying to do here, Madam Speaker, is cloud the issue and try to suggest that there is some form of personal benefit to the Prime Minister, which quite frankly is not true. And everybody knows that, everybody who can look at the facts in a manner that is unbiased and doesn't come from this cloud of conspiracy theory that we see from the other side of the House.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, that was the kind of unmitigated nonsense that the House has come to expect in this situation, unfortunately. I would submit to the member that he should read the annual report of the Trudeau Foundation, which notes the membership of the Foundation, which notes that the Prime Minister remains a member of the Foundation. It's in the last annual report. There's less than 30 members. A substantial number of those members are appointed by either the Trudeau family or the Minister of Industry, and this foundation received $125 million from the government. I don't dispute that the foundation aspires to provide scholarships to students, but the member shouldn't dispute the fact that there was a massive injection of foreign donations to the foundation when this government took office, that there was a close ongoing relationship between the government, the Trudeau family, and this foundation. But the core point that I raised in my original question that I raise again is if all of this is great work, then why the secrecy? Why won't the people from the Trudeau Foundation show up? Why are Liberals filibustering our motion to try to get documents? If it's all above board, why the secrecy?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
His question goes to exactly my point. He's trying to suggest, Madam Speaker, that somehow this side of the House or the government could possibly answer that question. Unless we had actual involvement in the Trudeau Foundation, it would be impossible to answer that question. That nobody on this side of the House has anything to do with the Trudeau Foundation. Sorry, one person might be...
Order. I just want to remind the Honourable for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, he had an opportunity to ask the question, an opportunity to listen to the answer. And again, I'm sure that I know that he's a lawyer by trade, and he knows that in the court of law they wouldn't allow this to happen either. So I would just ask the honourable member, he may not like the answer, but he should listen to it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, somebody might be a member of an organization, but they're certainly not in a role to make any decisions. And that's the point that has been made repeatedly. Conservatives would like to paint the picture that the Prime Minister is involved. He asks a question of why won't they come to committee? Well, how on earth could I possibly answer that question, Madam Speaker, when I'm not involved in the Trudeau Foundation, nor is anybody on this side of the House?
The order. If the honourable member wants to continue having a conversation, he should take it outside. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here tonight after midnight for this adjournment debate as a result of another non-answer from the government side. When I originally rose in question period, the government response to the question at that time was some non-answer about how much money his province was going to get back, or people in his province were going to get back of the money that his government had previously taxed from them. And then some incoherent words about conspiracy theories and cryptocurrency. Well, since I originally posed that initial question, we've learned that the minister plans to add carbon tax 2.0 to the backs of Canadian taxpayers. This new carbon tax will add an additional 17 cents per litre to the current tax, and with the sales taxes on the carbon taxes, it will mean up to 61 cents per litre as a result of the carbon taxes. Another burden that Canadians are being forced to bear to pay for this government's overspending habit. The second carbon tax will cost the average Canadian household $573 per year without any rebate, costing some families in some provinces as much as $1,157. These numbers from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. I want to put this into perspective. It's been 15 years since a carbon tax was implemented in BC, a tax that was initially started at 2.41 cents per litre. 2.41 cents. And what was originally started out as a revenue neutral tax, where the revenues would go directly toward reducing personal income taxes. Well, that was until an NDP government decided the BC carbon tax would no longer be revenue neutral and would instead go into general revenue to help pay for the NDP government's overspending habit. I think the members listening will see the similarities here, establishing a small tax initially and then gradually turning up the heat, hoping people will be distracted by other crises, and then using those tax dollars to pay for bad spending habits. So, once more, we have evidence of the indifferent ideologies between the Liberal and the NDP. As such, the NDP Liberal coalition that we're currently dealing with, who are making Canadians pay for the government's bad spending habits. I'm sure the Liberal member will come back with some comment about how this carbon tax and carbon tax 2.0 are somehow going to prevent wildfires or flooding, but they have yet to show how this is going to be accomplished. This government has failed to meet any emissions targets, and instead of facilitating the export of cleaner Canadian natural gas to high emissions countries, they've left those countries to seek out coal and other dirty energy sources from countries with poor environmental and human rights standards. A poor, if not failed, record at best. So, will this government take control of their bad spending habits, stop pushing higher taxes on Canadians who are already struggling under their inflationary policies, and cancel the planned tax increases?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member brought up the Liberal NDP coalition. And normally I would say that there's a Conservative coalition with the Bloc Québécois, but not even on this issue does the Bloc agree with the Conservatives. As a matter of fact, every other party that's represented in this House agrees, Madam Speaker, that putting a price on pollution is the right thing to do. The member said that the question wasn't answered during the debate and during question period when he asked it, but it actually was. And it goes to the heart of what this member neglected to mention in his speech, and indeed what Conservatives continually neglect to mention. The answer, Madam Speaker, was as much as Conservatives would like to deny it, climate change is real. What else is real? Those checks that are arriving in people's mailboxes beginning April 14th. In my home province of Manitoba, obviously this, I'm quoting the member who said this, people will receive $250 a quarter, over $1,000 a month is the quote from this. And, you know, this is the interesting thing, is that I would have thought that when the member was getting towards the end of his question there, he would have said that I would have come back with some line on the rebate, but he didn't even do that, because he should have been able to predict that I was going to do that. Instead, he said something about I was going to try to justify that this stops wildfires or whatnot. No, what I have been saying all along, and what we have been saying all along, and what the Conservatives have missed all along, is the fact that people are getting money back. This rebate has always been there. The whole point of the price on pollution was not to put money into the general tax account or revenue account, as the member said. The point of the price on pollution, or the carbon tax as they like to call it, was to put a price mechanism on carbon, put a price on pollution, so that people had to actually make a choice, and in making that choice, they might be incentivized not to pollute, to try to find an option that doesn't pollute as much. So again, I would remind the member, I will answer the question the same way that the parliamentary secretary did during question period, which is that Conservatives continually neglect the fact that there is a rebate that comes back because it doesn't suit their narrative, but it actually is a reality.
Honourable Member Northrop Okanagan Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad the member pointed out that there's going to be money going back to Canadians, because that's what it is. It's money going back to Canadians that have already paid it out. They've paid it to the government. That's the only way government has money to give to Canadians, is by taxing it out of the back pockets of Canadians. So he's pointed out the major flaw with what they're doing here. They're simply taking taxpayer dollars to run their bad spending habits and then giving a little bit of it back. It just doesn't make any sense. Why hasn't this country done real concrete steps in exporting our clean natural gas to countries that are burning coal and other dirty fuels?
The Honourable Member, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, he's right. We are giving it back. And he asks why, Madam Speaker, and I actually just told him when I was answering the question after he posed the initial question, which is that this has never been about trying to collect revenue for the government. This has always been about incentivizing choice in the marketplace. When you put a price on something, it changes people's behavior in terms of how they make their decisions on purchases. And to his point that the people are just getting a little bit of money back, that's not true. The majority of Canadians get back more than they end up paying. And yes, if you have if you're extremely wealthy and you have many vehicles and you have a very large home that takes a lot of natural gas to heat in the winter, perhaps in that case you'll end up paying a little bit more than you get back. But the vast majority of Canadians, in particular the middle class, will get more back than they're putting into it.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, we're here this evening past midnight to debate a vitally important matter. We're here this evening again because we see that blissful ignorance of the government to permit Chinese state-owned enterprises to acquire control over Canada's mining industry. It's more unconscionable when it's impossible for Canadian companies to acquire mining land claims or control over any Chinese company, especially involving critical minerals. According to Guy Saint-Jacques, Canada's former ambassador to China, quote, "There's no level playing field for foreign companies in China, and many sectors remain closed to them, or access is similarly limited," end quote. And in appearing before a parliamentary committee, he added that, quote, "China does not play by international trade rules," end quote. No kidding. They're quick to complain about perceived injustice of other countries on them, but not so quick to provide fair treatment to foreign companies trying to operate in China. Madam Speaker, like with foreign interference, Canada has again been reduced to being a doormat for China. Canada has given China free rein to do whatever it wants under pathetic oversight from Ottawa. The Globe and Mail reported in August 2022 that 3 years ago, Sinomine Resource Group Co. bought the Tanko mine in Ottawa. Tanko was one of the world's few sources of the critical mineral cesium, and the mine had previously produced lithium, a battery metal used in electric cars. Our government had the authority to block the acquisition on national security grounds, but instead of blocking it, Ottawa did nothing. Later, the Tanko mine was acquired by China and started producing lithium to ship back home. Sinomine also secured an offtake agreement guaranteeing it all of the lithium, cesium, and tantalum produced by Power Metals Corporation's Case Lake Critical Minerals property. Madam Speaker, offtake agreements are just as good as ownership and don't create irritating media stories. The government also approved the sale of Canada's lithium development company, Neo Lithium Corp., to a Chinese state-owned company. And in its infinite wisdom, our government decided not to order an advanced security screening of the deal. Mr. Jeffrey Kucharski, a former Assistant Deputy Minister of Alberta's Department of Energy, stated before a parliamentary committee, quote, "How can Canada build a lithium supply chain, or any other critical mineral for that matter, when it allows the assets of Canadian companies to be acquired by a country that seeks to cement its dominance in the sector," end quote. Madam Speaker, Beijing supports its state-owned enterprises by providing subsidies, access to cheap capital, and tax breaks that are much greater than anything that a Western government can offer. And while Canada has welcomed legitimate Chinese investment, there is little or no reciprocity, as I alluded to earlier by the comments of Ambassador Saint-Jacques. Madam Speaker, China uses its dominant position in critical minerals to exert leverage over other countries. So what has been Canada's response? It claims to want to scrutinize foreign takeovers. Great. However, over the past 5 years, fewer than 1% were subjected to security reviews. Canada should look to Australia for a roadmap. It has a tougher stand on proposed Chinese investments. Their government has rejected several transactions on national security grounds. Australia even strengthened its oversight by introducing a new last resort power, where it has the authority to review a previously approved transaction where national security risks emerged after the fact. Canada may need China to bail out financially struggling mining companies, but it doesn't mean we have to give up complete control over our vital resources. Sadly, Madam Speaker, that is exactly what has been happening.
Minister Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Land claims are under the provincial jurisdiction of Canada and under the provincial jurisdiction, and Canada continues to work with our provincial counterparts to further Canada's national interests in this area. Canada welcomes foreign investment as a means to stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and increase innovation, competitiveness, and long-term prosperity. However, the government also ensures that significant foreign investments by non-Canadian encourage economic growth and employment opportunities in Canada, and that all foreign investments are consistent with Canada's national security. Foreign direct investment supports Canada's trade, skills, and innovation ecosystems by expanding trade, advancing environmental cooperation, linking firms to global value chains, increasing access to global markets, and attracting talent. In 2020, foreign-controlled multinationals contributed directly to Canada's long-term prosperity by being responsible for 20% of the jobs in Canada's corporate sector, 25% of capital investment in 2019, 59% of merchandise exports, and 24% of global GDP of the corporate sector. Foreign direct investment is critical to the success of Canadian mining. It provides access to capital, to natural resource projects and infrastructure, helps diffuse technology, knowledge, and intellectual property, increases innovation through competition, and opens global value chains to domestic firms. Canada's abundance of natural resources, clean energy, global market access, and commitment to emission-reducing technology make it a prime investment location for forward-thinking companies in minerals and metal sectors. The mining industry is an important employer of Indigenous peoples, providing jobs to over 16,500 individuals. Indigenous people account for 12% of our mining's labor force, amongst the highest representation by industry. Canada is committed to advancing opportunities for meaningful engagement on potential projects at the earliest possible stage and in a culturally aware manner among industry, Indigenous peoples, and federal, provincial, territorial governments. One of the priority themes under Canada's Critical Minerals Strategy, launched in December of 2022, is advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Other priority under the strategy is enhancing global security and partnership with allies. This includes efforts to strengthen the global supply chain resiliency, recognize that critical minerals are a strategic asset, and contribute to Canada's prosperity and national security. When it comes to China, Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy clearly outlines the government's understanding of China as an increasingly disruptive global power. We are not blind to China's pattern of using large-scale investments to establish its presence globally and tip the scales in its favor, creating dependencies in supply chains. This government has made it clear that Canada will always unapologetically defend our national interests. Canada's interests come first, and this applies to foreign direct investments as well. Canada has a robust foreign investments review process under the Investment Canada Act. It requires prior approval of significant foreign investment for likely economic net benefit. More importantly, it also calls for a multi-step review of all investments by non-Canadians that could be injurious to Canada's national security. Certainly, types of investments, such as those critical minerals, receive special scrutiny in accordance with the current policy. On October 28th of 2022, the Government of Canada issued a policy to provide additional clarity regarding the application of the ICA to investments by foreign state-owned enterprises and private investors assessed as being closely tied to or subject to influence from foreign governments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, this is a vitally important issue for our country, and I'm really troubled that the parliamentary secretary would be like, oh, well, mining is a provincial jurisdiction. And so I want to use this opportunity to remind him of legislations and frameworks that are federal, that apply to mining. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act, the Canadian Minerals and Metals Plan, the Chemical Management Plan, the Explosives Act, the Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Act, Fisheries Act, Impact Assessment Act, Indian Mining Regulations, Interprovincial Movement Hazardous Waste Regulations, Metal Mining Effluent Regulations, UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but to name just a few. He talked about the Investment Canada Act and national security reviews. Well, I want to remind him that over the past 5 years, fewer than 1% were subjected to security measures. This must be acted upon, Madam Speaker, and I implore him to please ensure that the government act to protect Canada's sovereignty and their industrial plan, which hinges on an integrated strategy and supply chain with critical minerals.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the only thing that the member took from my previous comment was that land claims fall under provincial jurisdiction, it means that he didn't listen to everything else that I said. And everything else that I said specifically spoke to what Canada does and what our federal government does to ensure our national interests are protected. And I can assure him, as his plea towards the end of his follow-up there, that we are always looking out for the best interests of Canadians. We will always take Canadian sovereignty serious, and we will always defend Canadian interests at any cost. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, la motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.